Chapter 8, Part 1 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 1 The Medic. Belle and I decided to go to a coeducational school to study medicine and settled upon Boston University. I was a happy girl that summer, getting ready and picturing the future. Associating Boston with Emerson, Holmes, Longfellow, and Whittier, I loved it before going there. Belle, who had studied guidebooks and maps, was glib in her knowledge of the city. She knew just where the railway station was, and the college, and how to get from one to the other. Her confidence impressed me, for maps and topography were ever a vexation to my spirit. Her assurance impressed our parents also, and it was decided to let us make the journey alone. Our family physician, who had written to the dean, had received an assuring letter. We were to go directly to the college and matriculate, and there obtain addresses for boarding places. In later years, I've realized what misgivings our parents must have had in letting us start out alone, mere schoolgirls who had never been more than 30 miles from home, green village girls, unused to city ways, ignorant of the world, of life, of themselves. The last picture I have of my grandfather is the one as he rode into our dooryard the October afternoon of the evening I was to start for Boston. Sitting his horse firmly and proudly, he was then 85, he brought me a fine full ear of yellow corn for a keepsake. I have often wondered what made him bring that particular thing. Was it that he knew the sight of it when far from home would be so dear, serving to bring back Grandma's kitchen and the overhanging ears suspended by their turned-back husks? Or was it that he recollected what a fascination the full golden ears had had for me when I had played around the corn-house years before in the October weather? I never knew. I think I did not then question why. But that long yellow ear of corn which he brought to me on the eve of my first leaving home was a precious gift, inexplicably precious as I try to explain it now. I clung to him with unwonted tenderness as I bade him good-bye, and through my tears watched him slowly ride away. The night we left home, just before I started for the train, my classmate, Walter, came to the door and asked for me. I wondered why he had not gone ahead to the station with the other young people. Drawing me out on the stoop, in the darkness he quickly kissed me, wrung my hand, and with a choked good-bye ran down the steps. Astounded as I was, and with my strict ideas about such things, still I did not resent that kiss. And as Father and I drove to the station in the darkness, leaving Mother alone at home to weep, I was sure, though she had kept up till the good-byes were over, Walter's kiss was a welcome diversion, a partial relief to the pang of leaving home and parting with Mother. At the station the young people were gathered, chatting gaily, but Sister was unusually quiet. They loaded us down with fruit and flowers and absurd advice, a merry, noisy party as the train came thundering in. Merry and noisy, except for the few who were pale and silent and something wretchedly painful tugging at our hearts and rising in our throats. Hurried kisses and hearty hand-clasps to the girls and boys, and then my sister. We had not thought it would be so hard. It was like tearing one's body apart. Never till that moment had we realized what we were to each other. We had never been separated more than a week in our lives, and here was this train ready to bear me away from home, away from my precious sister, into a life in which she was to have no part. The agony as they separated us, for we clung in desperation as the men shouted, "All aboard!" was the most cruel thing that had then come into my life. When at Syracuse, after putting us on the sleeper, Father left us, another pang was added. The last link was snapped. I can see him now trying to look cheerful as he waved to us from the platform, and I trying to keep the tears back till the train should bear us from his sight. Never a word of all the anxiety and misgiving he and Mother must have felt. The train moved off, bearing the two girls with aching throats and tear-stained faces. 2 girls who had never left the home shelter, bearing them rapidly away in the darkness to the unknown city to begin the study of medicine. Soon reacting from the sadness of parting, after the lumps had left our throats, we became excited, even gay. Everyone had advised us what to do on a sleeper, had warned us about thieves, told us of queer, amusing things which happened to inexperienced travelers, and we were fairly spoiling for an adventure of some sort. But as our fellow passengers seemed strangely indifferent to us, we began to feel it was going to be quite uneventful. Still, though detecting no one who looked like a thief or a cutthroat, we hid our purses and watches with care, and I kept my hatpin within easy reach in case anyone should molest us. We found some difficulty in fastening the curtains of our bed. There were great gaps between the fastenings. Men passing down the narrow aisles would drag the curtains aside. It was a novel and not at all reassuring experience. We girls cooped up on that narrow bed, undressing in the dark, stuffy place, right in the sound of men's voices, with men continually passing. It seemed then, and to this day it seems, a kind of indelicate thing to disrobe in the proximity of a carful of strange men, with only insecure draperies to ensure privacy. In our apprehension and unsophistication, we thought this continued brushing aside of our curtains must be done intentionally. Not then realizing how narrow the aisles were, or that it was not the same person going by repeatedly, we grew angry. "If I hear him coming again, I shall grab the curtains together and hold them so he can't brush them aside," I said resolutely to Belle. The steps soon came again. The curtains began moving. I made a desperate grab to hold them together, but oh, horrors, what happened? "What's wanted?" I heard in calm, clear, gentlemanly tones, and then learned that I had also grabbed the coat of a passer-by. Chagrined, I stammered, I thought, and suddenly realizing my mistake, felt the impossibility of explaining my awkward blunder. The man had doubtless inadvertently brushed past, as had the others, in the narrow aisle. His innocent coat-tail released, he passed on. Wondering in shame what he must have thought of us, we suddenly awakened to the realization that no one was inclined to molest us, that our schoolfellows had been telling us yarns, and we had better lie down and try to sleep. So, using the hat-pin to fasten the refractory draperies, we lay down to sleep, though fitfully, the long night through. As we breakfasted from our lunch boxes in the morning, we felt years older. How long it seemed since we had left the little village amid the Drumlins. We were in a new world. It was raining when we reached Boston, which did not add to our light-heartedness. How queer to see so many strange faces. Everyone so busy, so intent upon his own concerns, oblivious to the forlorn girls transplanted to the strange city. Everyone but the horrid, importunate cab drivers who leaned out from their stalls and beckoned and called to us, bewildering us so that we were a long time in settling upon one who looked less villainous than the rest. We drove directly to the college to matriculate. The unwonted scenes, the poor sleep, the irregular meals, and the rain all contributed to our gloom. But the dean's letters, we had a friend at court. How forlorn we must have looked, and pitiably young and inexperienced for such an undertaking. The janitor eyed us curiously, and to our request to see the dean, said he was not there then, but that Dr. Caroline Matson was the one to call for. She sees the new students. She came into the room. Shall I ever forget the chill and depression she brought with her? A short, stout, middle-aged woman with light brown hair, a turned-up nose, a pink and white complexion, spectacles, and penetrating steel-blue eyes. She looked us up and down and through and through. I never felt so utterly small and insignificant. I think she said, "Humph," when in desperation at her scrutiny I faltered, "We've come to study medicine." I tried to add that we wanted to see the dean, that he had written us, was expecting us, but she interrupted me. The dean was not to be seen then. We were to register, fill out certain blanks, answer the questions, and then write an essay of a given number of words setting forth our reasons for studying medicine, if we had any, or write on any topic we chose. Then she left us. Glancing furtively at each other, we each read the dismay that neither dared express. I think we felt her ears were as sharp as her eyes, and that she would hear the lightest whisper. We almost feared she could hear our thoughts. For an hour or more we wrote on the questions and the essay. Then she came and told us we were to meet others of the faculty to be examined orally in Latin translation, physics, and chemistry. What a blow! Coming from New York State, where the all-powerful regents reigned, we had supposed that our regents' certificates and our academic diplomas would exempt us from all examinations. "We don't have to be examined," we ejaculated in unison. "You don't? Are you college graduates?" sarcastically. "No, but we have our regents' certificates and pass cards." "Regents' certificates? What are they?" Had the bottom fallen out of everything? The regents! The regents! That tyrant for which we toiled so long, whose coveted seal we had on our precious diplomas, and she doesn't even know what the regents is. We learned several lessons that bitter hour. Our explanations, though lame, must have been intelligible, for, moderating a little, she explained that they had no such system in Massachusetts, and that it would be necessary to qualify in certain studies since we were not graduates of a college, but that as we were so recently out of school, and this seemed reprehensible on our part, we would probably have no difficulty. Then she examined our papers. Those cold eyes passed rapidly up and down. Once in a while she would look up, sometimes ask a question, then read on. She could not have been conscious of the torture she inflicted, or she would surely have been easier on those sleepy, hungry, homesick girls, so completely at her mercy. Now, as I dimly recall what my essay was, I wonder that her sarcasm and harshness were so moderate. I remember I quoted from Lucille about the mission of woman being to help and to heal the sick world that leans on her. She grunted when she put my paper down, and I breathed freer. Then, taking up Belle's, she gave an angry snort. Something had acted like a red rag to a bull. Minnie Isabel Washburn. Is that your name? Yes, ma'am, Belle timidly confessed. Were you christened that? Glaring at her. I wasn't christened. I was baptized, Belle corrected boldly, the Baptist in her rampant. Her religion was something for which she could show courage even in this encounter. Well, it won't be tolerated here. When will mothers learn to give their children sensible names? Dr. Minnie Washburn. How will that sound? And she almost annihilated us in scorn. Belle was speechless. Belle, the assured one, to whom I had looked for leadership and help in all these new experiences. Belle of the boasted self-confidence, of the undaunted courage. It was a strange sight to see her cowed, but that woman's face and voice were enough to intimidate anyone. Without thinking, surprised and scared at my own voice, but goaded to it by the pain she was inflicting, I ventured, I don't suppose Belle's mother knew she was going to be a doctor when she gave her that name. My, how she turned and glared at me. Our eyes were about on a level. I don't know whether I flinched or not. I have a recollection of a superhuman effort to glare back, but dare say I weakened. I remember her look seemed to say, "You little upstart, who asked you to speak?" Then she announced, "Well, it can't go down Minnie. That's settled. You'll have to drop that and just keep the Isabel." "But I can't drop it." Belle was almost crying. "It was my grandmother's name. I'll have to write home and ask my father first." "No time for that. The way you registered today, that way your diploma has to read. We will have to see the dean about this, but you may as well understand we will have no IE names here. We graduate women, not babies. I'll see the dean." Out she went. Belle and I looked at each other hopelessly. If that is what woman doctors are like, I don't want to be one, each of us thought, and knew the others thought. Disheartened, disillusioned, tired, sleepy, hungry, far from home, our regents' certificates counting for nothing, this great unfriendly building, the dull sky, and we not knowing where we were going to stay that night. All this and more we felt as we looked at each other and tried to keep back the tears. And then she came back and told us to go across the hall to the dean. We saw the sign "Faculty Room" and went in. Rising to greet us, coming with both hands extended, his ruddy face and smiling eyes beaming a welcome, a short, stout, gray-haired man waddled toward us, enveloping us in his benevolent presence. It was a wonder we did not throw ourselves into his arms. Taking us by the hand, he beamed, and we basked in the sunshine of his fatherly welcome. Many a time in the years that have passed, I have wished I could tell him what he was to us girls that day. I think I did essay it once, 3 years later, when I came to see much of him. I have always loved him for that welcome. He is gone now, a remarkable man, overflowing with energy and tact, a champion of homeopathy in its early days in Boston. The university, in fact, homeopathy in general, owes more to him, probably, than to any other man in New England. We came in time to hear him criticized by certain students. Sometimes heard it said that he carried his politic measures to the point of insincerity, but I never had the slightest reason for changing the feelings toward him which were born that day. Though subsequently seeing some of his limitations, I admired his exceptional gifts, his indomitable energy, and his wonderful executive ability, while his warm-heartedness won my lasting regard. I did change my opinion of Dr. Caroline Matson, but of that later. How tactfully the dean went to work to soothe Belle, and yet bring about the proper registering of a name that would be dignified and in good taste as a physician. Minnie. Let us see. That is your first name? I suppose you are fond of it, but it doesn't sound just right for a physician, does it? Under his kindly glance, Belle explained that she had never used that name, that she had always been called Isabel or Belle, but that as the paper asked for her full name, she had given it. Quite right, quite right. Well, now, if that is not the name you are accustomed to, why not drop it? Anyhow, your name is a long one. Isabel Washburn. What a fine-sounding name. Dr. Isabel Washburn. I like that. So do I, said Belle, getting confidential, but I can't drop Minnie because it is my grandmother's name. My father, I'm sure, would object. This gave him pause, but he was equal to the occasion. Of course you can't drop your grandmother's name, why, it is all clear as clear can be now. Minnie is only the nickname for Mary. Your grandmother's name was Mary, even if they called her familiarly Minnie. And all you need to do is to use your grandmother's real name instead of her nickname, and he beamed on her benevolently. Belle hesitated, but his charm of manner won the day. The alteration was made, the obnoxious Minnie gave place to Mary, and we were smilingly turned over to other members of the faculty who questioned us on chemistry and botany, in which I believe we did fairly well. We read the easy Latin at sight, conjugated a few verbs. I remember how they tried to conceal their smiles at our faulty pronunciation. We knew it was faulty, for we had shifted from the Roman to the English method, and our hybrid pronunciation was enough to excite mirth. When it came to physics, always a difficult study for me, we floundered and failed ignominiously. I'm sure I did the worse, for Belle could reason out such things pretty well, while I never could. We were conditioned in physics, and in a month's time were to be examined again. Although they were very kind, we felt disgraced. Realizing that we had failed in one study and probably had been leniently passed in others, we felt ourselves the ignorant, homeless creatures that we were. They told us to come the next day at 10 for the opening lecture. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 2. The Medic. Copying several addresses from the bulletin board, We trudged out of the big building with our satchels and lunch boxes in our hands. A fine rain was falling. It seemed later in the day than it was. We were adrift in that great city. Deciding to look up none of the addresses till the morrow, we started for the Young Women's Christian Association, of which we had heard before leaving home. Belle thought that when we got out to Washington Street, she could get her bearings and easily find Warrenton Street, where the association building was. But on reaching there, she could not be sure whether to go up or down, so we plodded on, not knowing whether we were going toward or away from our hoped-for destination. Everyone we accosted was kind, but no one knew where Warrenton Street was. Car after car would go by, but we did not know what one to take. The only policemen we could discover were on the cars. We laughed miserably as we thought of our parents' injunctions to ask a policeman. The Boston policeman didn't like walking in the rain. On and on we trudged, our arms aching from the satchels, and much of the way harrowed by uncertainty. Finally, someone told us we were nearing the street in which the YWCA was located. How good it was to spy that sign, and how like a shelter the huge building was as it loomed before us. The street was narrow and dismal. It was even on a sunshiny day, and on that dark day looked especially unpromising, but our goal was reached. Our strength and courage were well nigh spent. Shelter, refuge, what meaning in those words, and how soon we had learned the need of them in this big, strange, rainy Boston. The girl who answered the doorbell, a slow-moving, stolid creature, replying to our request to see the superintendent, said that she was at dinner, that we would have to wait. It was then after 2 in the afternoon. Of course we would wait. We asked for nothing better. We volunteered that we had come to engage room and board. "I'm sorry, but the house is full," she said. Belle dropped into a chair. She had gone through so much. Her vaunted courage was proving a broken reed. I stood there desperate, not knowing which way to turn. On the way thither, it had gradually dawned upon me that Belle's courage was rapidly oozing. I had had to exchange satchels with her and carry her heavier one, though she was taller and larger than I, as she had declared she could carry it no farther. It was a novel position for me, to be the leader, but we tacitly changed places during that long, rainy walk. I looked at Belle, a forlorn heap in the chair. I saw that stolid girl, waiting for us to go, since she had told us there was no room. To go out in the rain, no shelter in view. I felt the humiliation of our position before the girl who was showing impatience for us to start, but summoned enough spunk to say, "Please tell the superintendent we would like to see her when she is at liberty." Leaving us with the parting shot that every room in the house is taken, she went away. Bursting into tears, Belle declared she would go home on the morrow. She didn't want to study medicine, had never wanted to, only did it to please her people. Didn't like Boston, hated Dr. Matson, and didn't want to be a woman doctor anyway. She would go back and teach school. Her outburst astonished me. Pitying her, and agreeing with her in part, her giving way put me on my mettle. So, having sense enough to know that we were both worn from the physical and emotional strain, and that, dark as things were, they seemed darker because of our exhaustion, I sat down and, opening our lunchbox, fairly forced the food into Belle's mouth and devoured some myself. The messenger girl passed the door several times, peering in curiously. She looked as though she were going to tell us we must not eat in the waiting room, but passed on. It must have been an unaccustomed sight to her. I myself felt the unfitness of it all, but did not care. We were nearly famished. It was the desperation of self-preservation. As we ate and talked, Belle drooped less, and we soon got interested in the coming and going past the door. Happy, laughing girls passed and repassed, running to catch the elevator, peeping in at us with half-veiled curiosity and moving on. How envious we felt at seeing them greet one another. Everybody knew everybody else in Boston except these two miserable girls who knew only each other. We kept looking at the clock. We tried to jest, wondering what that woman had for dinner that kept her so long. We must have sat there an hour, expectant, anxious. The messenger girl seemed to have disappeared for good. At last, desperate, I started out down the strange corridor, and there met her. "Hasn't the superintendent finished her dinner yet?" I queried. "Oh, my, yes, an hour ago. I forgot to tell her you were waiting." I must have looked my wrath, for she went off in short order, returning soon with a tall, stern, handsome woman, the superintendent's assistant. This lady heard our tale calmly, looked at us critically, and told us the house was full. She was sorry, but she would give us addresses of boarding places nearby. Belle declared she could not stir another step to look for a place. At this vehemence, the calm lady lifted her eyebrows, but said nothing. I must have said in my most supplicating tones, "Can't you make room for us some way, just for tonight? We are so tired." For she deliberated, then said, "We will go and see what Miss Dillingham has to suggest," and she ushered us up to the office of the superintendent. Dark and gloomy every corner of that building had seemed that rainy afternoon, but as the door opened, a cheerful fire and an atmosphere of warmth and ease and home enveloped us. Sitting at a desk was a stout, red-cheeked, red-nosed woman with bright gray eyes. She looked up, nodding a greeting to us, and listened to her assistant's explanations. "I've told them I don't see how we can accommodate them," the younger woman said, not unkindly but dispassionately. I remember admiring her stately grace as she moved about the room, but feeling from the way she closed her lips that we had little to hope from her. "Why have you come to Boston?" queried the superintendent as she rose and came toward us. "We came to study medicine," I said, and tried to explain further, when my voice gave way and I lost the self-control I had been maintaining all day against such odds. I turned to Belle, and she took up the tale, but broke down too. Then the good soul gathered us both in her arms, held us close to her broad bosom, and let us sob out the grief that refused to be suppressed any longer. Then, conferring with her assistant, after some directions about changes, she rang for the bell girl and told her to have room 60 prepared for us at once. They would manage to keep us that night, and tomorrow would help us find a boarding place. She then told us the supper hour and the time for evening prayers, and advising us to get a nap, said we would feel like new creatures by evening. The clean little room with its 2 narrow beds and scanty furniture, what a haven it was. Exploring our surroundings and removing the dust of travel, We lay ourselves down in our little white beds and quickly fell into a sound, if not untroubled, sleep. We must have slept several hours. The first thing I was aware of was the singing of a hymn in a distant part of the building. It was dark. I wondered where I was. Low sobs from the other side of the room brought me to my senses. The singing made me homesick. My throat ached. My own tears started, and creeping out of bed, I went over to Belle, and there we sobbed away our misery while those young voices on the floor above sang. Jesus, Savior, pilot me over life's tempestuous sea. Unknown waves before me roll, hiding rock and treacherous shoal. Wondrous sovereign of the sea, Jesus, Savior, pilot me. Our cry out, we felt better. Belle experimented with the gas, finally succeeding in lighting it. It was a week or more before I felt safe in doing it. I disliked that sudden noise just as it ignited. It made me jump. And I always felt doubtful whether I had turned it off too, and had to call Belle to come and see if it was leaking. As the supper hour was long past, we ate the remnants of our lunch, looked out on the strange street with the hurrying passers-by, explored the bathroom, and after much investigation about the fixtures, took our first baths in a bathtub, and went to bed for the night in almost a cheerful frame of mind. We talked long in the darkness, getting better acquainted than we had in all the years of school together. Never especially congenial, as children contending together for the supremacy of the things we espoused, republicanism and Methodism versus democracy and the Baptist faith. Over these in former years we had waged war. But there in the darkness we discussed earnestly and amicably our individual faiths, or doubts now in my case, our hopes, our ideals, coming to a better understanding than ever before. In the morning the sun shone gloriously. In the great dining room 100 or more girls were seated. No doubt we showed by our awkwardness that it was our first venture into city life, but we had a grip on ourselves and felt equal to the day's experiences. They couldn't possibly be worse than yesterday's, and I felt exultantly we had lived through them. As she left the dining room, the superintendent nodded kindly to us, later sending for us to come to the office. There, she told us, they would manage to keep us a week, or until a room could be secured for us at the Branch Association on Berkeley Street, a newer and better building and much nearer the college. This was indeed good news, and we started off for college with almost pleasurable anticipations. So bright was the sun, so crisp the October air, and so eager were we to see what was in store for us. I remember well those first walks to and from the college, our perceptions alert, everything so different from what we were accustomed to. The ordinary street scenes, the ways of the people, the peculiar pronunciation of the passers-by, even of the newsboys. Everything was food for wonder, amusement, or ridicule to the two village girls. Why didn't they build their sidewalks on a level, instead of making the pedestrians step down at every crossing and then up again? Gradually we learned that these marked the ends of blocks. We did not like the houses built all together. They looked queer and dismal. We marveled at the huge dray horses and laughed at the queer herdicks tumbling along. We puzzled over the street cries. We looked with interest at the tech boys as we passed them on their way to the Institute of Technology, and felt a community of interest with them, as well as with the conservatory students, as crossing a little park, we saw them file into the New England Conservatory of Music. On nearing the college, we saw the medical students coming briskly from all directions, nearly all of them carrying what seemed to be part and parcel of their equipment, the ubiquitous brown leather Boston bag. A thrill of expectancy went through me as, turning onto Concord Street, we felt ourselves a part of this life. The building looked quite familiar on seeing it for the second time, and despite our disheartening experiences of the previous day, I went up the stairs eagerly in half-suppressed excitement. It was some days before Belle ceased her threats of going home, and she was always more or less of a malcontent. I am sorry to say we were not very harmonious roommates, though we never openly quarreled. If I received higher marks than she did in our trial exams, she usually made herself and me wretched. If I met with special cordiality and friendliness, her ill-natured comments often took the savor out of what would have been pleasant experiences for me. I frequently found myself guiltily trying to conceal things of which I would ordinarily have been frankly glad, just to save a scene. There's no denying that she was inordinately jealous, and it was a temperament I had never come in contact with before. Though seldom airing our differences, there was, with me, I know, a good deal of unexpressed irritation. Sometimes I would go in the clothes-press and shake my fist at her wrapper, a garment, which seemed peculiarly to personify her. This relieved me a little. New as it all was, I felt at home in Boston at the start, and was disposed to like everything. Happy and interested in my work, I also reveled in the good general library at the YWCA, in the churches, the lectures, the art museum, the symphony concerts, the quaint old parts of Boston, the common, the public gardens. It was all life, and more abundant than I had dreamed would be mine. And people liked me. One of my weaknesses in later years, this liking so to be liked, then it was merely an innocent pleasure to feel, as I usually instinctively felt, that I was generally liked. As a class, we were on friendly terms. The ages ranged from girls in their teens to women of perhaps 35. The men were mostly in the 20s, a few were older. Two of the young men were always talking to Belle between lectures against women studying medicine. She would rehearse their arguments to me, especially toward the close of the year, telling how they labored with her to give up medicine, that it unsexed women, that they didn't care a rap about most of the women in the class, but hated to see nice girls like her and me keep on with the course, and at last turn out like Dr. Matson and some of the masculine senior girls. I thought then, and still think, that there is nothing in the study or practice of medicine that need make a woman less womanly. It ought rather to make her more so. By reason of being a woman, she may lack some qualities that go to make the ideal physician, but if so, this limits her as a physician. It need not detract from her qualities as a woman. But few women, and by no means all men physicians, possess the mechanical skill and other qualities that make a good surgeon. But the general practice of medicine, I think, is not beyond the mastery of many a woman's mind and strength. If a capable woman, with a well-trained mind, and with self-mastery, engages in the study and practice of medicine and fails, it is, I believe, rather because stronger interests attract her than because she cannot master it. And as for masculinity as seen in women physicians, those same women, as I used to point out to Belle, were masculine before they began to study medicine, would have been so in any walk in life. We occasionally saw Dr. Anna Shaw around the college. She had graduated there some years before, distinctly the masculine type. Many of the women of the faculty were charmingly feminine, and better still, some that were not so charming were strong and womanly, and commanded the respect of their confrères, both as women and as physicians. It was months before either Belle or I ceased to shudder when we saw those steely eyes of Dr. Caroline fastened upon us. As she was professor in anatomy, we saw much of her the first year. Her lectures were thorough, painstaking, and interesting. But though excellent as an instructor, she scared the life out of us at quizzes. She would call each student by name, then pause, time for every eye to fasten upon one, then a searching look into one's eyes, and then the question was fired. I never answered satisfactorily. Even when I knew well the answer, she disconcerted me so, making me tremble to the very marrow of my bones. Those bones she knew so well. She had a system of marking at quizzes, giving each student a plus mark for correct answers, 10 of which would count 1 on his final examination. The boys called her our caddy. We even got so that we did ourselves. The incongruity of the I.E. name applied to her particularly pleased Belle and me. But we learned to respect her, as did all the students. It was rumored that she never treated any student with geniality till he had passed her chair in anatomy. It was also rumored that it was one of the hardest things to pass that chair. Occasionally we caught sight of her friendly manner to some of the upper-class students, and fairly reveled in her rare smiles when we saw them bestowed on some lucky senior. She was transformed when she smiled, and in spite of her mannish stride and her abrupt, brusque ways, she had certain womanly traits which we rejoiced to see. She blushed exquisitely, and had pretty dimpled hands with pink fingertips. I used to note them when she passed the trays with the anatomical specimens, and her dainty way of using the towel after handling them. I have said that she was a middle-aged woman, but I wonder if she was not younger than that. In those days, I regarded everyone past the 20s as middle-aged or old. Dr. Caroline instructed us that first year, and microscopy too, and was very exacting. I had no special aptitude for it, and was afraid of making blunders. She was so deft, and I so awkward in preparing specimens, often breaking the fragile cover glasses and spoiling my bits of tissue which she doled out to us as precious morsels. How the smell of the oil of cloves which we used in the work brings up those sessions in microscopy. The students seated at the long tables, teasing their specimens with the fine needles and mounting and labeling the minute scraps of tissue. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 3 The Medic. We had private quiz classes among ourselves. 4 of us girls met for study in the evening. I say girls, the 2 others were no longer girls. One was probably 25, the other perhaps near 30. The younger of these, Miss Thorndyke, was also from the Empire State, a bright, capable person used to city life, a striking, winning personality, and one who had herself well in hand. She had some masculine ways which she tried rigorously to overcome. She seemed to know the ropes of college life pretty well. She was sophisticated, and we were not, and realizing our inexperience, she exercised a chaperonage over us so tactful that we were not aware of it till years after. Miss Wilkins was a typical, strenuous New England woman, prim and sensitive, who constituted herself our avowed chaperone, directing, scolding, and mothering us, making peace between us, and dictating to us when we much preferred to paddle our own canoes. Though fond of her, we often teased her, sometimes deliberately doing things to shock her. How easily she blushed. Yet we always ended penitently with, "But Miss Wilkins is such a good woman." And she was, and withal very human and tolerant of our uncurbed, undisciplined ways. I realize now how much we owe to hers and Miss Thorndyke's kind and wise supervision. We rented Bones to study the first year. I recall the amused feeling I had the night I carried home my box of bones. Crossing the park, as I met passers-by, I thought, wouldn't they open their eyes if they knew what is in this box? Here, as always, the incongruity, the hidden reality, appealed to me. One day at the YWCA, when it was too cold to study in my room, taking Gray's Anatomy and my rented femur, I went out and sat by the radiator at the end of our hall. There was but little passing to and fro, and I was soon absorbed in reading Gray and tracing the various facets and foramina on the huge thigh bone. "Young woman, is that a human bone?" a voice called to me severely from the other end of the long hall. "Yes. Would you like to see it?" I answered. How innocently, I cannot say. I am under the impression that even at the start I recognized her horror, and did it mischievously, but with an air of innocence as I held it toward her. "You horrid thing!" she gasped and disappeared in her room. This disconcerted me. She was the head laundress of the institution, and she and the superintendent were great friends. I well knew she was angry, but I was a bit angry too. I didn't like being called names, and had high ideas of the respectability of my pursuit. I knew it was neither horrid nor disgraceful to study anatomy, whatever she, in her prim, prudish way, might think. Getting more and more angry, I could study no longer. That night, dear, sensitive Miss Wilkins came to me in perturbation. I had offended Miss Tyler. She might complain of me to the superintendent. I got on my highest heels of dignity. Miss Tyler had offended me. I was sitting in my end of the hall, attending to my own affairs, when she accosted me. And when I politely answered her, even offering to show her what I was interested in, and about which she seemed so curious, she had insulted me, rudely called me names, and slammed her door. And the episode had spoiled my afternoon's study. And did not Miss Wilkins herself think that the cause for complaint was on my side? Then it was that Miss Wilkins labored with me. At first I was obdurate, and even in the end did not quite agree with her. But so persuasive was she that I promised not to study my bones in the hall again, and not to offend Miss Tyler or anyone else by what was to them unquestionably an offensive sight. She reminded me that we must not expect everyone to look upon these things from the scientific standpoint, that we must respect the prejudices of others, that we surely did not want to make ourselves conspicuous or obnoxious and bring reproach upon women medical students. She struck the right note there, knowing how I recoiled from Dr. Matson's mannish ways, and that I had said I would rather not be a doctor at all if I had to get coarse and masculine. As she showed how timid and conservative Miss Tyler was, she made me feel it my duty to refrain from further wounding her sensibilities. How we observed and insensibly estimated our various instructors. Our professor in physiology was a diffident, scholarly man, stiff as a poker, dry and ponderous as a lecturer. We liked the chemistry professor and liked the laboratory work, yet chemistry was for me the hardest first-year study. Nowadays, when I see certain chemicals that we used in experiments, I get a sudden vision of my desk in the laboratory with the test tubes, the gas burners, the retorts, the filter papers and all, and can even see the faces of the various students as they stand at their desks heating solutions, holding others up to the light. Now one bends to record something on a chart. Now there's a crash of broken glass, a rustle and a stir, perhaps a giggle as some unlucky student blunders in an experiment. How it all comes back at the sight of a bottle marked cupric sulfate or H2SO4. What a witty lecturer we had in the history and methodology of medicine. A short, fidgety man with big blue eyes and benevolent face. He had a funny way of pulling at his collars and cuffs while lecturing, as if they choked him and he wished he could take them off. When early in the first year our courses in dissections began, I was all eagerness, the untried always having its charm for me. My name being at the beginning of the alphabet, it fell to me to be one of the first 6 students to work on the first subject. I had bought my dissecting case from one of the middlers. My long-sleeved apron was ready, and I waited impatiently the day, little dreaming what I was so eager about. Assembled in the dissecting room that first day to see us begin were many middlers and seniors, as well as the 60 or more in our own class. Each subject, as the cadavers are called, is apportioned in 6 parts, lots being cast for the parts, 6 students working simultaneously on a body. Half the abdomen and the right lower extremity fell to me. My partner on the other side was a young woman, older than I, but very shy and reserved. Other students drew the head and neck, the chest and upper extremities. That first day, as we entered the dissecting room, there lay the body, a man's body, stiff and stark, on the slanting zinc-covered table. The arteries had been injected with red wax, and much of this loose wax and other extraneous matter was clinging to the skin of our subject. It was horrible to see the naked body. I had not thought of that. I don't know what I had thought of, surely not that, and this room full of onlooking students. The demonstrator in anatomy gave us a serious talk, inciting us to earnestness, cautioning us against carelessness, levity, or other unseemly behavior, after which he told us to set to work. The first thing he said was to sponge the part assigned to us, then make our incisions as we had been previously instructed, and proceed with the dissections. I shall never forget the repugnance as well as the embarrassment I felt at beginning our task. The young men in our class, as new as were we to it all, were awed as well as we, but these horrid middlers and seniors looking on with amusement. I felt my face getting redder and redder, and Miss Bigelow's cheeks looked as though they would burst. But with downcast eyes we kept at work, probably taking far more pains than we needed to. I can see just how gingerly we held the sponges. The wax stuck. We thought we had to get off every speck. Then Miss Bigelow, without looking up, whispered, "What shall we do with the pail?" "Empty it, I suppose," I snapped out, and getting up courage enough to glance round the room, spied a sink. Stooping, I picked up the loathsome pail, and with blazing cheeks started across the room, feeling that a great indignity was being undergone. To have to do this at all was bad enough. I still think it was janitor's work, but it was intolerable to do it before those idle middlers. Before I had taken many steps, a young man in our class came up, took the pail from me, and in a soothing tone said, "Please let me. Now the worst is over, Miss Arnold." The tears started at his kindness. The other young men must have felt ashamed, for they soon rallied round the table, showing us how to make the first incisions, how to hold our scalpels and tissue forceps, in fact, giving us many useful hints. We had had the theory, but to make the actual incisions, to lift the skin and deftly dissect it from tissues beneath, was different from what we had imagined. Going from student to student, the demonstrator instructed and encouraged each in turn. Soon the room, thinned of its spectators, took on a different aspect. The novices bent over their work with interest and absorption. The painful emotion I had felt at seeing those bodies, stripped and at the mercy of our little knives and forceps, soon gave place to genuine enthusiasm. I dreaded the feel of the cold skin, but once that was removed, I was all interest. One then lost sight of the human side, and saw only the beautiful mechanism. How wonderful it seemed when I had the external abdominal muscles laid bare, and its structure disclosed, and this and the other muscles and their adaptations seen. Some days later, when one of the girls, working on an arm, had the deltoid exposed, I was surprised to hear one of the assistant demonstrators, a woman, say to her, "It is such a pretty muscle, isn't it?" Pretty seemed such an incongruous word to use, but I soon learned to admire the well-dissected muscles, though rather than pretty, I should have called them beautiful. The instructors demonstrated the viscera, which, with the muscles and other soft parts, were removed piecemeal and disposed of daily. Whitman's tremendously realistic line, "What is removed drops horribly into the pail," always takes me back to the dissecting room with its repulsive odors and its sorry sights. But our growing interest did much to mitigate the repellent features. The actual dissection was interesting and easy for me, but it was not easy to demonstrate the muscles and groups of muscles, for it was always difficult to comprehend their action. Never having been able to understand levers and pulleys and mechanical things, I could not reason out things which were so obvious to others. It was absurd, after getting the muscles nicely dissected, with their points of origin and insertion before my very eyes, to be unable to deduce what their actions were. I had no gumption. This inability on my part puzzled the demonstrator and his assistants. The senior students, who moved about from table to table, listening to our recitations whenever we would get a group of muscles exposed for demonstration. One dignified senior, who was usually on hand to hear me recite, was painstaking in trying to make me understand their action. "Why, can't you see?" he would ask. Then, convinced that I could not, would try to drill it into my head. His dignified air awed me considerably, and I was demure and respectful to him, always calling him doctor, as in the freshness of our first year's awe of them, we supposed we had to call the seniors. But one day, when in the reading room, I saw him try to kiss one of the senior girls, my awe vanished. After that, I was a trifle pert and independent. It was funny how my whole attitude then changed toward him. I suddenly saw through the mock dignity he carried while in the dissecting room. In vain he tried to impress me with his gravity. I only laughed in his face. So we soon got on fairly friendly terms, as much as a humble junior and a grave and reverend senior could be. Sometimes I surprised him looking at me with a quizzical, half-amused look that changed to a frown and an attempt at dignity when he saw I was observing him. I imagine he quite enjoyed the deference of my earlier manner, and was not a little annoyed at the discovery which had disillusioned me. Some weeks after I had seen him trying to steal that kiss, when I was one day working on the head and face, he came up to hear me demonstrate the facial muscles. The action of the muscles had got to be a kind of joke between us. Still, he always laid particular stress on that, persisting until I understood, and when practicable, usually requiring me to illustrate the action. That day I had been dissecting out of the orbicularis oris, the round muscle of the mouth. After I had described it and its relations, he asked smilingly, "And the action?" I replied that it was used to pucker the mouth, as in whistling, and mischievously, in kissing, if you can. He blushed furiously, knowing then positively that I had, on that occasion, seen the girl slip out of his grasp. Assuming a mock dignity, he said, "I have a mind to require you to illustrate the action. It is within my province, you know." Then I felt cheap, and blushed furiously too. Later in the afternoon, the demonstrator himself came round and slyly asked if I was ready to demonstrate the action of the orbicularis oris yet, so I knew the senior assistant had told him about it. We had been told that no parts of our subjects might be taken from the dissecting room, a necessary prohibition, as the college pledged itself to bury the skeletons intact. The boys used to say it was so there would not be so much confusion on resurrection morn. But each year students were intent on purloining a hand or a foot, or some part as a souvenir. Because forbidden, of course I had this silly ambition too. We were on our honor, else it would have been easy. I bethought me how I could get around the restriction. Our anatomy said that sesamoid bones were small, unimportant bones sometimes found in the tendons, not properly included as a part of the skeleton. The demonstrator had urged us all to hunt for sesamoid bones, meaning, of course, the small, adventitious ones that were a rarity. Herein I saw my chance. One day, while working around the knee, as the demonstrator stood watching me, I asked, "Dr. S., have any sesamoid bones been found this year?" "No, I have heard of none." "They are not properly a part of the skeleton, are they?" innocently. "Oh, no. They are very unimportant affairs, interesting only as anomalies," he said pompously. "Then," demurely, "I suppose I may keep all the sesamoid bones I find in my subject, mayn't I?" He laughed and said, "Yes, you are welcome to all the sesamoid bones you find," and started to walk away. "Thank you, Dr. S.," I said, with ill-concealed triumph. "I'll take this patella when I go home tonight." He started, colored, looked annoyed, then amused. He was fairly caught, for the patella, though of course a legitimate part of the skeleton, is formed in the tendon of the quadriceps extensor, and is described by Gray, because of its mode of development, as a kind of sesamoid bone, a fact which had somehow stuck in my memory, as unimportant things will, while others of greater import sifted through. The demonstrator walked away, looking a little chagrined, but later I saw him laughing on the sly with the seniors, and before he left he came back and said, "You may take your sesamoid bone, Miss Arnold. You have earned it." I had not thought out how I could contrive to get a souvenir from my next part, but this same demonstrator unwittingly helped me out. I was at work on the wrist, and as he stood looking on, he asked, "Have you found any more sesamoid bones?" I said no, but just then the little pisiform bone, not much bigger than a pea, stood out so conspicuously that, seeing how easy it would be to sever it from the other small bones, I purposely made a careless cut, and the little thing rolled on the table. "Oh my! Well, you surely wouldn't have me put that mite in the pail, and it won't stay on the wrist now." He knew, and I knew that he knew, and he knew that I knew that he knew, that I did it purposely. His question, the prominence of the tiny bone with its slender attachment, put it in my head. Opportunity makes the thief. So he let me have the pisiform, but shook his head as though he thought me incorrigible, and after that rallied me on what ruse I would resort to with my next part, as I could hardly take the head or any of the vertebrae. I have these bones somewhere now. They gave me a lot of bother to get clean, and of what earthly use are they? Yet perhaps as much as many of the things we scheme and work for. It is the endeavor that counts, and it was fun to outwit the demonstrator. So we managed to get some amusement out of the dry bones, but were glad when the long weeks were at an end and we could go out in the sunshine after lectures instead of working in that unsightly upper room. One of the memorable experiences of that first year was an afternoon spent with Laura Bridgman. Helen Keller's achievements have since familiarized us with what wonders can be done in teaching one who is deaf, dumb, and blind. But when Dr. Samuel G. Howe attempted to teach the child Laura, it was pioneer work, and the difficulties were well nigh insuperable. Miss Wilkins and I were invited to meet Miss Bridgman by Mrs. Lamson, who, under Dr. Howe, had been one of the first to teach Laura to communicate with others by means of the sign language. Mrs. Lamson told us of those early struggles, how overjoyed child and teachers were the day they succeeded in making her understand that certain signs made upon her open hand represented the door key which they had put in her hand. When the import of this one thing, for which they had toiled long, dawned upon the shut-in soul, she was a freed being. She went about eagerly touching other objects, teasing in her mute way to be shown their sign too. Slowly, infinitely wearisome were those first steps in her education, but after a certain point, progress was astonishingly rapid. She had not the distraction other learners have. Her thirst for knowledge was intense, her memory phenomenal. A thing once learned became a part of her. She wore out all her teachers with her insatiable desire to learn. Among other things, Dr. Howe earnestly wished to test whether the human mind, without suggestions from outside, would, in its development, evolve the idea of a supreme being. Here was an unprecedented opportunity to test it, for, shut in as she was, Laura had no means of learning anything except through her teachers. It would be a valuable contribution to psychology to learn for a surety whether, unaided, her mind would conceive the idea of a deity. So for years they planned and labored with this experiment continually in view. Assistants were rigorously instructed to exclude any hints or teachings which would suggest worship or religion. Anything which could, in the remotest way, give her a glimmering of such ideas. Laura was showing wonderful progress and development. Dr. Howe's efforts seemed on the way to success in this important test when one of his teachers was called away at a time when he himself was in Europe. The substitute, though carefully enjoined to observe the precautions so jealously practiced, actuated by untimely zeal and believing it to be her duty to thwart Dr. Howe in his experiment, deliberately enlightened Laura about the main orthodox teachings. She told her she had a soul to save from eternal damnation, that a just God stood ready to pardon her manifold sins, and so on. Laboriously she poured into Laura's listening fingers the intricate orthodox instruction concerning which she had hitherto been kept in blissful ignorance. One can imagine the difficulties encountered in expounding to this deaf, dumb, blind, and bewildered girl, whose only religious training had been daily examples of loving kindness, the puzzling doctrines that then passed for religious teaching. But in that, as in all else, Laura was an apt pupil, and on Dr. Howe's return from Europe he found the careful forethought and labor of years destroyed by that fanatical teacher. He was nearly frantic with rage and disappointment. I myself can never think of that bigoted interference without my own breath coming fast in anger. End of Chapter 8, Part 3. Chapter 8, Part 4 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 4. The Medic. When we saw her, Miss Bridgman was a tall, spare woman, perhaps not more than 50, though she seemed much older to me than 50 seems now. Pale, she wore blue spectacles over the blind eyes. Her dark brown hair was parted over a refined face which had a non-fleshy look, very mobile, very sensitive, a quivering, changing face with the soul very near the surface. Her lips were thin and very red. Her long white hands were marvelous in their rapidity, receptivity, and expressiveness. Mrs. Lamson talked to her by swift touches on the palm, Laura's lightning fingers replying on her friend's hand. A marvelous sight, those two silently communicating, by touch alone, all the complicated things which the instructor interpreted to us. The one word which this mute woman could articulate was doctor. In youth she had accidentally uttered the syllables, and on being told what it sounded like, had eagerly practiced until she could articulate the word. Though intelligible, it was distressing to hear it, and I was glad when she resumed talk on her silent, uncanny fingers. "I don't think it is nice for women to be doctors," she said, on learning that we were medical students. When her friend told her she ought not to say this, she inquired, "Why not, if I think so?" They had never been able to convince her that politeness sometimes constrains us to conceal our thoughts. She even added, "Tell them I do not think that women can be as skillful as men." But she soon asked us to prescribe for her eyes, explaining that the lids were sometimes sore. It struck us as novel to be asked to prescribe for Laura Bridgman's eyes. Her friend told her we were only students and had not yet learned to prescribe, but added, "I can tell you something that will relieve them. If you will get some of the iron water from a blacksmith and bathe them, it will help the soreness." "What is a blacksmith?" asked Laura. "Is it one who colors things black?" There she had been all her life learning far more complicated things than this, yet this familiar occupation was unknown to her. It was a pleasure to see her teacher impart to her this information, to see the eager, childlike delight as the knowledge became her own. We saw why this aged face gave the impression of perennial youth, why we thought her then, and still think of her, as a child. She had the freshness and curiosity of a child. Every contact with her fellow beings opened new vistas to her mind. Every explanation begat other inquiries. She was tireless in her endeavors to learn. Human strength was not equal to the avidity she continually showed. As we were leaving, she said, "Please ask them if I may touch their faces, then I shall know them when I see them again." Those white fingers twinkled over every part of my face. The moving finger read, and seemed to read with uncanny skill. I was uneasy, except that it was done so delicately, done eagerly yet lingeringly. It was as though she were probing my soul to find what manner of being I was. She felt my hair, my shoulders, my hands. I cannot recall now whether she made any comments. Then she did the same with Miss Wilkins, whose ready blush mounted while restively submitting to those searching fingers. Laura paused and began talking to Mrs. Lamson. The latter laughed, shook her head, replied on Laura's fingers, seemingly arguing a point. "What does she say?" insisted Miss Wilkins. "She says that you are old, and when I told her no, she insisted. I told her you were not old, but were older than your friend, and then she cornered me by saying, 'Ask her the year she was born.' She always was obstinate under evasion." Miss Wilkins blushed deeper than ever, but enjoyed Laura's ready wit, though forbearing to satisfy her curiosity as to the telltale year. Though we attended strictly to business, it was not all work in those days. Yet we had little time or money for amusement. But in Boston there is much to see and learn at little cost. The churches themselves are an education, and I was an inveterate churchgoer, hearing Phillips Brooks the oftenest of any, but Minot Savage frequently, occasionally little old Cyrus Bartow, whom someone called the moth-eaten angel, Edward Everett Hale, James Freeman Clarke, Philip Moxham, George Gordon, and others. When we had been only about 2 weeks in Boston, a Harvard medic, introduced by a Michigan cousin, called upon me. He was a bright, dignified young man. The acquaintance proved pleasant and stimulating throughout the college course. It seemed good to have a caller in the strange city, and one who knew Cousin Etta, and we were soon on the best of terms. Suddenly I thought of Belle upstairs alone, and went for her, and we three had a lively time, Westerners that we were, comparing the Eastern ways with ours. We giggled and chatted and made sport of the queer things we had encountered, mimicked the New England pronunciation, and told him about our caddy, while in turn he told us bits of his experience, of various places of interest and how to get to them. Belle was especially vivacious and entertaining that day, but after a little she and he struck several points of variance, and differences that began in a jest soon became heated arguments. They were both Baptists, but he was liberal and she straight-laced. And while at first it was fun to watch them spar, I grew uneasy as I saw Belle's right ear reddening, her danger signal. When she had asked him which Baptist church he attended, instead of designating it decorously, he had solemnly replied, "The Church of the Holy Bean Blowers," referring to the 4 figures on its steeple with long gilt trumpets held up to their mouths. When Belle remonstrated, he declared with mock gravity that they were assuredly blowing beans all over Boston, and everybody would have them tomorrow morning for breakfast. On leaving, Mr. Sargent said that Canon Farrar was to preach the next day at Trinity, and that if he might, he would like to call and accompany me there. Had I been to Trinity yet, and heard Phillips Brooks? There would probably be a big crowd, so if I pleased, he would call early, that we might be near the doors when they opened. No, we had not been to Trinity yet, I said, but that we, with an inquiring glance at Belle, would be pleased to go. I had not the slightest idea who Canon Farrar was, but did not ask. Naming an early hour, and not including Belle, though I had, he took his leave. Belle was furious, declared she would not go, but did go when the hour came the next day. There was a big crowd waiting by the closed doors of Trinity. Belle, being tall, was left to shift for herself in the crowd. I remember how pleasant it was, an utterly new sensation, to be piloted and shielded and gently pushed along in that well-bred crowd by my new acquaintance. Towering above me, he smiled down indulgently as we were jostled this way and that. Soon I was swept off my feet and packed so closely that the crowd bore me along, Mr. Sargent near by assuring me that there was no danger, that this was only the eagerness of the Bostonians to attend church. Presently the big doors opened. The surging mass of people carried me forward. In the vestibule I found my footing, and we were soon seated in the great, dark, Holy Trinity. We heard the English divine whose Life of Christ I have since read. His voice was not big enough to fill the church. I could not understand him, and was not at all impressed, but for other reasons the day was memorable. I was strangely moved by the church itself. When I go back to Boston now, one of the things I care most to do is to go down the little side street by which I approached and come suddenly upon Trinity as I saw it that first day. The vine on its gray walls, the doves around its tower, the very stones in its huge pile have an inexplicable charm for me, and within, it calmed and satisfied me. It seemed a worship in itself, that dim interior whose details gradually became discernible to my unsophisticated eyes. I question if any old-world cathedral could now have so profound an effect upon me as Trinity had on that girl fresh from village life, who had seen only the humble little churches of the home-town, or occasionally a more pretentious but commonplace church in a small city. those glorious stained glass windows, and the organ. Church and music stirred me, if the English divine did not. A few years ago, one summer day, I went into Trinity and sat long in the obscurity. The solitude, the silence, and the enveloping peace were inexpressibly soothing. I seemed again to feel the uplift that had always come on hearing Phillips Brooks. I thought of all that had happened to me since, as a girl, I used to hear him pour out his rapid, inspired utterances. How directly they always came to me. Tossed with doubt as I was, I never heard him without receiving help. For years he had been an uplifting influence in my life, and although I had never spoken to him, his death, when I was practicing in U, was a real loss to me. Something precious then went out of my life. As we came out from Trinity that day, our new acquaintance proposed going into the art museum. Acquiescing promptly, I was annoyed to find that Belle was scandalized. The art museum on Sunday? No, indeed. And she and Mr. Sargent began sparring, he getting very sarcastic and she very angry. But we ended up by going in for a short stay, though the mental atmosphere was not propitious. It was always a welcome break in my evenings of study when the gong would signal our room, and Teresa, the bell girl, would announce through the tube, "Miss Arnold has a gentleman caller." It was almost never anyone but Mr. Sargent. Down to the big reception room I would rush, eager to meet him, and not having artifice enough to conceal it, or not caring to. Other girls, receiving callers in the same room, would keep them waiting, and when they did come, would enter with indifference and dignity, so unlike my prompt response to the signal. But we were both Westerners and understood frankness, while most of the young people there were from New England. Sometimes there would be several young men ranged around the room waiting. As each girl would appear, she would stand poised in the doorway till she discovered her caller, then, making directly for him, would be more or less oblivious to the others throughout the evening. We learned on entering the room to nod to the other steady callers, but there was seldom further interchange among us. As it neared 10 o'clock, the young men would sit with watches in hand, talking up to the last minute, when Teresa would sound the gong. They would then start with a rush for the door, and we would hurry to our rooms with a pleased sense of almost having transgressed the rules, for there was but little time after that signal before lights had to be out throughout the building. We had had a funny initiation after the first 2 or 3 weeks in Boston, when we had moved from the Association Building on Warrenton Street to the one on Berkeley Street. It was then that we came especially under the chaperonage of Miss Wilkins. That first night, at the table assigned us, we found some bright girls whom we recognized as students of some sort, as they evidently did us, but students of what, all were unaware. One fascinating girl, in a light, bantering manner, informed us of the rules and regulations of the place. We liked her vivacity, her gestures, her imitative powers. On learning that we had just come from the other building, she raised her eyes in reminiscent horror. She, too, had been there. In a serio-comic way, she expatiated on the disadvantages with an exaggeration and dramatic power that won the whole table. She declared the lights had to be out at 8:30, that the teacups were hewn out of the solid rock — they were the thickest cups I ever saw — and that no man's voice had ever been heard in the sacred precincts. She then asked us how we had liked there, for in Boston they never say, "How do you like it?" We told her we liked it well enough, but it was too far from our work and too noisy to study much, that there had been several elocutionists who had ranted and howled so much that we found studying almost impossible. Her amusement at this egged Belle on. She grew vivacious in elaborating and rehearsing our tribulations on this score, becoming elated as they laughed gaily at her recital. And when we said that if by any chance the elocutionists gave us any peace, the musicians drummed and vocalized until the last state was worse than the first, fresh gales of laughter arose. Significant glances passed among our new acquaintances, and then the vivacious one solemnly warned us that she feared our trials had but begun. For here, she said, in addition to elocutionists and musicians who infested the place, there were night prowlers, medical students whose midnight calls disturbed the whole house. If we heard the doorbell ring vigorously at unseemly hours, we must not think it meant fire or other catastrophe. It would only be the summons of the medics to their nocturnal sprees. All this was mingled with frank and rather disparaging comments about women medical students, and by unfeigned rejoicing when someone volunteered that a bunch of the medics had left yesterday, and that the staid spinster whom they pointed out to us at another table, our own Miss Wilkins, was the only one of the obnoxious ilk remaining. Belle and I exchanged glances, but held our peace. But on stepping into the elevator, our table mates with us, Miss Wilkins came also, with the matron, and there introduced us to that sober lady as her classmates who had come over today from the other building, so as to be with her and nearer the college. Our new acquaintances, astonished at this disclosure, and a bit discomfited, soon rallied. The vivacious one declared that we were now even, since she and her roommate were elocutionist and musician respectively, and that the others at our table belonged mostly to one or the other of those reprehensible classes. A delightful friendship grew out of all this, especially with the two girls from Maine. Agnes, the vivacious one, was studying elocution. Anna, the staid, music. The one all life and vigor, the other quiet, somber, phlegmatic. The sprightly Agnes would amuse us by stirring up her chum. Poking her in the ribs, she would say, "Anna, Anna, animation." And Anna would laugh and blush and rouse herself to please her whimsical friend. They went with us on Saturday afternoons on our sightseeing expeditions, and to lectures, concerts, and church. And in the evening, for the half hour after supper, we usually allowed ourselves a chat in their room or in ours before buckling down to study. They were curious about our work as we were about theirs. It was fun to hear Agnes, who attended the Brown School of Oratory, exalt it at the expense of the Emerson School, and to see her toss her head and watch her nostrils dilate when she argued with the Emerson girls. Sometimes we went to their recitals. Anna used to play for me by the hour when I had time to listen, shyly pleased that her music pleased me. She was too susceptible to anything I said or did, and would have formed one of those extravagant friendships of which we were seeing so many in Boston had I been so minded. Our life at the YWCA building had much in common with boarding school life, though less restricted in many ways, a community of women, Its walls seldom echoed to a man's step or voice, except in the evening when callers came. It sounded good to hear the deep tones of Dan the janitor when he brought trunks to the rooms or was otherwise called up from the basement. Even the elevator boy was a girl. As our medical books accumulated, we had need of bookshelves, but to buy a bookcase, even the cheapest, was not to be thought of. There were so many expenses to be met, so many fees at college for the different courses, books to get, bones to rent, chemicals and breakages to pay for, board and laundry bills and the like, that we cut down on all else as rigorously as possible. I remember how my heart would sink at some new item of expense coming up at the college, and how I dreaded to write home about it, knowing well what a sacrifice it meant there. But to occasionally expressed misgivings of mine that I had undertaken anything requiring such an outlay, Father would always write reassuringly, "We shall manage somehow, don't worry. One of these days you will be where you can earn money, and then we shall be glad you undertook it." How often these cheery messages came to me during those years. One evening we sallied forth to a shoe store and bought a long, narrow pine box for 10 or 15 cents. "Where will you have it sent?" the man asked. "We will take it ourselves," we replied, much to the man's amazement and amusement. And Belle and I merrily carried the long box 2 or 3 blocks to our boarding place. People turned and looked at us. Street urchins guyed us, asking us if it was our coffin, but to their jibes we answered good-humoredly, it was sport for us as well as for them. Standing the thing up on end and making shelves of the lid, we covered it with blue paper cambric, and when our medical books were in it, we were as proud as any girls in Boston, and it cost us about 30 cents. We had the diversion of gymnasium practice one evening a week, after which we would come down to our room for quizzes, sitting around in our gym suits, which rather embarrassed Miss Wilkins, and correspondingly tickled us. Miss Thorndyke did it too, so she couldn't very well criticize it openly. Some evenings, sitting in our rooms studying, we would hear the street cry, "Sweet cider, 5 cents a glass." We feared it would be frowned upon by the staid matron if we succumbed to this enticing call. But as the cries came nearer, our mouths watered. One night, deciding to risk it, seizing the hot water pitcher and some change, down the stairs I stole, and sliding out the side door, lurked in the shadow of the building till the man and his cart came close to the curb, when, guiltily making the purchase, I stole upstairs. Safe in the room, we had our spree, becoming as exhilarated as though it had been champagne. Such simple pleasures, how they come back as I recall those student days. One evening, Belle and I closed our transom tight and lit a cigar which one of the men's students had given me at college, daring me to smoke it. And for a girl to smoke in those days was, well, most unusual. How it smarted the lips! I didn't like it a bit, but smoked it to the bitter end. And then we were scared, fearing the odor would penetrate the hall. Quickly airing the room, we sat down with our books and our bones, and none too soon, for down the hall came the matron, sniffing and declaring she smelled cigar smoke. We heard her high-pitched voice, heard her tapping on the doors and making the inquiry. But when she came to ours, we were bending over our big books, one with a skull in her hand, the other with a long bone which was receiving close scrutiny as, in answer to her knock, we said, "Come," and looked up with feigned annoyance at the interruption. Startled at what she saw, she made a hasty retreat, or would surely have noticed that the smell of smoke was stronger there than elsewhere. Another escapade promised to be more serious. One Sunday afternoon, while reading in our room, a light flashed in our window. It came again and again. We soon discovered, in a building about 2 blocks away, a young man with a hand mirror and another with opera glasses. We dodged back whenever they tried to use the glasses, but as the flash kept coming, we drew our shades for an instant, piled our skull and crossbones on the window sill, then lifted the shade. Such antics as they went through! They were certainly taken aback. Feeling that we had checked them, we resumed our reading. Soon again came the flash, and looking out, to our amazement, we saw on their window-sill also a skull and crossbones. They were doubtless Harvard medics. But just as we were elated over the discovery and the curious coincidence, we heard the matron and housekeeper's voice as they came down the hall on an investigation tour. "It must be in one of these rooms, right along here, either on this floor or on the next," we heard the matron say, and her fussy little tap was heard on door after door. When she came to ours, no bones were in sight. One girl sat quietly writing a letter, the other was apparently taking a nap. A low "come" from the one writing, and a hand held up in warning as the head peeped in, lest the sleeping roommate be disturbed, satisfied the guileless matron that we were innocent. Explaining that some young ladies on that floor, or the floor above, had evidently been answering signals of some young men across the way, and that she was anxious to find out who it was and put a stop to it, else it would bring disrepute upon our building, she left us, apologizing for the interruption. Thus ended the flirtation between the Boston University skull and the skull from Harvard. End of Chapter 8, Part 4. Chapter 8, Part 5 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 5, The Medic. The first real sorrow of my life came to me that year. One forenoon, as we all piled out from the lecture room and rushed to the mail rack for our home letters, a tall blond youth who was usually on hand to lift down my microscope and sharpen my dissecting knives handed me the home letter, which was always too high on the rack for me to reach. The letter which never failed to come on Tuesday noon. Running with it to the cloakroom, eager for the home news, I read, "Grandpa is very ill. The doctor says he cannot get well. Tell Eugenie I shall never see her again, he said last night. Perhaps you can write him a letter we can read to him. You better not try to come home. It is too far, would cost so much, and would break into your studies so." How the sunshine vanished as my thoughts flew to that little bedroom where he lay, my dear, touchy, indulgent grandfather. I did not go to the lecture that afternoon, but stayed in the library and wrote him a farewell letter. I should like to see that letter now. I wonder what I wrote. I know nothing more genuine and tender ever went from one soul to another. Besides a loving farewell, which his approaching death made possible for me to express, reticent as I was by nature and training, it contained, I know, a passionate assurance that it would be well with him where he was going. I knew that Mother was praying and thinking, oh, if he were only prepared to go. Something of this might be in his own heart, too. I thought of his ungodly life, of his profanity, but against these I weighed his uprightness and his big loving heart, and I knew that these would count. Count with what, I was nowise sure, but I knew that it was right thus to try to ease the terrors of his last hours, if such were troubling him. It was the passionate protest of my struggling mind, becoming tinctured with Unitarianism and Universalism, against the suffering that I knew was Mother's, if indeed it was not also Grandpa's, with her Methodist way of looking at things. Somehow I could see my grandfather, sturdy to the last, scorning weakly to repent, even to escape the terrors of the unknown into which he must soon go. He never saw that letter. Whether he became unconscious before it reached there, or whether Mother in her zeal felt that it might prevent his last chance of repentance, or whether, because of its passionate, perhaps hysterical character, it was deemed by my parents better withheld, I never knew. I was unwilling to inquire when months later I reached home. Mother said it seemed best only to tell him of my goodbye. Perhaps it was, but I wonder if he didn't know without seeing it. I felt very near him that hour in the library, framing my farewell, and learning for the first time what it means when death comes to our own. After some months, Belle and I took a larger room at the YWCA, and a girl in the class ahead of us joined us, a quiet, amiable girl who acted as a kind of buffer between us, after which we got on much more comfortably. One evening she took me with her to a confinement case on which she and a senior student were engaged. It was my first experience in dispensary quarters, and the sordid surroundings, the mean tenements, the poverty and misery were a revelation to me. Everything was untidy and unclean. I could not bear even to sit on the chairs. The night was long. The groans of the woman were painful to hear. Being only a junior, with no knowledge of obstetrics, I had little intelligent interest in the case. I gathered from the low conferences of the students after their frequent examinations that all was not progressing satisfactorily, and some time after midnight they told me they would need to call in the professor in obstetrics, since it promised to be a case for instrumental interference. Undergraduates were not allowed to assume charge of such cases unaided. The senior student and I went for the professor. I have never been on the street at so late an hour, and felt a pleasurable excitement in the adventure. I dreaded most those mean streets through which we had to go before reaching the more respectable quarters. We had gone only a short way when our progress was arrested by a night prowler, though no more formidable one than a goat. On nearing Boylston Street, we met a few men and saw an occasional policeman. Everyone we passed showed more or less curiosity, and one policeman halted near us, but said nothing, Miss Farnsworth's obstetric bag perhaps indicating to him and others that we were out on some legitimate errand. Presently my heart almost stopped. A man stepping alongside Miss Farnsworth had caught step and was walking by her side without a word. Glancing up at her in apprehension, I saw her face was pale and stern, but she looked straight ahead, apparently oblivious of his presence. Soon I felt her crowding me, and saw he was pushing close to her side, but she neither slackened her pace nor betrayed awareness of him. My heart was going like a trip hammer, but somehow I felt secure. She seemed so unmoved. Soon the man ceased crowding, lifted his hat, and in a deferential tone said, "I beg your pardon, ladies," and walked on. We walked on too, not speaking till he had disappeared from sight. Then the imperturbable young woman, with trembling voice, told me she had heard that that was the best way to treat such an encounter, but that it was the first time she had had to test the advice. Professor S. went back with us and delivered the child. I heard Lowell lecture 2 or 3 times that first year, conversational talks and readings from the early English dramatists. I liked his scholarly face and voice, and felt the charm of his manner, but recall almost nothing of his talks. In reading, he pronounced ocean, Ocean. One day, in walking down Tremont Street, as we halted at Miss Thorndyke's boarding house, we saw a stout, middle-aged woman in the window who nodded pleasantly to Miss Thorndyke. "That is the poet, Lucy Larcom," she whispered, to our awed surprise. We used to go to King's Chapel just to see Dr. Holmes, who always sat in the same place in the gallery, the little old man looking somewhat sleepy and very remote, but very fitting in that quaint old meeting-house. I first read his books in Boston, and it was such a delight in walking across the common to realize that it was amid these very scenes that he had written The Autocrat and The Professor. It was a notable day when we went to Cambridge and visited Harvard University, the old Craigie House, the Washington Elm, and Mount Auburn. Then there were the trips to Charlestown and Bunker Hill, and the Navy Yard. These soon after our arrival there. It all seemed like stepping out of real life into a novel. What a glamour there was over everything. I remember my awed feeling on gaining admission to Longfellow's home, when, standing in the darkened study, we saw his table, his books and papers, they said, just as he had left them. I had then scarcely emerged from the spell of his poems, and as we looked on the River Charles that afternoon, and thought of the poet standing in the very places where we stood, then, on returning to Boston across the Long Bridge, saw the lights reflected in the dark waters and the stream of people hurrying to and fro, it all seemed a beautiful, sacred experience, linked as it was with the Sunday afternoons at home, when I used to sing Father to sleep with the bridge, and the day is done. The bridge may have meant London Bridge, but to me it will ever be that long bridge spanning the Charles, over which we returned to Boston after our pilgrimage to the poet's home. Mary A. Livermore's lecture on Harriet Martineau was an event of that annus mirabilis. I sent reports of it home to our village paper, having previously written up several of our noteworthy excursions in and around Boston. This had begun by Brother letting the editor of the paper read one of my home letters, which he subsequently published, my first intimation of it being its discovery in the paper. I heard Joseph Cook lecture on the Indians, and heard Will Carleton read some of his own poems, and tried to be impressed with each, but was not. But I heard Beecher, and was impressed without trying. He lectured on the conscience. He said some persons' consciences were like livery horses. They kept them all saddled and bridled and ready to let, but never used them themselves. My first play in Boston was Booth in Hamlet, and I was a bit disappointed, having expected to be swept off my feet. Instead, I found myself coolly watching it all, interested but calmly, almost critically so, if a girl at her first real play can be critically interested. But when I saw J. Wilson Barrett in The Poet Chatterton, I was moved, and forgot everything but the woes of that ill-fated youth whose suffering and tragic death Barrett made so real. My throat ached and the tears fell fast as the frenzied poet on his knees before an old chest frantically destroyed his rejected manuscripts. I wonder if the same thing would not seem melodramatic now. Toward the close of our first year, several of the students were invited to Cambridge to visit the Agassiz Museum and take supper with one of our classmates. It was the first time I had been in a home in all that year, and I shall never forget the feeling that came over me after those months spent in a large institution with its huge dining room and 100 or more girls at a table. To sit down in a real home once more and see a real mother pouring tea. To hear Anna called by her given name, and see all the intimate home life was a precious experience. Until then, I had not realized how homesick I had been. I wondered if they knew how beautiful it all was. They seemed so calm about it, so unconcerned, while in spite of all I could do, my tears were crowding fast. No one but Belle had called me by my given name since I had left home, 8 long months before. That Anna in the mother's voice made me hungry to hear my own name. I recall how odd it sounded to hear them speak of Mr. Longfellow and Mr. Agassiz as they recounted everyday things about them. From their talk, one would think they came and went around Cambridge like ordinary persons. It seemed as if this casual manner of speaking of these great men must be assumed. Among the revelations of that first year were the vehement woman friendships we saw in Boston. Of course, I had known of extravagant girl friendships, schoolgirls, but these were women, and they acted like lovers. There was something unpleasant in it to me, even before I learned, as I did in later years, that such companionships sometimes degenerate into perverted associations. Not that this was the case in any of the women I knew, but I had no liking for the peculiar, absorbing feminine intimacies I saw at the college, at the association, and wherever I had near views of the lives of New England women. Even our caddy had a beautiful senior student who adored her, a tall, dark, dignified maiden. They were said to be inseparable outside of college precincts, a strange contrast, this pair. There were several pairs in the senior class, and among the middlers, and even with the juniors they sprang up like mushrooms. They gazed at each other soulfully. They lived and thought in unison, communicating by glances rather than by the crudity of the spoken word. I felt inclined to ridicule them, yet there were some who were restrained in conduct, and who seemed so unmistakably congenial that their attention for each other, singular as it was to me, commanded respect. Still, I was wont to say that if I ever did fall in love, it would be with a man. It seemed to surprise the students of both sexes when it dawned upon them that Belle and I were not that kind of friends. Miss Thorndyke, our Buffalo friend, attracted the prim Miss Wilkins in this same way. It amused Belle and me to see Miss Wilkins actually blush at the little attentions from Miss Thorndyke, but Belle herself soon succumbed to the strange attraction. One night, after a quiz held at Miss Thorndyke's room, Belle, having lingered behind a little, on joining me, grasped my hand and fervently whispered, "Jeanie, Miss Thorndyke kissed me good night." I could feel only pitying amusement at such extravagance. Miss Thorndyke evidently enjoyed such triumphs. She tried to get me under her spell. The more I saw of her, I saw that certain girls and women were always falling a victim to her. Years later, a sickly, neurotic girl became so absorbed in her as to become almost estranged from her family. She lived merely to bask in the doctor's presence, distinctly an unhealthy relation. My own instincts from the first led me to avoid such associations. In the years that followed, coming upon such attachments, I clearly saw how it hampered women in their work, the vine women acting like a parasite to the more rugged, energetic personality, the latter having a multiplicity of interests, while the clinging vine would be wretched at any interests in which she did not have the lion's share. In fact, was always chary of sharing her inamorata with others to any degree. There was a lackadaisical girl in our class, several years older than I, who had been thus inclined toward me. I did not understand it at first. She followed me about, trying to absorb my time and attention, eager to do all sorts of little services for me. But I quickly put a stop to it, though having to seem unkind in doing it. And there was a married woman in our class who attempted a like attachment. One night, when several of us were discussing this topic, I must have spoken of myself as bulletproof, as I ridiculed such folly. Suddenly this student seized and kissed me, not once or twice, but several times, fiercely, almost brutally. Surprised and indignant, I was actually weak and unresisting for a moment, the others looking and laughing while this aggressive creature triumphed and sparkled as she said, "There, that is the way I would make you love me." There were but two ways to treat her assault, as a jest or an indignity. I chose the former, and shunned her throughout the rest of the course. I had disliked her glittering black eyes and her personality anyhow, and this incident only strengthened my instinctive repugnance. Still another student, one of the juniors when I was middler, showed a romantic inclination toward me. I had befriended her in little ways because she seemed forlorn, and because I remembered every little kindness shown me during that first year. She was of the pronounced masculine type and seemed to glory in it, was careless in dress, unprepossessing, and with a heavy voice. She was docile as a lamb with me, and I succeeded in getting her to abandon some of her mannish ways and to be more mindful of her appearance. She would have been my willing slave, but her devotion was irksome, and I nipped it in the bud. I neither wanted to adore nor to be adored. Even at their best, these inordinate attachments seem like outlets into a false channel, the natural one being impeded. They affect me much as does a woman's silly devotion to a pet dog when, failing to find its natural outlet, her maternal love degenerates, descending to the dog kennel instead of blessing the nursery. The religious qualms and questions of my school days were still actively disturbing during that first college year, and I did not cease trying to get on comfortable footing concerning them, though knowing it could never be on the old footing. Miss Wilkins, a good orthodox Congregationalist, listening sympathetically to my doubts and difficulties, attempted to help me, finally urging to let the doubts go and just pray. I tried hard to follow her advice. On my knees alone I prayed earnestly, but could get no awareness of a listening Father. Still I prayed, but soon, to my shame and sorrow, and yes, to my amusement too, my mind having wandered, I found myself repeating the branches of the axillary artery which I had been studying that evening. I arose with a helpless feeling, convinced that it was useless to try further. The next day, when I told Miss Wilkins, grieved but a bit amused too, she shook her head, at a loss whether to scold or to pet me. As soon as our first year exams were over, I was wild to get home. Shall I ever look forward to anything with the eagerness I looked to that first home going? Belle, who had gone at the Christmas holidays, was less eager. I had set the date of arrival a day later than I intended reaching there, just to surprise them. When, on nearing Utica, we saw the fertile Mohawk Valley in such contrast to the stony, more picturesque scenery of New England, we grew wild with delight. This was the home country. We were no longer on alien soil. And when the Drumlins came in sight, we jumped from side to side of the car, hungrily regarding them. The conductor and the few passengers smiled indulgently. They knew we were going home. That final 25-mile stretch was interminable, and when, at the last stop but one, 3 miles from our station, we saw our own Drumlins and the familiar houses and trees, my heart leaped for joy. My eyes were blinded with happy tears when the train pulled in. There was the very platform on which I had stood in the darkness months ago and torn myself from my sister's embrace. There was the dear old rattly stage and the familiar driver to take us to the village. How good everyone about the station looked. I felt like hugging everybody. Our trunks were put on, the horses started, the bells jingled, the windows rattled in the old coach as we jolted along all too slowly over the mile that lay between me and home. It was a beautiful summer evening. I glanced hungrily from the windows at every familiar sight. It all seemed so real, yet so incredible. Here were the old scenes just as I had known them, unchanged, when so much had been happening to me. Unchanged? But there was a change, a glamour over everything, a light that never had been and never could be again, the light in which one sees a dear familiar scene on returning to it after his first absence. When we got to the corner, the top of the hill that leads down to our house, I climbed out and ran ahead to surprise them before they should hear the stage bells. I can see myself now, flying down the hill in the June twilight and running up the steps into Mother's arms almost before she knew who it was. Home again, among the 4 beings I loved best in all the world. If one wants to know how much he loves home and family, let him go away in his youth to a distant city for long months. Then let him come back to that shelter and learn to the full the blessedness, the sacred joy of all that is comprised in that word home. How late we talked that night. Neighbors and friends flocked in to see the wanderer. How good they all looked, but how odd their voices sounded. Every R in their words stood out with such distinctness, after hearing the broad A's and the softened R's of the New England pronunciation. I spoke of the peculiarities of the New England speech. How funny it had seemed to hear the college professors speak of ideers. How the chemistry professor talked of soder ash. And, unless she was very careful, the main elocutionist called her roommate Anner. Of how affected it seemed to omit their R's in words where they should be, and insert them where they did not belong. I said I had noticed a decided difference in Belle's speech, although she had ridiculed it as much as I did when we were there. While I was speaking of this, a smile went round the family circle. Finally, they laughed outright. "What are you all laughing at?" I asked, a bit nettled. They said they guessed Belle was not the only one who had taken on the Boston pronunciation. "Do you mean me?" I asked incredulously. "We certainly do." They had been amused ever since I had arrived to note the change in my speech. After we had been home a few days, my mark in anatomy came. Belle and I had been so scared when we had gone into our caddie's examination that we had cared little about what marks we would get, if we could only squeeze through. On opening the envelope, I thought there must be some mistake, for there was my name and number and my standing, in our caddie's own handwriting. 100 + 1. She had deigned to write on the card, "This means that you stood 99 on your paper, and with 20 perfect plus marks in quizzes, it makes your standing 100 + 1. One other in the class stood the same." Miss Thorndyke was that other. It was always a puzzle to us both that she and I received this high rating from the exacting Dr. Matson, for others in the class were unquestionably better students than we were. My rejoicing, however, was keen, until I thought of what Belle would say. But she was off in the country, and I did not see her for some weeks. Still, there was that fly in the ointment. During that vacation, I took the agency for a book called Milestones, and went about the village canvassing. Distasteful work, but I cleared $50 by the means. One day, when Storm stayed in a poor little house on the east side of town, an unforgettable experience came to me. I usually found my best customers in such houses, and rather enjoyed their rapt attention as I expatiated on the treasures in the book. For discarding the printed tale which the publishers had advised agents to use, I adapted myself to each audience in turn, selecting for bait the pictures and articles that I thought they would best jump at. Sometimes, under their interested attention, I would wax eloquent. I always knew in advance when an order was forthcoming, but enjoyed quite as much getting my victim on the hook as securing the order. As I waited that day in the little house till the rain should cease, a big, strapping neighbor, rushing in out of the storm, puffing and red-faced, blurted out, "John Stevens, girl's dead. Died at 4 o'clock. Little did she or the others know. To them it was just a piece of village news, yet this girl was my dearest friend. I had known her death was near, but to learn of it in that squalid home and from this loud-mouthed woman seemed a desecration. I sat very still till the rain ceased, hearing their talk as in a dream. Our old cat's time had come to go that summer, and I decided that I might relieve it of its existence, at the same time that I could add to my knowledge of comparative anatomy and give the children in our street some instruction as well. So, improvising a place in our backyard under the Baldwin apple tree, I started out bravely to chloroform the cat. But its writhings were too much for me, and Sister and our neighbor Walter had to take that part off my hands. The rest I did without a qualm, instructing the big-eyed, eager children about the muscles and viscera, and enjoying the amusing questions they asked. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1, of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 1, The Medic Continued. Our caddie's greeting was a pleasant surprise when we went back to college that second year. Stopping me and beaming on me, she congratulated me warmly on my anatomy paper. "Frankly, Miss Arnold, I was astonished when I learned it was your paper. You seldom did yourself justice in quizzes, it seems." Even to this graciousness I was so constrained I could only blush and look pleased. But some years later, when she visited in the city where I was practicing, and I was driving out with her and another woman physician, I confessed my former fear. How she laughed and melted. Then, turning suddenly, she asked in her old manner, "Did you think I would eat you?" For an instant I almost trembled as in the old days, but her merry smile soon followed. Since then, the utmost cordiality has existed between us. The second year in college was the busiest. We had more studies, more instructors, and a more varied life in every way. They lectured us on disease conditions and on the remedies to be applied. There were the various clinics in the dispensary department, throat clinics, chest clinics, women's clinics, surgical clinics, children's clinics, and so on, where, under the various instructors, we were required to examine and diagnose cases and to watch the result of treatment. Patients too ill to come to the clinics were visited in their homes by the senior students and by the middlers after the first half of their second year. Before taking cases, however, we went with the seniors on their visits to get a little familiar with the work. Once on going with a senior to an obstetric case, we found the baby already born and the cord tied and cut. A half-witted sister of the patient met us at the door. The woman lay on the bed with no sheets on it. The new baby, naked and cold, was crying vigorously, and playing on the bed beside the mother was a little 5-year-old who had been there throughout the labor. It seems when the baby came and the patient had told the sister to cut the cord, the sister refusing, the woman had sat up in bed and cut it herself. What a mass of instruction was thrust upon us that second year! I enjoyed most of the lectures of our professor in Materia Medica. A charming man, enthusiastic, fluent, apt at illustration, a more ready and engaging speaker I have never heard. Taking all he said as gospel truth, I was not a little disturbed toward the close of that year to hear the seniors insinuate that he never spoiled a story for the truth's sake, that he would tell of some wonderful case one year, ascribing the favorable termination to a certain remedy, and the next year would forget and tell of it under quite another remedy. Each disclosure of this kind came as a shock. It was so difficult, it is even now, to believe that people are not what they seem. One man, our professor in pathology, never swerved one jot or tittle from the truth. This trait was so strong that he seemed always to be telling us what not to believe. He was forever exposing shams and false theories, dubbing them all fol-de-rol. He gave us clear, concise pictures of diseases, told what measures to adopt to relieve them, what remedies to rely on, so far as remedies could be of service, but never failed to impress upon us that the books lie and doctors lie if they claim that cases follow the typical courses so beautifully pictured, or that remedies, however well selected, will invariably relieve. There was a touch of peevishness in his attempts to make us chary about believing the stock statements in the books. I had a great liking for him. His earnestness appealed to me. Abrupt and brusque as he was, on the rare occasions when he smiled, his smile had that distinctive charm that an infrequent smile always lends to a stern, serious face. He was an excellent offset to the optimism and enthusiasm of our professor in materia medica. A few years ago, he came on as guest of honor and read a paper at our State Medical Society meeting in Brooklyn. He looked much older, his hair was thinned and white, but his voice had the old scornful ring and carried me back to those student days in Boston. Every familiar inflection was a fresh delight, and to make it more realistic, there was dear Dr. Wilkins, who had come on too. The Miss Wilkins who had so mothered me in college. Past and present were strangely blended that day. On the platform, Dr. Conrad, whose tones made me a student again. By my side, the classmate who had sat with me in the old days and listened to those same tones, while all around me were also friends and associates of today, else I surely should have felt myself a girl again and back in the old lecture room. Our professor in throat diseases was no favorite with the students. He had a smooth face, china blue eyes, and wore a brown wig. We thought him vain and knew he was irritable, and we failed to get much out of his lectures or clinics. Once I asked him to go with me in consultation to a home where I suspected my case was diphtheria. He went, and confirming my diagnosis with alacrity, hurried out of the house, showing such personal apprehension that it made me feel a bit contemptuous. He asked me if I were not afraid of it, and advised me wisely to send the case at once to the city hospital, which I did. The same professor whom we had had the first year in the history of medicine instructed us in diseases of the chest. Friendly and approachable, he gave us good lectures and valuable clinics. The dean, bless his heart, lectured to us on surgery. He always seemed in a hurry. He was an easy talker. Some of the students were inclined to belittle his skill as an operator, though admitting that he had been an excellent surgeon in his palmier days. Anyhow, he had force and charm, and was an indefatigable worker, and a warm-hearted, tactful man. In obstetrics, we had an able man, friendly, alert, conscientious, and a good instructor. The professor in diseases of women was a pretty, fascinating woman, a general favorite. She had a big practice over on the Back Bay. We students thought her charmingly inefficient as a lecturer. It was a pleasure to look at her and to listen to her, but her lectures were thin and her clinics disappointing. I could so seldom find what she would tell us we ought to find in the cases and when I would say I couldn't, she would smile in her bewitching way and say, "Oh, but you must. It is there." And then I would try again, often unsuccessfully, while she seemed to have little aptitude to make me find the thing in question. Somehow we got in the way of not taking her very seriously, but come to think of it, it is hardly fair to single her out as the cause of my stupidity, for there were clinics of the other professors as well, where I failed to find conditions we were told existed. I suppose it was the untrained student's incapacity for seeing, hearing, and feeling what the trained clinician sees, hears, and feels so easily. The man who lectured to us on gunshot wounds always came in the amphitheater as though he had been shot out of a gun himself. His lectures were clear and to the point. The lecturer on electrotherapeutics was a pleasing, gentle person. The one on diseases of children, a trig, dapper little man. And there were other branches, medical chemistry, skin diseases, diseases of eye and ear, and so on, assuredly a busy year. When, the latter half of the year, we were allowed to take cases, they were assigned us in alphabetical order. Each student before receiving his degree must have himself managed at least 30 medical, 5 surgical, and 3 obstetrical cases, although he was at liberty when necessary to ask a senior to accompany him, and in grave cases to call on the faculty. All that we knew of our cases till visiting them in their homes was the name and address furnished by the house physician at the dispensary. How exciting those first calls, wondering what we should find. I well remember the first visit I started out alone to make with my new little medicine case under my arm. Lynch, 846 Albany Street, was the legend supplied at the dispensary. The place was in a somewhat better locality than many I had visited in company with seniors. Mounting the stairs, I knocked in some trepidation as I realized I was about to undertake alone my first patient. What would it be? Should I be able, after examining her, to know what ailed her? And what to do for her? A strapping big Irish woman came to the door. "Does Mrs. Lynch live here?" I asked in as professional a tone as I could summon, to which she grudgingly admitted that she did. "I am the doctor from the dispensary. I would like to see her." "I am Mrs. Lynch," she said, without opening the door further. "But I'll have you understand my son is pretty sick. It is no time to fool around. I sent for a doctor, not for a little girl." I can see myself as I stood there, can feel just how taken aback and indignant I was, how helpless I felt. But it was only momentary. Pocketing my anger, I said quietly but firmly, "I am the doctor who has been sent to you. If your son is very ill, you must let me see him at once." She hesitated, but I added that if, after I prescribed for him, she preferred to have a man doctor in the morning, I would send one instead. I chose to relinquish the case, if need be, on the ground of sex rather than youth, thus seeming to preserve my dignity. She wavered as though not intending to let me in, but I looked at her compellingly, and with an ungracious snort, she led the way to the sick-room. There lay a young coal driver of 25, with high fever, pains in head and limbs and around his heart, and the fear that he was going to die, a case of rheumatic fever. He looked disappointed as I came in, but was civil, He was too apprehensive to reject even my feeble help. After listening to the history of the onset, I took his pulse and temperature, asked my questions, which at first the mother refused to answer, but her son answered them, and, as the examination progressed, she herself vouchsafed bits of information, showing some lessening of hostility. Prescribing and giving strict and explicit directions about medicine and diet, on leaving I said, "I will come early in the morning to see how he is. If you then wish a male physician, I will have one sent for the next visit." She was less uncivil as she showed me out. I prescribed Rhus toxicodendron. That very afternoon the lecturer had discussed the remedy. My case seemed made to order for it. Though prescribing without a moment's hesitation, still I rushed home and looked up my notes and studied the subject in the books, finding to my satisfaction that the remedy was well prescribed. In those days, one had abundant faith that the remedies, if correctly applied, that is, if the true simillimum be found, would do all they promised. My classmates laughed at my rebuff, but congratulated me on effecting an entrance and on the selection of the remedy. Early in the morning I hastened to my patient. At the door the big woman met me with the warmth and cordiality that only an Irish woman can show when so disposed. "Come in, doctor, come right in. My son do be feelin' better, God bless you." Of course he was better. Had I not given him Rhus tox when all his symptoms called for it? I have since wondered what I should have thought or done had my patient failed to respond to the remedy. But there he was, surprisingly better, it was plain to see. It was my time for revenge. Treating the woman's warmth with the same apparent indifference that I had her insolence, I allowed myself an outlet for my satisfaction and cordiality to my patient. Going carefully over his symptoms, I found him indeed better, though still far from well, and this I told him. Mixing fresh medicine, and giving fresh directions as to his care, I told him he ought to get on nicely now, and then, turning to the woman, said, "Tomorrow I will have one of the male physicians make the visit." The patient began to protest, and the woman herself to show disappointment. "Oh, no, doctor. I guess you'll do as well as anybody." But I wickedly replied that I thought she would be better pleased to have another doctor, and I could easily arrange it. Then she pleaded with me not to throw up the case. No one could do so well. Her son would get worse if he had a change of doctors, and so on. So, not wishing to excite my patient, and thinking I had punished her enough, I condescended to keep the case. He made a good recovery, and Mrs. Lynch was one of my staunchest advocates after that, recommending me to her neighbors in glowing praise. She also recommended her son to me. "Mike do be thinkin' a lot of you, doctor, for savin' his life. He's a good boy, is Mike, and will make someone a good man. He gets $20 a month and has no bad habits, doctor. Sure, and a woman might do worse. But Mike says, he says to me, 'Now, mother, you do be talkin' nonsense. The doctor ain't for the likes o' me.'" I can laugh now at the rebuffs I met on account of my youth, not only when in college, but even when practicing in U. But it was hard to laugh at them then. Hence, I suppose, the dignity I instinctively assumed to make up for my short stature and lack of years. I learned, toward the close of my medical course, that it had been customary among the students to speak of me as the dignified little Miss Arnold. This dignity was no pose. I was dreadfully in earnest, and felt keenly this drawback to success. There was Miss Wilkins in the same class, no older than I as a doctor, but her years and her spectacles were passports to immediate acceptance, and she got credit for being wise where I was scarcely tolerated. Exasperation was no name for it. I lost one obstetrical case in my 3rd year just because of this. After I had made my first visit, the patient sent me a polite note, saying her husband was unwilling to go so far as my boarding place for a doctor, that she would have liked to have me, and hoped I wouldn't be offended. All a pretense. She was afraid to trust herself in my hands. Under this suddenly terminated record in my notebook, I wrote with a sigh, "Oh, for the bonnet and spectacles of Miss Wilkins." Even within a few months of graduation, while shopping for a cloak, I was chagrined to have the saleswoman tell the taller but younger girl, who, accompanying me, acted as spokesman, "Oh, you will have to take her into the Mrs. Department." The Mrs. Department, indeed! And I almost ready to take my degree. And I would have to be taken in. I could not even go there myself. It amuses me now to recall what a sore point this was with me. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2, of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 2, The Medic, continued. During my 2nd year, Sister came on to Boston to take up nursing. What delight when she landed there! She looked so pretty, and I was so overjoyed to have her there, so proud of her, so eager to show her about and introduce her to my friends. She had been over to the hospital only a week when one day, between lectures, one of the young men came to me and said, "Miss Arnold, there's an awful nice little thing out in the hall wants to see you." Just then another rushed up and said, "Miss Arnold, if you're not in here, you're out in the hall, and you want to see yourself." I ran out and found Kate in her nurse's garb, smiling, blushing, and enjoying having these young men dance attendance on her. I was flattered that they had seen so marked a resemblance when she was so much more attractive than I. Not wishing to pledge herself to the 2-year course, Kate stayed at the hospital only during the probationer's term, deciding that she would go home and say yes to the wooer to whom distance was lending enchantment. But she occupied herself with private nursing in and around Boston till I went home in June. Once she just missed an opportunity to go as companion to the invalid wife of Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, but an unkind providence prevented, she having accepted a case in that city. How I bewailed her untimely absence, actually to have been in the same house with the dear autocrat. I was almost tempted to go myself, medicine or no medicine. During that 2nd year, Dr. Conrad asked for volunteers for drug provings among the students. A drug was prepared for each prover with directions for taking, and whatever symptoms were experienced while taking it were to be recorded in a little book, whether we thought them due to the drug or not. The provers were enjoined not to compare notes, but to turn in their reports at a stated time. I was one of 6 to volunteer. For a few days I had only the slightest symptoms to record, but after that there developed an intestinal disturbance which gradually became pronounced. I began to get interested, wondering if it was really the drug that was responsible, those tiny tasteless powders, so doubting it, kept on with the medicine. I suppose I was a little skeptical because of a rumor that they always give some of the provers saccharum lactis, and that not infrequently records were turned in with a long string of symptoms when the provers had only been given sac-lac. Naturally, I did not want to attribute symptoms to drug action if I were not taking a real drug. So, though growing worse and worse, I kept on with the proving. The day came for our examination in pathology by the very professor who had solicited the provings, our skeptical pessimist. Uncomfortably ill by that time, I could hardly hold out to take the examination. Miss Wilkins had insisted that if I did not go to see Dr. Conrad immediately afterwards, she would go herself. So as I handed in my paper, I told him I was ill and would like to call at his office in the afternoon. I added that I was one of the drug provers, but was not sure whether this illness had anything to do with what I had been taking. He bent upon me those scrutinizing eyes, his face stern but kindly, and said, "Poor child, why didn't you tell me before? How have you sat through the examination? Go home at once and come to me at 2:00. That afternoon I went to his office on Commonwealth Avenue, a luxurious place, a side of life that, as students, we saw only from the outside, our entree in Boston houses being chiefly in those of the Lynches, the Sullivans, and the O'Gradys. The kind fatherly look he bent upon me as he drew me in his office and listened to my confused, embarrassed tale was worth it all. Weak and in pain, I was unable to tell a clear story. He snatched my notebook, read the symptoms, looking up every few minutes, then read on, after which he gave me a soothing talk, and I have loved him ever since. Though commending my zeal, he deplored the fact that I had carried it to the extent of suffering so much. No one else did it. No one else did it, he scolded half to himself. They turned in their worthless notes before the time was up, pretending they had taken the drugs faithfully when I knew they hadn't. Some of them got symptoms on taking sac-lac, a good list of them. But you wanted to be sure yourself. That is the only way to get at the truth. Who would not have been willing to suffer to get this from the stern Dr. Conrad? Rigidly prescribing my diet and rest, he gave me some medicine and sent me home in his carriage, calling on me that evening to my delight. In 2 days I was as well as ever. I learned later that it was mercury that I had proved, but in so weak a potency that he had been surprised at the results. That same year I experimented with atropine in my eyes, a silly, risky thing to do, applying it just to see how I would look with the pupils widely dilated, little knowing how it would incapacitate me for my work. Putting in a tiny bit just before starting for college one morning, by the time I got there I could not see to take notes or to read, and it was only a day or two before exams. For one of the meetings of our college society, I was given the subject Materia Medica to treat in any way I chose. Having just been reading the medicated novels of Dr. Holmes, Elsie Venner, and The Guardian Angel, I thought it would be fun to take a case described in one of them, as given in the nurse's report, ask the students to diagnose it and prescribe, leading them at the start to think it a bona fide case. The one I chose, I myself diagnosed as one of globus hystericus, and decided what remedy I would give were she a real patient. Then it occurred to me that it would be interesting to know what our professor in materia medica would prescribe for such a case in real life, and that it would add to the interest if I could tell the students that I would give them Prof. S.'s prescription after they had submitted theirs. I had no intention of deceiving the professor when I first thought of going to him, but growing bold on arrival, as I handed him the paper with the symptoms copied off verbatim, told him I was especially anxious to prescribe carefully for this case, as it had come into my hands from a prominent old-school physician. As he read, his eyes twinkled at the nurse's phraseology. He looked up at me once or twice, curiously, as I sat there scared then at what I had done. Seeing my penciled diagnosis with a question mark at the bottom, he said, "Yes, you have diagnosed the case correctly beyond a doubt. And now for the remedy. I see you have 3 suggested, but first let me know more about the case." Then he plied me with questions. By this time I was greatly embarrassed. A suspicious twinkle in his eye, as he remarked that the nurse herself must be a unique person, made me uncomfortable. Finally he queried, "Who is this old-school physician who had the case?" "Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes," I confessed timorously. How he laughed. Hastening to explain and apologize, I told him how I had come to present the case to him, and that only on the spur of the moment had I conceived the idea of offering it as a real case. He had seen from the start that there was something queer, but was at a loss to unravel the mystery. After a jolly chat about it, he discussed the symptoms as seriously with me as though it had been a case in real life. So I went to the society meeting in great glee, hoodwinking them until their answers were turned in, then telling them the whole story. The experiences of that second-year vacation kept pace with the advance in our studies. Uncles, aunts, and cousins, schoolmates, neighbors, and chance acquaintances came rehearsing their aches and pains, expecting me in my inexperience to help them promptly. I took them all seriously. I was a good listener, but was often of little further help. So many of them had complaints about which we had as yet had no lectures. Still, I had the hope and confidence that go with youth, and the temerity to rush in where the more experienced might fear to tread. The colored woman who did our washing asked me to attend her in confinement. Her confidence in me was touching, for although we had had our lectures in obstetrics, and I had been to a few cases with seniors, I had then managed none myself. But Josie had had several children, so would be likely, I thought, to have an easy time. And if I should need help, I could call on Dr. Campbell, the physician for whom I had had the girlish infatuation. It was a hot 4th of July when they called me. Josie's poor little home was a paradise in neatness and order compared to those I had frequented in dispensary practice. I felt quite elated at the prospect of managing a case alone. But from my first examination I felt uneasy, seeing that I had a different condition to deal with than any encountered in my limited experience. As labor progressed, to my consternation, I found the cord instead of the head presenting, so knew that I had a case of transverse presentation, one which would require turning and speedy delivery to save the child. Of course I was incompetent to do this, nor would it have been lawful to attempt it, being an undergraduate. Dr. Campbell responded promptly to my summons, performed version, and delivered the child and the adherent placenta. I managed the aftercare without difficulty. Josie was glad of her enforced rest in bed. In the days preceding her confinement, I had gone past her house and seen her, big with child, standing at the ironing board late at night, thus supporting her family, while her great lazy husband, John Wesley Freeman, would loll about all day, then sit by her at night and read the Bible and exhort as she stood ironing. True to his name, he felt called to preach, and failing a larger audience, preached to poor Josie, in and out of season. While I kept her in bed, the lazy fellow had to shift for himself or starve, as his swarming offspring were too small to be of service in the household. One morning, on finding Josie worse, and learning that John Wesley had been preaching to her the night before, and scolding her because she had fallen asleep, I berated him soundly. It was a good time to chastise him generally, to warn him against deeds of omission and commission. So I set forth how near Josie had come to losing her life, and said she probably would not live through another pregnancy. When I had done, in his drawling falsetto voice, and with a sanctimonious air, he said, "Yes, Miss Genia, I reckon she was mighty sick, but she's getting on now. And you know, Miss Genia, the Bible says we chillun must be fruitful and multiply and plenish the earth. And, Miss Genia, we surely must do as the good book says." More exasperated than amused, I snapped out, "Well, John Wesley, I think you have done your share toward being fruitful and multiplying and replenishing the earth. I guess the Lord will excuse you if you turn around now and help Josie to support the ones you have on hand." But he didn't. He continued compliant to his favorite text, and after one or two more evidences of his cheerful obedience came, Josie left her wash-tub and ironing board forever, and replenished the earth with her worn-out body, able no longer to be fruitful and multiply at the rate John Wesley thought necessary in order to fulfill the Holy Scriptures. All that summer I attended an old man dying of Bright's disease, prescribing for him and helping his overburdened wife in nursing him. It was hard work, those bed sores, his extreme emaciation and helplessness. But I then learned the luxury of feeling myself really useful. I knew I was helping to lighten burdens growing well nigh unendurable. Yet how critical I was in my heart of the poor wife when, the morning I went there early and found her carrying out blankets and pillows to air, I heard her announce, with a relief in which there was no attempt at concealment, "Well, he's gone at last." She let me do the autopsy. I invited Bell and Dr. Campbell. I can remember the appearance of those worn-out kidneys far better than the details of many a later autopsy. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1, of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 1. The Medic, concluded. There were 4 hospital appointments of 1 year each open to the seniors, each student receiving board and laundry, and giving in return his or her services, except when attending lectures. I had already declined a position as house physician at LaSalle Seminary, to which one of the retiring seniors had recommended me, hoping to secure the next hospital vacancy on January 1st, though letting go the bird in the hand with considerable hesitation. Either position would be a great help financially, but the one at the hospital, if I could obtain it, would offer exceptional advantages from a medical point of view. Besides, would hold over 6 months after graduation. We 3 applicants were in turn called before the faculty and questioned as to our past life and experience, our standing in college, and our dispensary work. Not having thought to supply myself with letters of recommendation, I was not a little disturbed when the other girls showed me theirs. My turn came last, and I was considerably awed on entering the room where the professors were congregated, even though the dear dean and Dr. Conrad and the friendly professor in materia medica were among the number. My work in the post office and my 2 terms of country school teaching were all I could think of when they asked me what I had to offer in the way of experience as to fitness for the position. Our humorous little chest professor, Dr. C., could not resist a joke at my expense. "I see your standing in anatomy is 100 plus 1. Just explain to me, won't you, what this means? Does it mean that you know one more thing than Dr. Matson knows about anatomy, or one more thing than there is to know?" I snickered at this, but quickly sobered and explained about the plus marks in quizzes counting on our final marks. And, his eyes twinkling, he professed his curiosity satisfied. Then some of the others put their queries, and finally they let me go. In the adjoining room, we 3 sat in suspense while they talked us over, each of us dreading yet hoping to be the lucky one. Presently Dr. C. came to us. No pleasantry now. He looked really uncomfortable, fidgeting at his collar and cuffs, and glancing from one to the other of us. He said apologetically that they were sorry there were not 3 positions vacant, so as to give us all a chance to demonstrate our ability, but, since there was only one, they had decided in favor of, Miss Arnold. I felt almost guilty at being chosen, but the other girls were very comforting, and the welcome the house staff gave me when I went downstairs was cheering indeed. It was a great load off my mind. No more board to pay, to say nothing of other advantages. While the house staff were questioning me as to the grilling I had received, the faculty meeting having dispersed, some of the professors dropped in the office. Dr. S., in a charmingly facetious way, told the House officers why he voted for Dr. Arnold, with a little bow to me as he said that the title I was to earn next June was now mine by courtesy. He had voted for her, he said, because she once brought him a novel patient from a prominent old-school physician, no less a person than Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Another spoke in a more serious vein. My work in the post office he thought ought to have helped me to learn adaptability. But the irrepressible little Dr. C. said he had chosen me because even Dr. Matson was willing to concede that I was more than perfect in anatomy. Valuable as was the year in the hospital, I got all too little out of it, considering what it offered. The daily association with trained physicians and surgeons, and familiarity with illness, with hospital methods, with surgical technique, were among the unquestioned benefits. The 3 of us who were undergraduates had to work particularly hard, as there was the college work to keep up, as well as the exacting demands of ward and operating room work. Though on the medical side for the first 6 months, I had the anesthetizing to do for a time. It was disagreeable work. Often all would go well, and interest centering on the operation, no one would notice the humble etherizer. Again, though I was seemingly just as painstaking, the patient would become cyanotic, and I would have to remove the cone, pull out the tongue, and perhaps resort to other measures to reestablish respiration. If the operator noticed this, I would get very nervous, especially if it happened when a certain irascible surgeon was operating, for impatient of the slightest delay, he would scold before the whole class. If I anesthetized so lightly that the patient moved, or, horror of horrors, if he began retching, how mortified I was. And if I made the opposite mistake of pushing the ether too far, the agony I suffered, even after he was out of danger, to think how near he came to death through my incompetency. It all came easier after a while, but I was distinctly relieved when, after 3 months, I was graduated from the ether cone and promoted to running instruments, though there were trials even here. So many surgeons, each with his different methods, it was no easy task for a beginner who knew little about the technique of operations and had no special aptitude for anticipating just what instruments were needed and when. I think I never made a specially good assistant. I was not mechanical enough myself. But it was a pleasure to attend some of the surgeons, those who were cool and collected, who remembered our inexperience, who explained ahead their probable procedures, and called out clearly the name of the instrument they wished if we did not anticipate them. One of the operators, though skilled, was so nervous he would fairly jump up and down if one handed him a pair of forceps when he was not ready for them, or gave him the wrong retractor, or if the catgut broke when tying off arteries. Original in his methods, still he expected one to know what he wanted, no matter what, in his confusion, he said. He would throw a knife across the room if it was not sharp enough, or was not just to his fancy, and how he would scold and abuse us at times, seldom at private operations when just the house staff was present, but on clinic days when the entire student body was assembled and also visiting physicians. At such times he was especially nervous and would make the fur fly. "Can't you tell what I want before I want it? Never did I see such stupid assistants. Who sharpened these knives? Who prepared this catgut? Can't you keep your patient under ether? Have I got to operate and etherize too?" How furious we used to get. We were all in the same boat, though I am sure I was more stupid than the others, especially when he was concerned. But he would come around afterwards, while we were washing up instruments, and at the same time resolving that we were fools to stay on there and take his abuse, and by a few words he would, as it were, pat us all on the back, say we had helped him out of a very trying operation, that he never meant what he said when operating, and so on. And so potent was his penitent manner, we were usually mollified, till the next time. As an operator, we respected him. His cases always went well. We knew he was hot-headed, and that afterwards he was always ashamed of his temper. We also knew that others had lived through just such experiences, and that other students stood ready to take our positions if we abandoned them. Serious were the daily events by which we were surrounded, but the irrepressibility of youth asserted itself. Mingled with the memory of solemn scenes and grave responsibilities are recollections of many a jolly hour within the hospital walls. I recall in this connection the initiation that our colleagues, Fenton and Laidlaw, gave me shortly after I went there. I roomed with Dr. Thorndyke, who had gone on the house staff 3 months before. One night, shortly after we had gone to bed, we suddenly smelled amyl nitrite so strong that we got up to investigate. All was quiet in the hall and in the private rooms nearby. The odor was clearly more penetrating right there in our room. After considerable search, we found a tiny moist streak on the floor. Those young doctors had injected a hypodermic syringeful of that pungent drug through our keyhole. We turned out our light and went back to bed, chagrined that, lurking about somewhere, they had doubtless heard us and known that we had risen to their bait. Soon we heard stealthy steps outside in the hall, then a squirt and a splash, and through the keyhole came a bigger stream. This time they had used a large syringe and injected strong ammonia. Of course, we were forced to vacate and air our room, just what the besiegers wanted. They and we got all the more fun out of these practical jokes because we could not risk disturbing the patients, and also had to be guarded lest the wary matron or the night nurses discovered our pranks. We were not above the pranks, but did not wish to impair our prestige as house officers. One evening Laidlaw, looking sober as a deacon, came to the office and requested us to repair to an upper room for consultation. He looked so dignified we knew something was up. Closing the door upon us, and solemnly unbuttoning his coat, he revealed a fat mince pie. After we had discussed it to the last crumb, and I had voted it the best pie I ever ate, he informed me it was a brandied pie. In those days, I refused pies or sauces if I knew they contained brandy or sherry. Having wheedled the cook to put a double dose in that pie, he and the others chuckled to see the little teetotaler partake of it so greedily. At the time I was gullible, fairly docile, and must have been rare sport for the more sophisticated three. The young men lectured me in a fatherly way, and really did me a good service in getting me over some of my unduly prim ways. The first college year I had been so proper I would not let my father see me in my gym suit. Yet before the year was over, Miss Thorndyke and I, to shock Miss Wilkins, had had our tintypes taken in those suits. One morning at the breakfast table, at the hospital, I was shocked to find a pencil sketch of 2 young women gymnasts, a rough sketch which implied that the one who made it must have seen this tintype. Knowing it to be the work of Fenton and Laidlaw, I was distressed to think they must have seen the original, but was greatly relieved to find that Dr. Thorndyke and a girlfriend had simply described it minutely to them, so they could make me think they had seen it. After that, Miss Thorndyke's friend, seeing how I was given to straining at gnats and swallowing camels, made a clever sketch of a prim maiden sitting in a large chair, the arms and legs of which were covered with gloves and stockings, while a statue of Venus, draped, stood near, and the maiden, holding a fan between her face and the draped statue, was absorbed in a book of Zola's. Though I had never read a word of Zola's, I saw what a clever hit this was at my inconsistencies. Still, I did not consider myself prudish. I could discuss medical topics freely with anyone without embarrassment. but did not like jesting about certain matters, and perhaps, when in dead earnest, was rather slow in seeing the funny side of things. So the others claimed I needed some shocking and disciplining to get me over my squeamishness, and perhaps I did. I remember how Fenton scolded me one day for objecting when he started to brush the lint from my gown. "There's no sense in your being so prim. I don't want you to be as free and easy as Miss Blank is, but you certainly do carry modesty too far." He was so fine and honest, I know I profited by that and other advice of his. We sometimes read aloud together in the evening, oftenest from Pickwick papers, having uproarious times there in the office with no patients or nurses near. One evening, when Dr. Thorndyke was away, Laidlaw brought in a book saying, "I found a brand new author. They say it's great. Let's try it." It was Emily Rives' The Quick or the Dead. We began it gaily and innocently, at least I did, reading aloud by turns. From the start it was very fervid, and soon I, and I think the young men also, began to be embarrassed. Just as I was feeling uneasy and wondering how I was going to get out of it, a bright little woman physician, whom we all knew, passing the office door and hearing our gales of laughter, for we were making all sorts of fun of it to relieve our embarrassment, stopped and asked what we were reading. She looked surprised on being told, but made no comment about it, and as she turned to go, asked casually if she could speak with me later when I was at liberty. Glad of an excuse, I said I could stop then and went with her. Telling me that she had read the book, she said she thought I would find it quite impossible to go on with it with the young men, and suggested, as a way out, that I slip down to the office after they had gone to their rooms, get the book and read it, then tell them I had already finished it. They would then, she said, read it by themselves and soon drop the subject. That night I did as she advised. They grumbled and rallied me about being so eager that I couldn't wait to finish it with them, but they soon let the subject rest. For years I blushed whenever I heard that book mentioned. It is the only book I ever read that I feel ashamed to admit having read, though now I have only the faintest recollection what it was all about. Our hospital life was a full one. Much work and many emotions crowded in the days. Patients coming to be operated, many operations meaning life or death, and even the less serious ones always approached by the patients with dread and apprehension. It fell to the house officers to receive and reassure patients and their friends, to calm their anxiety, to inspire their confidence in the operators and their hope for the outcome. Sometimes the apprehension of the patient and his forebodings so weighed me down that I found it difficult to be very reassuring. But I learned in time to disregard these, and was then, of course, of more help to the patients. I recall one case in which the surgeon found such complications that there was nothing to do but bring the operation to a close, with the hope that the patient could rally from the anesthetic and have some minutes with her friends before the end. As she sank steadily, with what breathless but orderly haste we worked. That drawn, tense look on the surgeon's face, the awful stillness in the operating room. Actuated by one motive, the assistants were so many extra hands for the surgeon, anticipating his needs to the letter. Restoratives were applied, every conceivable means was employed to counteract the collapse into which this patient was sinking. giving his entire attention to the field of operation, and working with marvelous rapidity. The surgeon was taking the last stitches when we told him she was gone. Nervelessly he dropped his hands, leaving Laidlaw and me to finish the stitches and apply the dressings. The look of agony on the face he lifted to us was a revelation. I had never realized till then what the taking of such a serious case means to a surgeon, and was more especially impressed as I had thought this particular surgeon cold and self-centered. A few minutes later he came to me, his voice shaking, and asked if, as a special favor to him, I would go down and speak with the friends and tell them carefully about the outcome. Not an easy thing to do, but I felt so much compassion for him I would not have hesitated had it been twice as hard. Sometimes our patients were poor and obscure. Again, as in the above case, from well-known Boston families. The extremes of life met in that little hospital of about 100 beds, and scenes grave and gay alternated in rapid succession. One day, a big demonstrative fellow under etherization caused me no end of embarrassment. It was an emergency case sandwiched in between others, and they brought him in the operating room only partly anesthetized. It was a day when the room was full of students. I was busy, passing back and forth, getting things ready, when in the maudlin loquacity of that first stage of ether he threw out his arms and begged me to come and hold his hand. They tried to quiet him and to push the ether, but he took it poorly and resisted vigorously, and kept addressing to me many endearing epithets as he entreated me to come and hold his hand. Of course the students enjoyed it, and suppressed titters passed along the rows of spectators. My face reddened furiously. I tried to keep out of sight as much as possible, but with the persistence of one partly under ether, he kept calling, "Let her come and hold my hand. Let the little angel hold my hand." The students were highly amused, and even the surgeon, who ordinarily never betrayed amusement in the amphitheater, showed a suspicious twitching around the mouth, and finally, the entreaties continuing, said to me, "Dr. Arnold, I think perhaps it will quiet him if you do as he requests." There was nothing to do but comply. I had to step up to the table and hold the big baby's hand, to the delight of the students, especially to one Brainton, one of the house staff over at the dispensary, who, having been a victim of some of my practical jokes, rejoiced at my discomfiture. When Fenton's term of service ended, and he went to practice in a neighboring city, he left the rest of us disconsolate. We four had had such good times together. He was a fine, manly fellow, very kind to the patients, conscientious, impatient of pretense. It was he who had lectured me about my prudishness. He had a keen sense of humor and a fine sense of honor, and the friendship begun in those hospital days has been one of the most satisfactory in my life, a real camaraderie. We did not take so kindly to his successor, Dr. James, a genial but presuming youth, harder to keep in place, more daring, more flirtatious. It wasn't long before James was teaching me to dance in the amphitheater, after we would get the instruments put away, he whistling the music. I soon saw that that would not do, but we often played and sang together. He had a fine tenor voice. Dr. Thorndyke's term expiring shortly after she took her degree, and no one applying through that summer, there were then but 3 of us to do the work previously shared by 4. Our commencement was held in Tremont Temple, the whole university participating. An immense affair, very impersonal. It meant far less to me than our modest little commencement of academy days. Coming, too, in the midst of hospital work, it was but an event in the day. Still, I remember a thrill, as of something achieved, when filing across the platform with hundreds of other students, I received my diploma from President Warren. Each department of the university sat in a body. Each student stepped upon the big platform as his name was called out, his diploma was handed him, and the generous applause from his own student body sounded very good, as, if a medic, he walked down the steps on the other side a full-fledged M.D. Most of the graduates were immediately confronted by the vexed question of where to locate, but those of us in the hospital had 6 months' grace before that bugbear stared us in the face. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2, of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 2, The Medic, concluded. My thesis on heredity consisted mainly of quotations from authorities I had consulted in the public library. The original matter in it, feeble and inadequate, was chiefly a protest against the marriage of the unfit. I was ardently espousing the cause of eugenics before there was such a cause, or at least before Galton's seed-sowing had found a friendly soil. There was an unscientific portion about prenatal influence and plenty of advice to prospective parents as to the need of influencing the unborn so as to make them beautiful of body and soul. There is nothing, I am convinced, that the young person hesitates to advise humanity about, just as he himself is about to take his plunge into the sea of life. Slumbering somewhere in the dusty archives of Boston University is my lengthy thesis on heredity. Slumbering, but a thing has to live to slumber. This offspring of mine never had any life. It was stillborn. Shortly after commencement, I went to W to visit a former classmate, and also to see Dr. Fenton, who had located there. He had called at Dr. Carson's on my arrival, and it was agreed that she and I would go to see him the next day in his new office. That afternoon it popped into my head to dress up as an old woman and make him think for a moment that he had a new patient. Combing my hair down over my ears, putting on spectacles and a black gown, bonnet, and veil, I looked very like a little elderly widow. Dr. Carson waited at a nearby drugstore. The lame woman in black hobbled up the steps to the young doctor's office. His door was ajar. He was expecting Dr. Carson and me. I purposely halted as he came toward me, that he might take in my general appearance before I spoke, the better to aid the disguise. He looked, I thought, a bit disappointed not to see his friends, but the look gave place to one of quiet attention, and even a gleam of pleasure at acquiring a new patient. I saw, as he invited me to be seated, that he had no suspicion of me, and consequently could scarcely articulate for laughter. Not having expected to deceive him, except for an instant, I had not thought up a story, but, suppressing my giggles, and assuming the Irish brogue, I began a story about my sick daughter. His questions, so to the point, so professional, so serious, nearly convulsed me, but turning my suppressed laughter into pretended crying to gain time to concoct a story, I claimed to be too distressed to talk about what was troubling me. The doctor gravely offered me a fan, which act, together with his guarded manner, started my risibilities afresh. He showed clearly that he was annoyed at this queer person, but was doing his best to be patient with her. I had gone so far, it was imperative to invent some story to account for my distress, and to my own surprise I told him, with many haltings and outbursts of grief, that my daughter, though unmarried, was, I feared, in trouble, and I had come to him for help. This from Miss Prim, who, a few months before, would not let this young man brush the lint from her gown. Would he come to see the girl? And my tears and sighs broke forth afresh. He looked grave and sympathetic, yet somewhat suspicious. As his questions became more searching, I was consumed with shame at the thought of how I should feel when he knew the truth. But I was in for it. I was a strange acting old mother with my aborted giggles transformed to sobs and sighs. He grew more suspicious, saying at length, "I think you will be more comfortable and can talk more easily if you remove your veil." Then I was scared. Perhaps he recognized me. Perhaps he had all along. But now, disgusted at the lengths I had gone, was taking this way to punish me. Still, so long as he kept up the pretense, I would not throw up the game. But from that time on, I was decidedly uncomfortable, and every answer I made was made with the double feeling. Perhaps he knows and is getting even with me, and if he doesn't know, this is a tremendous success. As his inquiries progressed, I was heartily ashamed at the answers and details I was forced to submit to keep in character. This continuing, I grew hysterical in earnest, acting more and more extravagantly, while his suspicions were more and more aroused, or his anger, I could not tell which. He grew very stern. Sitting back in his chair, he said decidedly, "I shall discuss this no further with you until you remove your veil." I would have given anything then to get away. I felt sure he knew me. That veil had got to come off. Delaying, I fumbled with it, dreading to meet his eyes when my own were uncovered. As I cried and fumbled, my hands trembling in earnest, the veil caught in the trimmings, and then he got up to help me. His face was softening. He looked sympathetic again. Then he didn't know me after all? Or was he carrying the sorry jest as far as he could? The veil at last removed, I looked up in his face, afraid of him, and ready to cry at what I had done. We gazed at each other for an instant, and then I saw such a look of astonishment as I have seldom seen. He had not suspected me at all. He was so overwhelmed with mortification that my own mortification vanished, and I confessed that I had been on pins and needles most of the time, fearing it was he who was getting the joke on me. What gales of laughter went up from that office! We had such a hilarious time, we almost forgot to summon Dr. Carson, who was impatiently waiting outside. Dr. Fenton made me promise to try the same trick on Dr. James, the new intern, on my return to the hospital. He did not dream of asking me to keep it from Laidlaw. He declared they would have to admit that I had wiped out all our old scores. And when I told the story to Laidlaw, how delighted he was, though he could hardly credit that Fenton, knowing me so well, could have been so long deceived. How could he? Your voice, your hands, your eyes, even the veil and spectacles, incredible. Yet he reveled in it. That demure, prudish little Arnold would do such a thing. You! We thought we knew little Arnold, but we didn't. He was tickled at Fenton's suggestion that I try the thing on James, and eager for me to start at once, begging me to let him be near to see the fun. But I only half promised, fearing I could not carry it through if anyone in the secret were about. One night, when I knew he and James were to be in the office, telling them I expected to be occupied most of the evening, so would not myself be down as usual, I borrowed some toggery from a patient and arrayed myself in my widow's garb, and, slipping out by a side door, came in just before dusk at the front gate, hobbling across the lawn and up to the hospital in plain sight of the young doctors sitting in the office window. College and hospital are in the same enclosure, and outdoor dispensary patients were expected to be taken care of over at the college, we of the hospital staff being supposed to refer all cases applying there to the dispensary department. But knowing that James was eager for obstetric work, and that he would be likely to snap up any he could, I hoped by my tale to get him out as far as the street with me to attend my daughter in confinement before he should discover my identity. Jack, the bellboy, came to the door. "Might I see the house, doctor?" "Which one?" he asked. "The medical or the surgical doctor?" If Laidlaw, who was the surgical intern, came, I should be undone. He would know me, and I could not keep in character with him looking on, so I said, "Oh, the medical. Don't say anything to anyone but him." The boy lit the gas in the waiting room and went for Dr. James. I quickly turned it low. James came, curious and important. Using the Irish brogue and the expressions used by dispensary patients, I explained that my daughter was in labor, and that I wanted him to hurry as fast as ever he could to save her life. He was not at all suspicious. But not yet having had an obstetric case, and learning that it was a prima para, first birth, he anticipated trouble and was averse to tackling it alone. I knew of what he was thinking, so, feigning impatience, related symptoms which would impress him with the need of haste. Would he come or not? Yes, he would come, but he must take the house surgeon also, as he might need assistance with instruments. Fearing the game would be up if Laidlaw appeared on the scene, I protested vehemently. I would have no one else. One doctor was enough. My daughter's condition should not be known to everybody. That was why I had come here instead of going to the dispensatory. I was no pauper, and would pay him well if he would come alone. He wavered, then excused himself for a moment. I could hear him and Laidlaw in the office discussing it. Finally, Laidlaw said, "Tell her it is customary, that you won't undertake it under other conditions." I was annoyed at Laidlaw for making it more difficult for me. James came back, conciliatory and persuasive. It was liable to be a serious case. My daughter was young. He must take help with him. It would cost no more than for one, and the utmost secrecy would be preserved. The house surgeon would go with him and assist if need be. Otherwise, he must decline the case. I said to myself, it is mean of Laidlaw when he knew I wanted to do it alone. But he's bound to see me in the act, and I guess I can keep a stiff upper lip if he can. By that time, too, I was fairly confident. Let him come then, I said, but hurry. They soon came with their obstetric bags, James excited and flurried, Laidlaw quiet and dignified. He gave me a curt good evening, and with directions to Jack to ask Dr. Arnold to come down to the office, as he and Dr. James had been called out, we three went down the steps, I hobbling and stooping, but hurrying along between them. At first I was a little more self-conscious with Laidlaw along, but by the time we had gone a few steps, instead of being longer provoked at him for coming, I was glad. It was such fun to be sharing it with him. His acting was perfect. He was cool and self-controlled, and James was so unsuspecting. Laidlaw asked me a few of the usual questions. Answering in character, I looked slyly out of the corner of my eye, expecting him to exchange surreptitious glances with me occasionally, but he looked straight ahead, sober as a deacon, probably afraid of disconcerting me. Presently he put other questions, and still no betrayal of anything but the apparent situation. Suddenly it dawned upon me that neither he nor James knew me. Then I was set up. This was a triumph I could never have dreamed of, since he had heard the story of the trick played upon Fenton, and knew I intended trying it on James too. It was incredible, but I soon saw beyond doubt that he was as completely taken in or out as was James. I had said to myself, if I can only get James out on the street away with his bag, it will be all I will ask. And here I had them both. In the course of the walk I promised them $5 apiece for their services if they would bring my daughter safely through. After walking a few blocks, I began to be anxious, as there was now no one at the hospital to attend to emergencies. They, of course, thought I was there. I must bring this to a close speedily. Assuming an hysterical manner, so as to draw their attention more closely to me, and thus bring about the disclosure, I even took off my veil, walking in the glare of the street lamps, all to no purpose. The more I tried to reveal myself, the more I concealed myself. They only tried to hush my noisy grief and to pacify me. Once Laidlaw helped me to adjust my bonnet, which I nearly knocked off, purposely, by my wild jostling against them, but all in vain. The wilder my conduct, the better my disguise. We were now several blocks away from the hospital. I saw I must terminate it some other way. Walking up some steps of a darkened house, I pretended to fumble for my keys, and waiting till they had followed so close that their faces were on a level with mine, I turned and in my own voice said, "Haven't we carried this far enough?" James, to whom my other masquerade was unknown, was dazed. He ran down the steps, leaned against the house, and stood there speechless, his face hid in his hands. Laidlaw took me in his arms. He could seem to find no other mode of expression. Tired from the walk and the heat, and weak from laughter, I found it a comfortable position, but was too intent on flying back to the hospital to stay in it long. Dignified and unemotional as Laidlaw was, he let himself go that night. His manner was charming. I basked in his generous praise as I imagine an actor basks in the applause of his audience. "You're a revelation. You're an actress. You are wonderful. Why, little Arnold, is it really you? Oh, James, James, you don't know what she's done. You don't know half of it." As we hurried home, they half carrying me between them, the young doctors and the crazy acting little widow traversed the Boston streets, hilarious over the whole proceeding. Laidlaw explained to James what a signal triumph it was, and that he had not only known of the joke on Fenton, but also knew that I intended trying a similar one on him. This appeased James's chagrin somewhat. Still, he was badly cut up over it. But Laidlaw magnanimously gave me all the credit imaginable, fairly rejoicing in having been so duped by me. As we neared the hospital, however, it dawned upon both of them what laughing-stocks they would be when the thing was noised around, especially when Brainton and Hummel, of the dispensary staff, learned of it. So nothing would do but that I should try the same scheme on them. They assured me I could do it easily, even with them looking on, and as they would let Jack know that they were back and within call, I need have no compunctions. So, dropping behind, while they sauntered up to the college steps where Brainton and Hummel sat smoking and complaining of the hot night, I soon came hobbling up to the group. And Laidlaw and James soon had the satisfaction of seeing Brainton and Hummel walk off with the little widow, and in the course of an hour walk back again, chagrined beyond words, but somewhat mollified when they learned that their colleagues had also been victimized in the same way. Each man rejoiced that the others were in the same box. The double, yes, triple hoax served for conversation for many a week. If one would instance some proof of the density of the others, he would soon be silenced by fresh proofs of his own asininity. It was a famous victory, was their ever-generous verdict, and it only cemented the camaraderie among us. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 10, Part 3, of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 3. The Medic Concluded. As the time approached for Laidlaw's term to expire, I began to be wretched, at first hardly realizing, much less acknowledging to myself, that it was because he was leaving. I was even less friendly, less responsive, and, as the time drew near, more inclined to stay in my room than usual. Dr. Reynolds, a keen little woman who was much about the hospital in those days, suspected the cause of my glumness. One evening, as she was calling on me and rallying me on moping in my room alone instead of staying down in the office, a knock on my door arrested her banter. "Who's there?" I called. The door opened a crack, and Laidlaw's voice announced, "I'm here. You are wanted down in the office." "Who wants me?" "I want you." And with that he pushed open the door, and to his confusion and mine encountered Dr. Reynolds' merry, mischievous eyes, the occurrence, of course, only serving to confirm her in her belief that there was something more than good fellowship between us. Laidlaw and James often rang my bell of an evening, summoning me to the office when it was only they who wanted me. They knew that I never dared disregard it, for fear it might be a call to the wards. Once down there, I was usually easily persuaded to stay, That night, after Dr. Reynolds left, I went down, but when reading aloud was proposed, did not fall in with the proposition. The good times we had, all had together, were so soon to end. I was in no mood for reading aloud. We sat near each other, each busy with his own book, or pretending to be. Later, having dropped my book, I was looking out of the window, fearing Laidlaw would see my telltale face, when presently, taking me by the shoulder, he gently turned me round facing him. "What are you doing, little Arnold?" "Thinking." "Don't think." It was all he said, but his tone and my silence were tacit acknowledgment. We understood each other better then, and after that he did not chide me, as he had before, for not caring that he was so soon to go away. Those last days of his stay were very hard, and when the day came when he assisted at operations for the last time, and we were clearing up afterward as usual, we laughed a sort of hollow laughter, laughed at anything and everything, at the awkwardness of the stuttering little student, his successor. We tried to find funny things to talk about, anything so long as we kept away from what was uppermost in our minds and allowed no silences. When Laidlaw left, James was away on his vacation, and a likable little German student, who was acting as substitute, was very acceptable to both of us, we three being very congenial. When Laidlaw put out his hand to the German to bid him farewell, he attempted to be jocose, but failed sadly. Then, "Take good care of little Arnold, old boy," he said, and turning to me, drew me to him and would have kissed me, but fond as I was of him, I couldn't do that. He looked pained. By this time I could no longer control my tears. This surprised and perplexed him. Why, little Arnold, why, you do care." And standing dumb for an instant, he wrung my hand and went slowly out and down the steps, and I felt I had lost my last friend. I had to give way and weep in spite of the presence of the little German. He was very good to me then, and always. I think he then thought that it was a more serious attachment than it was. He chided me for not bidding Laidlaw a more affectionate farewell, could not seem to understand why I did not, since I cared so much about his going. That evening, picking up a copy of Emerson's essays I had been reading, and seeing it was the essay on friendship, with a searching look he asked, "And is it only friendship that I see between you and Laidlaw?" When I stoutly maintained that it was, he seemed half credulous, half doubtful, but in his naive foreign way said appealingly, "Then, little Racker, be my friend too." And we were warm friends after that. In a few days came Laidlaw's first letter. It gave me a thrill of joy, but I am bound to confess that even before it came, after the acuteness of the grief was over, I had grown surprisingly cheerful, so much so that I was ashamed of myself for not continuing to feel as wretched as when he went away. I reproached myself, but all to no purpose. Each day brought its duties. Added responsibilities now fell on me. The new intern had to be taught the ropes, and while I missed my good friend at every turn, I could not mope and pine. But I could not understand myself how such wretchedness, such utter wretchedness, could be so short-lived. A few weeks before my own term of service expired, I had a hard time with septic infection, a serious inflammation in my thumb, probably contracted while assisting at an operation. I was tired out, and the thing took a severe hold on me. They temporized for a time, but finally decided I must take an anesthetic and have the nail removed and the deeper tissues thoroughly cleansed. As we were short-handed at the hospital, I dragged around when I should have been in bed. I shall not soon forget the feeling I had on learning that I had actually to surrender myself to an anesthetic, to submit voluntarily to that which would rob me of consciousness. It was horrible to contemplate. It seemed such a momentous thing. Not the operation, of course, but the taking of chloroform. I wrote a letter home the night before, to be posted in case I did not survive. One would have thought my year in the hospital would have made me more callous to such things. I myself can hardly understand why it was so painful to me to face this experience, just like any other patient. Somehow, I had always felt outside of such things, a mere spectator, though considering myself a sympathetic one. But until then, I had not dreamed what dread consumed the souls of the patients whom I had so lightly encouraged to submit to the inevitable. Extracting a promise from Polly, the nurse, that if I showed any tendency to loquacity, she would send everyone from the room and would remember to tell me all I said, I braced for the ordeal. That morning, omitting breakfast, visiting my patients as usual, I put up prescriptions and helped prepare the amphitheater for an operation that was to precede mine. Then, looking in on the young patient before he went to the anesthetizing room, I told him I was going to give the surgeon a chance at me after his operation. He said afterward that my cheery way of speaking made him ashamed of his trepidation, so that he went to his operation with more courage than he had believed himself capable of. He little knew how I quaked internally. It was awful, that thought of having the chloroform steal away my senses. After helping with that case, I slipped off to my room to get ready, expecting to return to the amphitheater for my own operation. But while I was undressing, Polly rushed in to say that Dr. Paxton would operate in my own room. This was a relief. Soon they came. Higginson, the new house doctor, carrying the tray with instruments and dressings, James with the chloroform and the inhaler, and Dr. Paxton in his operating gown. Lying down on my little white bed, with an outward semblance of composure, I inhaled the chloroform. The surgeon listened to my heart, and after assuring me it was all right, began himself to give me the anesthetic. The first few breaths were not so bad. Then I felt the stuff insidiously stealing through me. "Ah, how sweet it is," I remember saying, a peculiar sickish sweetness that I can never smell now without recalling the scene and my growing terror of the drug as its effects crept through me faster and faster, and I impotent to stay its power. I remember noting and analyzing my sensations as it progressed, remember the feeling of confidence in Dr. Paxton's assurance that it was all right. Then I opened my eyes and saw James bending over me. He had the inhaler now, and was looking at me with such a pitying gaze that I felt sorry for myself, and told myself I must be careful, or I should whimper, which would be disgraceful. Still, it kept stealing on, and yet I knew what they were all doing. I heard preparations, heard the new doctor stutter as he tried to ask about something, getting so tangled up that it made me want to laugh, but reminded myself I must not. It was all so curious, to be able to think these things and yet to feel this creeping, creeping up slowly, surely. Ah, now I am almost gone. An instant of rebellion. It must not be. I cannot succumb. But following quickly came the realization that it must be, and that I must not struggle. Once more I opened my eyes and looked at them all. Poor Polly, the tears were streaming down her cheeks, and James looked wretchedly unhappy. I knew that in another moment I should be beyond recognizing anything. They said I gave a low, piteous cry, I seem to remember even this, and said, "I'm going now. Watch my pulse." Even then I felt Dr. Paxton take my wrist and assure me in a voice that sounded very far away, "It's all right, doctor, all right." The next I knew, I found myself in my bed with my head turned in the opposite direction. Polly was moving quietly about the room, and by my side sat Dr. James holding my hand and smoothing my arm in a kindly way. Scarcely a trace was left in the room of what had taken place there. A feeling of incredulity, almost of indignation. Had nothing been done to my thumb, then, after going through with all that? I started to ask why they had not done it, but seeing my bandaged hand, and simultaneously becoming conscious of a newer, sharper pain than I had ever felt, I had to believe that it was all over. But how could it be, and I not know it? Then I began laughing. I started to chide Polly for letting James stay in the room, but could not do so for the laughter. James tried to pacify me, talking as though I were a sick child, the same way I had talked to ether patients. The oddity of this coming over me, I said, "I'm just like any other silly patient," then laughed afresh, and the more I laughed, the less self-restraint I had. But, impressed with the necessity of assuring them that I knew what I was about, I said, "I know what I am saying and why you are laughing, but I don't care. I know who you are. You are Dr. James, and you're holding my hand, and I don't care if you do." And I laughed in reckless abandon. Polly was distressed. She knew I would be angry later. James looked delighted. "Do you like it?" he asked, the rogue. "Yes, I like it. It feels so big and strong." How he shouted! That shout sobered me. In no time I was completely myself. No more aware than before, but with the censor at the helm. After that, James used to try to squeeze my hand, reminding me that it was my real self that had spoken then. In wine and chloroform one speaks the truth. Shortly after that, 2 fingers on my left hand became infected, and again I had to be lightly anesthetized and operated. By that time I was so much run down they kept me in bed for days, taking excellent care of me, a rather delightful experience. The visiting physicians and surgeons called. The nurses were more than attentive. The dispensary house staff came over and read to me, and groaned to think they had been debarred from my operations. Brainton said he would have liked nothing better than to have given the little angel the anesthetic. And James told him he would have been welcome to the job, but mischievously added that he was willing to watch me come out of the chloroform. It was much harder after that to keep James within bounds. One day, when Polly had gone from the room a minute, he grabbed up my hair, which lay across the pillow, and winding it around his neck, buried his face in it for an instant. Astonished and angered, I felt wronged and insulted. Half contritely, half teasingly, he tried to laugh me out of my wrath, and Polly coming in just then, I was obliged to act as though nothing had happened. On his good behavior after that, he never transgressed so seriously again. I could never think of that impulsive act of his without my cheeks burning with shame. My own time soon came to leave the hospital. The night before, I went over to the college, went in each empty room, lingered in the halls, and even down in the stuffy dispensary quarters. I thought of all that had happened during the time since Belle and I had first entered that building on that rainy October day, and wondered what changes would come before I should see the place again. Even then, the girl who had entered college seemed a different person from the one who was leaving Boston on the morrow. In the same way, I went about the hospital, loath to break with it all, and trying, as it were, to gather up the spent life I had lived there. It was with a queer kind of satisfaction to note that they all seemed sorry to see me go. I felt jealous of the new student, my successor, felt pained that I was no longer necessary, that the routine would soon continue as smoothly as ever. As the hour drew near, I felt tenderly toward everyone, patients, nurses, the janitor, the bellboy, even the opinionated English nurse Raggy, for whom I had no real liking. As they all crowded around the doorway at my leave-taking, and the other house doctors came over from the dispensary, I saw regretfully that Brainton was not among them. The night before, he had said he would surely see me again. But as the cab left the hospital grounds, and I leaned out for a last look at the college, I saw Brainton signaling the cabman to stop. He had stationed himself there at the entrance to say good-bye. It touched me to see his altered manner. Instead of his jovial, hectoring ways, a big brotherly fondness and regret showed in face and voice. A warm hand-clasp, then, as the horses started up, his wholesome smile shone out encouragingly, and he said in his old bantering way, "So this is the last of the little angel." The cab whirled me to the station, the same station where Belle and I had landed 3½ years before when we had come to this strange city, the city I was now leaving with such a store of memories. It had grown very clear. It always will be dear. My beloved Boston. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, Part 1, of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 1, Through the Gate of Dreams. Much of the good fortune that has come to me has come unsought. Shortly after returning home from Boston, an elderly friend of our family, an invalid who spent her winters in Florida, invited me to go there with her. In my somewhat reduced state of health, the invitation was most opportune. My first glimpse of New York, as we stopped there on the way, made Boston seem small. We started for the South at night. I was a bit timid at going so far from home with the frail little old woman who had tuberculosis and already had had alarming hemorrhages, and who calmly told me that she would probably die while in the South that winter. With only a kit of medicines and my inexperience to cope with what might arise, I felt rather helpless. But my patient had a stout heart and a cheery disposition, and was soon enjoying my enthusiasm for experiences and scenes which had become an old story to her. We reached Palatka at sunset one night in February, so the calendar said, but how soft and sweet the air! How like pictures every scene on the street! The palm trees looked artificial, and the orange trees, with both blossoms and fruit on them, reminded me of the toy trees belonging to the Noah's Ark with which I had played in childhood. Darkies were everywhere, real darkies, with their soft voices and shiftless ways. We had rooms in a fine old comfortable house with a Southern family, and a typical Southern darky to wait on us who crooned Negro melodies as she lounged around and occasionally did a stroke of work. Her deliberation and her dialect were most amusing. When reminded that her tasks were still undone, she was always just a fixin' to begin to get ready to do them. Oh, the delight of the senses that first night under Florida skies! I stepped out on the balcony into a moonlight such as I had never before known, and the delicious odors, the caressing air, the outline of those unfamiliar trees in the garden below. I heard the fountain and smelled the sulphur water as it trickled in the moonlight, and gazing on the dreaming view was stirred by the soft, sensuous beauty of the night. Something seemed to awaken in me. I was happy and sad, lonely, yet wanting to be alone. It was as though something very beautiful ought to happen. My heart seemed ready to burst with either joy or sorrow. I hardly knew which. I suppose all the loveliness made me homesick without knowing it, and that I also vaguely felt that here, in all this sensuous beauty, life, my life, lacked something, perhaps always would lack something. Juliet was on her balcony in the moonlight, but only the roses were climbing to whisper to her. Only the fountain trickled to her half-formed thoughts. At the hotel, where we took our meals, we made acquaintances, but found none especially congenial. I could not sit on the veranda and play cards, as most of the women did. There were no young people, no children, and few books were accessible. On rainy days the time dragged. Several little excursions on the St. Johns River and down Rice Creek varied the monotony of visiting old plantations and orange groves, and strolling along the quiet streets, basking in the sunshine. The indolent life was a welcome change after my arduous year at the hospital, and for a time I was content to drift and dream. I enjoyed most the evenings when, in the hotel parlor, my patient would play on the piano. Her touch had a peculiar charm. She could bring the men in from the office. The darkies from the kitchen would peer in at the doors. People loitering on the street would come up on the veranda. Even the women would stop their stupid cards and furtively wipe away the tears as the frail little figure sat at the piano, and the thin white fingers twinkled over the keys, playing Ben Bolt by Bendemeer's Stream, the harp that once through Tara's halls, and a host of other ballads and dance tunes. Sometimes she would sing a ballad, and the pathos of her voice made one's heart ache. She always left the piano with liquid eyes and a delicate flush on her cheek that made me apprehensive. Music stirred her so much that she permitted herself to indulge in it but infrequently. How she loved life and youth, and what a young heart she had to the last. A colored folks' meeting which I attended there was like the things one reads about. The preacher's text was under a palm tree. He pronounced it Pam tree, and nearly convulsed us with his big words misapplied. An experience meeting followed. Beginning quietly, the experiences and prayers gradually increased in fervor and unction till finally the dusky worshippers were all on their knees. One eloquent supplicant held forth in a lengthy, moving appeal, while the others kept up a monotonous undertone, a weird, melodious sing-along with interjections of Amen, Hallelujah, and Bless the Lord, as they swayed and chanted in an abandonment of religious fervor. At St. Augustine, symptoms of malaria, which I had developed while in Palatka, suddenly left me. Our Dr. Conrad used to say scornfully, "Malaria is simply a convenient term to express the unknown." What invigoration! What skies! And the sea! Stealing away to the sea-wall and old Fort Marion, I would look far out across the waters and dream. Of what, I know not. Just dream. Keen as was already my realization that life is real and earnest, I was yet reluctant to pass through girlhood's gate of dreams. I well knew that on my return north I must decide where I should begin to practice, must engage in the work for which the preceding years had been preparing me. But there on the old sea wall I could still hold back from the oncoming future. On our return we spent some delightful weeks in Washington, saw hundreds of children on Easter Monday at their egg rolling on the White House lawn, and heard their united voices as they greeted President Harrison when he came out to watch them, with baby McKee in his arms. In New York, we witnessed the splendid spectacle of the Washington Centennial Celebration, and then, in early May, returned to our little village amid the Drumlins. Spectacles and parades have never much interested me, but besides the Washington Centennial Parade, I recall one other, a few years later, however, which stands out significantly, more especially because of my own reactions to it. As a girl, I had always been more moved by history or fiction dealing with any other nationality than with my own. When, as children, we had played at being somebody else, I chose to be French, Scotch, German, anything but American. The romance of the distant, the unattainable. In school, I was never interested in American history, but the history of Greece and Rome, what charm they had. I actually believed myself wanting in patriotism, a girl without a country, till one summer, when visiting in Buffalo, I saw a GAR parade. Parades as parades I abominated, but tried to show a polite interest when my hostess, Dr. Thorndike, announced what good seats she had been able to secure. I learned something about myself that day. I had never supposed I would go across the street to see a president, but when McKinley rode by, and I saw his kindly face and gracious responses to the crowd's salutes, something stirred within me. Suddenly I got a conception of what it meant to be a president of a great republic. I seemed to realize that it was a nation doing homage to its government as well as to its chief executive when the cheers and huzzas greeted our president. It was the first time I had ever thought of him or another as our president. It was really the first time I had felt myself a part of our nation. and it was a thrilling awakening for one who had always believed herself wanting in patriotism. What had done it? Partly the sight of the army of soldiers, I suppose, but I believe it was largely due to the way in which McKinley responded to the greetings of the crowd. There was that in his manner which seemed to say, "I am proud to be your servant. You appear to exalt me, but it is our nation and the office that you exalt. I am one with you, and will do my best to serve you, or rather to conserve the honor and interests of our nation." Always after that, the thought of McKinley was blended with gratitude that I was no longer a girl without a country. This stirring of patriotism when he rode by was a feeble forerunner of what I felt later, when I saw on a banner the name of Cayuga County and of the post from our home town, saw in the old soldiers the remnant of the company of which two of my uncles were a part. The faded, tattered flag they carried stood to me for the one under which they had marched away, and, though scrutinizing the ranks in vain for their faces, still I knew the men marching past were among those with whom my young uncles had gone to the front. I began to understand what Mother had always felt when the soldiers had marched by on Decoration Day. She would get away by herself, and, coming suddenly upon her, we would find her weeping. The martial music and the sight always bringing back those dreadful years when her young brothers went away to the war. My Buffalo friends were surprised at the change in my attitude toward parades, for before the day was over I grew enthusiastic enough to suit the most exacting, and why not? That day I was born an American. An old schoolmate living in U had written me that there was a good opening there for a woman physician, and as Father's business took him to that city every month or so, I decided to investigate the possibilities there rather than in New England, where, personally, I was more inclined to go. Accordingly, Father called on the leading woman physician in U, herself a graduate of Boston University, and reported her as eager to have me come and look the field over. I had a long wait in Dr. Wyeth's reception room that afternoon in July, as there were many patients ahead of me. Each time she came out and smilingly said, "Next," I scrutinized her to learn what manner of woman she was. I saw a tall, well-built, middle-aged woman, rather spare, of erect carriage, with a quick, nervous step. Her soft brown hair was wavy and streaked with gray. She had clear blue eyes and a fair skin with pink cheeks. Her face had a weary look, but her smile was kind, and I noted her long, white, capable-looking hands. Quietly distinctive in dress, she gave one the impression of being untrammeled by her clothing, yet by no means unmindful of her appearance. There were certain little touches that showed her feminine side, businesslike as was her manner. On the whole, I approved of her. She seemed to have all the business capability of our Caddy without her masculinity. I saw her surrounded by evidences of prosperity, heard her spoken of as a successful physician and a noble woman, and thought with admiration and wonder, will the time ever come when I shall be a real woman physician, established, successful, and as independent as is she? At length she ushered me into her private office, and our acquaintance progressed rapidly. We liked each other instantly. She urged me to come there, gave me sound advice, and prophesied advantages to us both should I come. Practically alone, so far as sister physicians were concerned, she craved one with whom she could affiliate, for although there were 3 other women physicians in the city, one was intemperate and impossible, one a bluffer, and the other, though bright and well educated, was so lacking in self-confidence as to be of no practical help in consultation. At the doctor's home that night I met her mother, who had one of the sweetest faces I ever saw. It was framed in brown ringlets which hung in a waterfall under her cap. Her hair was less tinged with gray than was her daughter's. A sweet-souled woman, hospitable, with a good word for everyone, a clinging nature that called out the protective instinct in all who met her. I saw that the numerous relatives of the doctors leaned on her and looked to her as to an oracle, and that she lavishly spent herself for them. It was Dr. Sue here and Dr. Sue there, and as I came to see more of her, I used to wish she could get away for a long holiday and forget that she had relatives or patients depending upon her. I have never known a life more beautifully and unselfishly lived than that of this noble woman. So resourceful, so ready, so full of reserve strength, even when worn and tired almost to the point of exhaustion. The business proposition which the doctor made was that I share her office, taking different office hours, pay the rent for a year, and receive in turn the benefit of her office furnishings and medical equipment. She would call me in consultation whenever she had an opportunity, and turn over her practice to me whenever she went away, as she would do in a few weeks if I would come soon. How my head whirled that night as I pondered the proposition. The cost seemed stupendous. $28 a month for office rent alone. But on reaching home and talking it over with Father, we decided to accept her terms. So in mid-July, Father and I started for U, I with my trunk and books, my medicines, and a few surgical instruments, and Father with the money to pay a month's expenses, and a big fund of hope and faith in his daughter's ability to make a success of this momentous undertaking. When I look back and see how inexperienced I was, how little I knew of the world and of life, I wonder at my audacity. I wonder still more at the faith my friends had in me, and at the confidence and respect which Dr. Wyeth showed in my ability and opinions. But to such faith and confidence I owe largely what success I have attained. How busy Father and I were that first day, making my few purchases, a small desk being the main one, making arrangements for my business cards in the papers, ordering stationery, renting a lodging room, and looking up a boarding place. I recall the gown I wore, a dark green serge which Sister had made for me, very plain as I had insisted, and suitable for a staid physician. In a building adjoining the office building, I found a furnished room which I sub-rented from a woman living there, though just as I went there she went away for a time. I have never had such a desolate feeling as I had those few nights when, after closing the office, I climbed the stairs to that lonely little room, the halls echoing to my steps. And I kept thinking, I am paying $8 a month extra for this loneliness. So it was not many days before I asked Dr. Wyeth if she minded if I slept in the office, using her operating chair as my bed. Arranging a place behind the draperies for my clothes, and making a few other little additions which would suffice for my needs, yet not detract from the professional appearance of the office. She had no objection, but thought I ought to have a more comfortable bed. The change was made, and few who visited the office ever knew that I lodged there. For 4 years I slept on a narrow operating chair, never thinking it a hardship. Sending a month's rent to the woman of whom I had engaged the room, I wrote her why I had decided to give it up. Replying with a menacing letter, she tried to intimidate me into keeping the room. Scared, though knowing I had made no compact with her for a stated time, I anxiously awaited her return to town when I called upon her. Pale with rage, her eyes blazing, she denounced me as a liar and a hypocrite, and said she would blast my reputation in you. I did not know what to make of such conduct. It was the first time I had ever had threatening or abusive language used to me. I had been perfectly honorable with her, but she was wildly unreasonable. I could hardly speak for the dryness of my mouth as she continued her vituperations, and when I escaped from her presence, it was as though from the den of a wild beast. For some time after, I was uneasy, but she never took the steps she threatened. I learned later that her mother was insane and that she herself finally lost her mind. Under the head of business in one of the city papers, the day after I went to you, were 2 items only. The first telling of a new doctor, my humble self, locating there, and the other of a new undertaker having set up in business. Accidental as was the juxtaposition, it was nevertheless a bit startling. One of the men in the office of the firm for which father was then traveling had recommended to him a boarding place for me near my office, and I had engaged board there at once. Although disappointed on seeing the fellow boarders, knowing I could not afford a high-priced place, I had decided to grin and bear it. But when Dr. Wyeth learned where I was boarding, she said it would not do at all. She named 2 places, either one of which would be desirable. On asking what they charged, I found that one was $2 more a week than I was paying, the other $1 more. So, telling her how necessary it was to count the cost till I could get a footing, I said I had better make no change. But she earnestly and emphatically opposed my staying there, said it was poor policy, would immediately tell against me, a bit of worldly wisdom that I strongly rebelled against. $1 a week more just to please Mrs. Grundy and board in a more aristocratic neighborhood. I was full of impotent rage at such a state of affairs, and father had much the same feeling, but having great respect for Dr. Wyeth's judgment, I reluctantly made the change. Immediately I saw that she was right. The people with whom I then came in contact were cultured. The whole atmosphere was desirable, and in a short time, through acquaintances there, I was engaged in work which did much to introduce me well in the city. In the leisure of your first few months' practice was a phrase which one of our professors had often used in lecturing to us, and through this facetious reiteration I was prepared for a long wait before that first patient should arrive. But my second day in the city, the woman physician who had an office adjoining ours asked me to see a case with her. It was a servant in a fine house next to the home of Roscoe Conklin. As it was a case of varicose ulcers, such as I had seen dozens of in the dispensary clinics, I was able to make a positive diagnosis and confidently to advise the doctor as to treatment, for which she was grateful and gave me $1.50, my first fee. This physician was rather pompous, and not well grounded in medicine. She had a fair exterior, an open countenance, and a big motherly figure, but she did not inspire confidence in me, yet she was kind-hearted and disposed to be friendly. When, some months later, Sister came to visit me, and the doctor learned that we were sleeping together on that narrow office chair, she insisted on our using the unused folding bed in her office. As a neighbor, she was something of a nuisance, for whenever she knew I was alone in my office, she would come in and stay the entire evening. I tired of her talk, and soon resorted to subterfuge to rid myself of her. I would open my waiting room door, which rang a bell whenever the door opened, would pretend to usher someone in, and then try to simulate the conversation of two persons, also moving about the office, rattling instruments, letting water run, and so on. Knowing she could hear some sounds from her office, I hoped she would think I was engaged, and so stay away. Sometimes I would read aloud, so she would think I had someone in there. Perhaps she heard more distinctly than I thought, and saw through my deception. The most serious grudge against her was for trying to destroy my ideal of one of our much-loved New England poets. She had lived in the same city with him and claimed to have been a frequenter in his home, and she met my glowing enthusiasm for him with the rehearsal of gossip about an intrigue between him and some woman friend. I did not believe her story, but it shocked and angered me, and I detested her for mentioning it. I must have been pretty severe, for she grew apologetic and conciliatory, and never afterward talked to me about such things. Her story may or may not have been true, but I smile sadly now at that girl who looked out upon the world with such unbounded faith in humanity, who held such rigid notions of right and wrong, and suffered such painful shocks on finding both good and bad mixed in the same individual. I had been practicing 9 days when I received my first office call. The time had seemed very long since that day after my arrival when Dr. M. had called me in consultation. I had begun to feel that the waiting time was going to be no joke. But on that momentous day, a working girl strayed into my office. Listening to her symptoms, I prescribed as carefully as I could, calmly took the 75-cents office fee, and ushered her out in my most professional manner. When the door had closed upon her, I literally danced for joy. The capers I cut would have made an onlooker laugh, or cry, for it had its pathetic side. There was so much at stake. It meant so much to me, to my family and friends. And here was the beginning. A patient had actually come to me. I had to be careful lest the physicians whose offices were each side of mine should hear my demonstrations. I ran to the mirror and stood on tiptoe. It was hung high for Dr. Wyeth, and looked for sympathy into my own sparkling eyes, and saw my flushed face and felt half ashamed and wholly elated as I nodded and smiled to myself. Then I skipped about the room again until I remembered my new account book with its lone entry. Proudly making my second entry, I then recorded in my casebook the patient's symptoms and my prescription. I do not recall that she ever came again, but hope the bryonia which I gave her for rheumatism helped her as much as her coming helped me. This was my red-letter day, for scarcely had I become presentable from the elation of that first call when another patient came. I felt like an old hand at the business as I gave her the medicine and carelessly took the office fee. Although I had had patients for 2 years in dispensary and hospital, these were the first who had paid me for my services. A check for several months of my present salary, put into my hands this minute, could not produce the elation I felt at receiving those paltry office fees. As though that were not enough for one day, my cup literally ran over when in the evening the telephone rang and there was a hurry call from the hotel across the way. Seizing my medicine case, which I had heretofore been unnecessarily carrying in my walks about the city, in obedience to Dr. Wyeth, though I felt like a hypocrite in so doing, I flew down the stairs and across the street where I found the patient, a nervous, impressionable girl, whom I had no difficulty in quieting and relieving, at the same time alleviating her mother's anxiety as well. As I went through the hotel corridors, I walked on air. My heart was beating tumultuously. I wanted to shout for joy. A band was playing in the street, making it harder still to maintain decorum until I could reach my friendly office. That office where I had spent so many lonely hours waiting for the doorbell to ring. That office which had this day witnessed my triple triumph. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2, of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 2, Through the Gate of Dreams. A few evenings later, the bell rang. In the waiting room stood a tall, lanky old chap. "Hello there! Where's Dr. Sue?" I told him Dr. Wyeth was out of town for a week or two, and that I was taking her practice. He looked at me comically. His face underwent some kind of contortion, which I supposed was a smile, as he said, "Ye be? Well, I vum. I don't know just how that'll strike Betsy. Ye're used to old women? You're just a studyin' with Dr. Sue, I calculate, no? You're a full-fledged doctor, be ye? Well, no harm intended. I'm just a-wonderin' about Betsy. She's kind of cantankerous." He scratched his head and eyed me. "Well, ye may as well come along and see what you can make out with her." Inquiring his name and where he lived, I said I would call as soon as my office hours were over. "I'm Uncle Bill Gilmore, live in West U. Ye get off the car at V Street and ask the first one ye meet where Uncle Bill lives, and he'll tell you. Dr. Sue's doctored us ever since she hung out her shingle. Betsy sets great store by her. Don't know how she'll cotton to you. You mustn't mind if she's a leetle peppery." Off he went, and I, to maintain the dignity of my office hours, waited, though I could just as well have gone with him. Betsy cottoned to me all right, and thereafter they called me whenever Dr. Wyeth was out of town. During October and November, the doctor being away, I was busy and happy. Busy mostly with work which would have been hers had she been there, but with occasional patients who came to me. How the sight of my old account book brings back those days, my struggles, hopes, exultations, and dismays, and father's visits. He came to the city every few weeks, and always after the greeting and home news were over, would ask with assumed indifference to see the book. And I would watch him look it over, the tears often coming to his eyes as he saw evidences of a streak of good luck. And what a lively interest he took in my rehearsal of experiences and descriptions of people and incidents. Spendthrift that I am, I practiced the strictest economy those days. But then, as now, I would walk miles to save a car fare. Then, on occasion, suddenly launch out in some expenditure that proved how prone I was to strain at gnats and swallow camels. That first year I saw a great deal of Dr. Holton, a timid, conscientious, romantic person several years my senior. She was much addicted to novel reading and prone to neglect things which she knew would have contributed to her success. Her comments on her own failures were most amusing. She had the real Irish wit and enjoyed a joke on herself. As she urged me to, I often visited her during her office hours, usually finding her with nothing to do. We talked over books, cases, people, and experiences, and got on famously together. I throve on her expressed admiration of certain qualities which I had and she lacked. She would comment on the friendliness of the county society members toward me, and how easily I talked with them, while she, who had long known them, felt so abashed in their presence. She said they treated all women physicians better since I had come among them. I told her they would treat her in a more friendly way if she were not so shrinking and apologetic, that they took her at her own valuation. But how I used to wish they could hear her witty and caustic remarks about them. They little dreamed how keen she was because in their presence she was so Uriah Heepish. The men respected Dr. Wyeth, but her reserve and apparent coldness stood in the way of a really cordial feeling. She had started in medicine when much more antagonism had existed between men and women physicians than obtained when I began the study, and had never quite overcome the feeling that the men considered the women as interlopers. She used to say it did her good to see the frank, fearless way in which I spoke to Dr. Torrey, the surgeon of whom everyone else, even the other men, stood in awe. She declared I could smile and talk him into anything I wanted to. Occasionally he asked me to anesthetize his patients, and knowing I had been in hospital service, would sometimes inquire what I thought of this or that procedure, and I would tell him without hesitation, which Dr. Wyeth and Dr. Holton would never have dared to do, though having as decided opinions perhaps as I had. Dr. Torrey was a sandy-haired man with a mouthful of fine teeth and a ready smile. Jovial, yet irascible, a bachelor, always well-groomed, and with the ego ever on duty. He had a habit of preparing papers for the medical society, whirling in and asking to be allowed to read them right away, as he had an important engagement. Everything would be set aside for him, and on finishing, he would whirl out again, indifferent to all other papers. I had watched this happen on several occasions. Then once, when he asked me to write a paper, I spoke out in meeting and said that I would, if he would have the uncommon courtesy to stay and listen to it. A little chagrined, but amused, he really did better after that. Dr. Wyeth said that if she had attempted to say that to him, she would have incurred his lasting enmity, and Dr. Holton declared that the very thought of her undertaking it paralyzed her. Yet my temerity made him more friendly than before. He was something of a nettle in disposition, and because I laid hold with a firm grasp, I didn't get hurt. One of the leading physicians, Dr. Lord, turned practically all his gynecological cases over to me. This physician had great charm of manner, an engaging smile, and the most infectious laugh I have ever heard, a valuable asset in the sick room. But what an alarmist! His patients were always being saved as by fire. He could make most persons believe that black was white, and when confronted by his irresistible manner, I was almost as ready as others to espouse his various medical fads, though I soon found that his fad of today was ousted by that of the day after tomorrow. What a study the different ones among my confrères were. Dr. Hood, another of them, boarded where I boarded the first year. A big, lymphatic man with a smooth, fat face, eyes that could smile merrily, but a mouth that drooped at the corners as though with a perpetual grievance. He looked profound, but was not. Always chivalrous in his treatment of women, his courtesy had a Southern flavor. His friends and associates were chiefly women, and I am bound to say he excelled them in gossip. He had a never-failing curiosity, seemed interested in everybody, remembered details, was a capital raconteur. Delightful as a table companion, but as full of sarcasm and prejudices as a dressmaker's pincushion is of pinpricks. Backbiting was, in his case, one of the little foxes that spoiled the vines. Never busy, never in a hurry, he apparently never cared whether he had any professional work to do. He knew how to cook better than most women can, would, on occasion, go into the homes of his patients and prepare special diets. More than that, he could knit, crochet, and embroider. And they used to say that he made most of the trimming for his stepdaughter's underwear when she was preparing her wedding trousseau. Dr. Chapin, another brother physician, was a mild, easy-going man, somewhat lacking in decision, unassuming, conscientious, dependable, never one to make a big stir, but one of a class now fast disappearing, a typical family physician. Besides these in our own school of medicine, there were a few of the old school physicians with whom I became friendly. Early in October of my first year of practice, through the secretary of the YMCA, who boarded where I boarded, I was engaged to make the physical examination of about 200 women who were to join the ladies' club of the gymnasium. Professor Barton, the physical director, called on me and explained the work. Each applicant was to be examined as to heart and lungs, general nutrition, and abnormalities, and certain measurements were to be taken so that the director could ascertain what parts needed special development. The director himself was a fine specimen of physical manhood, past 40, slightly below medium height, a strong masculine frame, vigorous, energetic, dark brown penetrating eyes, black hair, a firm chin, a forceful personality. Almost boyish in his love for his work, his enthusiasm was contagious. Firmly believing in the efficacy of bodybuilding to form mind and character, his work was his religion, and so impressed was I with its importance, I consented to undertake it without the question of compensation for my services being even mentioned. The ladies came to my office. I gave the greater part of my time for a month to the work, and the only remuneration I received was my ticket to the gymnasium class for a year. The secretary had probably left the question of my remuneration to the physical director, and he probably thought the secretary had arranged it, while I supposed that, in time, one or the other would attend to it. So when the ladies, on being examined, asked what the charges were, I foolishly said nothing. Therefore, I came out with no financial gain whatever when, but for my timidity in speaking up when engaged for the work, I should have realized, at the very least, $200, while the probabilities are it would have amounted to double that sum, had I let each lady pay me, as the most of them evidently expected to do when I made the examination. The whole thing is rather characteristic of my way of dealing with financial matters when my own interests are at stake, a trait which I share in common with my father. But the work was interesting, and by its means I gained a speedy introduction to the 200 of you, while the gymnasium practice was beneficial to me. Early in my practice, when I had but few acquaintances in you, I became intimate with a certain family through having the wife and children as patients. My old schoolmate had moved away shortly after I went there, and as I had no place to go during Dr. Wyeth's office hours, I got in the way of spending a good deal of time in the Richards home. Mrs. Richards, a woman of tall, handsome figure, was a mild, placid woman, an excellent housekeeper, kind and motherly. She made me welcome in her home. Her boys, of whom I was fond, were fine little fellows. The freedom with which I came and went in their home was delightful. The father of the family was a forceful man of keen intellect, impulsive, ardent, magnetic, and of ungovernable temper when aroused. He was alive to all that pertained to the development and guidance of his boys, and got in the way of coming to my office of an evening to borrow books and chat a while about them. He said it did him good to discuss these matters with me, and he was glad to have my influence on his boys. He was frank in his liking for me, and his occasional calls were welcome in my lonely evenings. Sometimes he would say, "I fear I come here too much. I don't want to do that. Jane likes to have me come, but if you mind, you must tell me." It was perhaps after half a dozen calls that he began telling me about his early life, of his proud and passionate mother, and of her second marriage to a man so vastly inferior in race and breeding that his childhood and youth were made utterly miserable. As he recounted some of the experiences of his boyhood, and the shame and rage he had often been made to feel because of taunts concerning his stepfather, I felt a great pity for him, and was able to understand, in a measure, his curious outbursts of temper of which he told me. Later he began speaking more freely about his wife, of her goodness, but also of her limitations, her incapacity for companionship, her unresponsiveness. Because of all this, he said, he especially appreciated my kindness to him, and thanked God he had found such a friend. He thought we could be of help to each other, and was sure I understood him as no one else ever had. That night, when he left, he held my hand longer than his wont, and I felt an uneasiness combined with an unwonted pleasure. At his next call, he found me upset over the elopement of the husband of a favorite cousin. Those horrid headlines in the paper referred to someone I actually knew. It was a relief to discuss it with a friend. This talk led to a discussion of kindred topics. Afterward, as I tried to recall our conversation, it seemed to me it had been on a particularly lofty plane. I could seem to remember nothing which led up to what happened. I remember that the large willow rockers in which we sat got gradually nearer, and that the first I knew he was holding my hands and looking in my eyes, and I was permitting it with less and less resistance, a dangerous fascination, a kind of paralysis stealing over me that held me spellbound. He was talking breathlessly, ardently, on his knees by my chair. I think he wept over my hand and put his head in my lap. And there I sat like one dazed, conscious of all he said, but only half able to reason, and for a time seemingly wholly incapable of stemming the tide of his passionate outburst. I seemed to live ages and what must have been only a few minutes. Presently I roused myself, and then, like one in pain on awakening, felt wounded to the very soul. A stain was forever on my womanhood. A married man had confessed his love for me. Suddenly I saw what in my blindness and ignorance I had only vaguely divined in the weeks previous. All had been leading up to this. A deadly faintness came over me. I fell back in my chair, conscious still, cruelly conscious, but passive, limp, and mute. He must have taken this for acquiescence, for he kissed me on the cheek, near the neck. It burned me and aroused me. I sat up, passive no longer. What I said, I do not know, but he felt my anger and shrank from it. I almost tore the spot from my face in the vehemence with which I had tried to eradicate that burning kiss. That angered him to the point of fury, and my words enraged him more. While I had been in that passive state, and he was covering my hands with kisses, he had said he would wait years for me, if need be, if I would only tell him that I would love him when he was free. On finding my tongue, I bitterly denounced him for that, told him if he were free I would not marry him, that I could never love him, and by then I must have experienced a marked revulsion of feeling, for I loathed him. Growing fairly black with rage, he became threatening, accused me of leading him on, or at least of permitting his love, only to thrust it back upon him. He took me by the shoulders roughly, looking into my face with rage and hatred. I looked steadily back. I had a vague realization of his great strength and of his fiendish temper when aroused, but was at that instant beyond physical fear. My desperation at what I then felt was an ineradicable stain upon my soul was so extreme that mere danger to life was as nothing. I must have met him unflinchingly. I think I even said, "Kill me if you like." Then a terrible remorse came upon me. Suddenly I seemed to feel wholly to blame, and with that began to soften towards him. He softened then and wept. One thing he said then pierced me to the heart. "Why did you do it, Doctor? Why did you let me love you? Life was hard enough before. Why did you do it?" And as he talked that way, my agony grew apace. I believed myself guilty, responsible for it all. I believed, what I knew later was not true, that I must have seen it all from the beginning, my consent to his calls, our hand clasps at parting, were blackest evidence of the steps I had permitted to lead up to this. My remorse and misery changed his attitude entirely. He then began accusing himself. Presently we fell to discussing it more calmly, but at the recollection of my scornful words, The fire leaped in his eyes, and a malicious purpose again plainly showed itself. "You could never love me if I were the last man on earth, you girl. You don't know what you're saying. Do you want to rouse the very devil in me? Don't you know that if I were free to make you love me, you would be mine? Mine. I'd make you take back those words. I've a mind to make you take them back. I've a mind to make you love me now." He was sitting or kneeling beside me, his face close to mine. I looked in his eyes, and the very devil of daring and adventure must have been in me at that instant, for I was fully conscious of a challenge passing into my look. I think I said no word, but fairly defied him to make me love him, if he could. He fixed my glance imperiously, and with his face close to mine he hissed, "Kiss me, on the lips, kiss me. You don't dare to, you're afraid." His lips came closer, his eyes flamed. I had a wild desire to do as he commanded, not because I wanted to kiss him, for I hated him again. Such rapid revulsions of feeling swept over me, but just to prove to him that his words were false, that I dared to kiss him and still would not love him as he boasted. I had a curiosity also, a real desire to know if there could possibly be such potency in a kiss. But the instant of wavering could not have been long. At that crucial moment, my guardian angel, surely I had a guardian angel then, turned my eyes from his compelling gaze to the top of the bookcase by the wall where stood the photographs of my father and mother. Instantly the spell was broken. The power he had regained over me, after my first repulsion had subsided, was dispelled by the sight of my parents' faces looking down at me. But oh, the agony then! The remorse I had felt earlier was as nothing compared to this. I cannot recall clearly what followed. I know my defiance of him gave place to self-loathing and self-castigation. It must have been shortly after that a profound prostration supervened. The conflicting emotions were having their effect upon my physical self. My pallor must have been extreme, for he became alarmed. He called to me, he chafed my hands, and pleaded with me to rally, to speak, to live. I heard it all, and knew all, was never more aware in my life, but was powerless to stir, almost, it seemed, to breathe. Finally, the faintness wearing away, I was again in possession of all my faculties, but oh, so cold, and with the consciousness of an ineradicable stain on my soul. It was then after midnight. All at once I became aware of the compromising situation should he be seen leaving my office at that time of night. I was disturbed, too, as to what Mrs. Richards would think of his staying so late, yet was afraid to have him go. I was afraid to be alone, afraid of my own thoughts. I clung to him, my fear of him all gone. The danger now all gone, for my weakness appealed to his strength, and his one thought then seemed to be to restore and help me. He urged me to come home with him. He would carry me if necessary. We would together tell Jane. She would understand, or should he rush home and get her, and have her come and stay the night with me? He did not dare to leave me there alone. But all this time I was getting where I could think and plan for the future. When, previously, in helplessness, I had clung to him, it was as though I must make him take it all back, wipe it out. Yet I was acutely conscious of the irrevocableness of it all. I had only clung in desperation, like two drowning persons must cling, no longer blaming him, but in utter wretchedness that together we had brought this on ourselves. Now I was clearer. I began to talk. I told him he must never come there again alone. Then, as I thought of Mrs. Richards and the boys, and how they loved and trusted me, I broke down completely. I felt I could never again look into their faces, never enter their home, nor again have the happy times we had enjoyed. This he opposed vigorously. He asked nothing for himself, he said, but for her and the boys he pleaded that I would not be so cruel. They needed me. I had brightened their lives. He was more patient and kind when I was there, even when he knew I was coming. I helped him to control his temper. They all knew it. If I deserted them now, it would add to their misery. I suppose I then promised to go to their home as usual. Having completely rallied by that time, he left me, himself looking worn and penitent, and showing unfeigned concern at my wretchedness. As I opened the door to let him out, every sound in the quiet building, every fall of his foot down the stairs struck me with dread. And when I found myself alone in the room, my terror increased. I did not dare to move. Every sound I made increased this feeling. I was afraid to undress, afraid to open out the operating chair and make my bed. So, wrapping a blanket around me, I reclined on the half-opened chair and slept from sheer exhaustion. When I awoke, the terrible consciousness was there that it was all true, that it was not an ugly dream. Then I drank my first bitter draught of the cup of life. I had thought I had known sorrow before, thought I had suffered. But then I knew that never until then had I realized what suffering is. It isn't true. It is true. Fast upon the one thought, said as though the very force with which I uttered it would undo the truth, would follow the other inexorable sentence, it is true. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 3 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 3 Through the Gate of Dreams. The events of the next few days, even my first meeting with Mrs. Richards, are gone from my recollection. I remember one thing, though. The next day, at my boarding place at dinner, a little chatterbox of a woman spoke of how pale and wretched I looked, then, babbling on, told me that, having dropped into Mrs. Richards that morning, she had found her suffering from a severe sick headache. It seemed as if I must cry out in remorse and despair. In my hypersensitive condition, I felt directly responsible for her suffering, though she had suffered similarly for years. I seemed made up of two entities, the one being stabbed by this chatter and by my own self-reproaches, and the other calmly and indifferently replying to my table-mate, discussing the most commonplace affairs. I marveled at my own unmoved exterior, marveled at everything going on the same in the street, at the office, everywhere, the same as the day before, when all was so changed in me. The first time I saw Mr. Richards after that was in his home, the family having sent for me to come to the house for supper. Already there, and dreading to meet him, I heard him run up the steps briskly, whistling as he came. He called out cheerily, "Are you in there, doctor?" It was a shock to me. I had so dreaded to meet him, had thought of him as suffering from remorse as I had suffered. Had he not said with contrition that he would ask God to forgive him? And here he was whistling, and a love song. Again I recoiled from him, and with it came a sickening sense of being alone in my misery, and of having wasted more pity on him than he deserved. I was pretty severe when we spoke of it later, but think he succeeded in mollifying me somewhat, though I began then to think that his religious talk was largely cant, and so ceased to have much patience with his asking God to forgive him. My friendliness with the family continued, but I never received him in the office after that, unless Mrs. Richards or the boys came with him. Later, I learned a great deal of their home life, which I had only divined before. Learned that he was a very different man when I was there from his ordinary self, that the boys' fondness for me, though genuine, was only a part of the reason why they were always so eager for me to come there, the other part being that Dad was always so jolly and good then, and things went so smoothly. One evening, while he and his wife and I were sitting on the veranda, the boys came home, greeted us, and passed on into the house, after which their father followed them, and we heard them in earnest conversation. Soon they were talking angrily. Mrs. Richards hurried in, and shortly after I heard a cry of distress, and then her voice calling, "Doctor, come, come!" Rushing in, there in the dining room, I saw what nearly paralyzed me. The father, looking more like a fiend than a human being, had his younger son by the throat, while the elder boy, white with terror, stood on one side of the table as far from his father as he could get. The mother was closing windows and doors so that the neighbors could not hear, and was all the time beseeching the boy in jeopardy to say he did it. "Say it, Tommy, or he'll kill you." With no clue as to what it all meant, I only knew that here was an enraged man beside himself, and that his son, though in danger of being choked to death, was defying him, standing out about something he had been accused of. I took no time for thought, but feeling exultantly, "Here, I have some power over him. Now I can expiate my wrong," rushed between the struggling father and son, tearing at the man's fingers as they clasped the boy's neck. He tried to push me away, looking as though he only half realized who I was. But pulling at him, I interfered with all my strength, calling to him. Presently he warned me, "Doctor, get away if you don't want me to hurt you too. I warn you, I will not be thwarted. He shall confess." But I felt I must save the boy, must exert to the full my influence over this enraged man. I don't know what followed, or just what I did, except that we three were being dragged around the table, and that I kept my hands on those powerful hands that were grasping the boy's throat. And soon I stood looking into the eyes of that crazed creature for what seemed an eternity. It was probably only a few seconds, all the force of my being bent on making him relax his hold. Gradually I felt his fingers loosen. His eyes ceased to glare with that lurid rage, and at last his hands dropped limp. The boy was freed, and the man and I confronted each other in breathless silence. "Thank God! Thank God!" hysterically cried the mother, while the older boy tried to hush her cry. But the calm was of short duration. A second rage succeeded the first. At the thought that I had seen this exhibition of his wrath, and that further concealment was futile, he sprang at the boy again. Tommy ran round the table. I sprang again at the father, and a second contest took place. I can only remember clinging to his hands and holding his gaze, and hearing the frightened woman scream to me to be careful, or he would attack me as he had attacked Tom. How the storm subsided I cannot recall, except that he gradually got control of himself, though the looks he cast at the boys showed that his rage was only sleeping. His remarks to me were to the effect that the game was up. I would loathe him now. I may as well know him now as they knew him. And though I had prevented him from carrying out his threats, he would know the truth yet. He would wait till tomorrow, but punish those boys he would, and I need not think I could prevent it. Then he left the house. We breathed freer after he was gone, but looked at one another in dismay, feeling it was only a lull in the storm. They depended on me for help, but how was I to help them? It seems that evening at the gym, he had seen the boys hobnobbing with some others whose habits he had warned them against. He thought they acted guilty when he came upon them, and had been awaiting their return home to confront them with his suspicions. Their denial had enraged him, hence the terrible scene. All the woman's disguises were now laid aside. Previously she had tried heroically to conceal the unhappiness in their home life. Many a time I had detected her anxiety when the boys had been saying or doing things which she feared might anger their father. But on meeting my glance, she would summon a smile and change the subject. Now it was all out. We talked it all over. She was afraid he would desert them now, as he had threatened doing of late. But what she feared most was his coming home late in the night, after I had gone, and dragging the boys out of bed and repeating the scene. Or, if just sullen, he would wait till morning, and then give the boys a thrashing. His smoldering anger would flare afresh, and God pity them all. They implored me not to leave them. It was a miserable evening that we spent listening for him. I heard him come in late in the night, stalk about his room, and fling off his shoes. How I pitied the woman lying there, afraid to speak, feigning sleep, recoiling as she must from that man's presence, yet welcoming that rather than that he should go across the hall to where the boys were sleeping. In the morning she came to my room, heavy-eyed and anxious, dreading what the day held for them. He did not come down to breakfast. They seemed to think the storm had got to come, that it was only being postponed while I could stay with them. Reassuring them as best I could, I went upstairs to him. I had no definite plan, but knew I must in some way extract a promise to let the matter drop, at least not to punish the boys till entirely over his anger he had heard them calmly, and that, if he did punish them, I was to be present. There the great black creature lay, his face sullenly turned to the wall. What should I do? My instinct told me what. And here I recall the complexity of feelings I experienced. The shrinking from him at the recollection of his brutal rage, the thought that I had calmed that rage somewhat, and could still more if I could conquer my repugnance. Then came the recognition that I could only do it by exerting my power as a woman over him. The discovery of a power that shortly before had made me sick with remorse. Then came another thought. If, though unwittingly, I have acquired this power over him, and have suffered it to develop to the point it has with no object in view, why not now, with this worthy object, take advantage of the influence and compel him to do my bidding. It was similar reasoning to what I had used the night before, if my rapid thoughts and impulsive acts could be said to be the result of reasoning. This morning's course was more deliberate, though hardly as much so as this statement of it would seem to imply. Stepping to the bed, I put my hand on his shoulder and tried to have him look round. He snarled savagely, turning farther away. I remember keeping my hand on his shoulder and trying to get him to turn over and talk to me. I sat on the bed and pleaded with him. After he did turn, he looked at me searchingly for a while, and when he spoke, expressed surprise that I would ever speak to him again. I don't recall what I said, but suddenly he looked at me sharply and said, "See here, I have a great big thought. Is it true? Tell me. Do you care for me more than you have let me know, but have fought it because it was right to... Is it so? Is it?" And I, seeing him melting under my influence, and knowing that I had set to work deliberately to bring this melting about, anxious to gain my ends, conscious of what a fiend he was when thwarted, I did not have the courage to contradict him outright, and, if I did make some half-dissent, was at least keeping my hold on him literally by the touch of my hand, while wondering how far it would do to let him think he was right. Enough at least to gain this point about the boys, so he would take back his threats and let go the punishment. I was conscious of making some compromise with my conscience on the ground of the exigencies of the case, conscious that the look in his eyes, before we were done talking, was that of a tamed or rather subdued animal, instead of an angry, morose one. Yet I really did nothing except just to be my undisguised self, soft and pitying and tender to this man whose evil temper I now understood. I let him see that I did not despise him, even for this revelation, but that I wanted to help him and them. Still, I did not entirely dispel that thought which had come to him, and I hoped he would continue to think that perhaps it was true, for a time at least. Downstairs we all talked it over together, and he gave me his word before them all that that should end it, and it did. My intimacy with the family increased. I felt their dependence upon me, and was easier now that he frankly showed his interest in me before his wife. It seemed to take the sting from the recollection of that tragic night in the office. One evening, weeks later, at their home, they began jesting about my marrying, speculating as to the kind of man I would be likely to love. I did not like such talk. Once, earlier, when he had been trying to make light of what had happened, to reassure me and dispel my remorse, he had said, "You will marry some good man one of these days, and forget all about this." Aside from other considerations, entirely apart from this, I had previously declared that I should never marry. But now, in my hypersensitiveness over it all, I actually thought I had lost the right to marry. I knew I could not marry without confessing that a married man had made love to me, and that I had listened to him, and I fully believed that any honorable man would despise me for this. I was in dead earnest. In vain he had tried to point out how little I had to be remorseful about. Deaf to his arguments, I thought them put forth only because of his own callous depravity. And so I was angry at him now for bringing up this question in his home. But continuing, he said, "Jane, the doctor says she will never marry. Do you know why?" I was afraid he was coming out with the whole story. He turned on the boys, who were showing an eager interest in the talk, saying, "Boys, go in the other room." Then, turning to me, said, "You say you will never marry. You think you are strong enough to stick to that. You pride yourself on being independent, but if I were free, I'd make you marry me, and I'd make you love me. You couldn't help yourself. Oh, you needn't mind Jane. She doesn't mind, do you, Jane? She knows me, and knows I love you. I'd show you what your resolutions would amount to if I were free." This, accompanied with poorly veiled excitement and a daredevil look, and said to me before her in their own home, made me speechless. For her sake, I had done my best to appear ignorant of his special interest in me, but here he was boldly confessing it, and in a way challenging me again to withstand him. It roused my scorn and contempt, and I fear I showed it that night. So, little by little, the disguises dropped away all around, though our friendship continued. As I became busier in my work, I went less frequently to their house. Subsequently, he confessed to me an intrigue he had had some years before. This shocked me and lowered him further, as well as myself, in my esteem, for in trying to win me he had claimed that I was the one woman to him, and while having admitted that it was wrong to confess his love, he had declared that something in me made it impossible to help it, and so on. And, in my ignorance and vanity, I had believed him, had doubtless condoned his wrong for this very reason. This later confession of a previous infatuation, even a guilty one, made all this in which I had had a share seem not only more wrong, but more sordid, and, too, it gave a deep wound to my self-love. I was getting my eyes open to life and human nature at a rapid rate. Other revelations of his temper and character, as time passed, made me sick at heart, but gradually outgrowing the acuteness of my remorse, I learned in time rather to exult in the fact that I had not been more deeply compromised. After a time the family moved away. Years later I saw them again. They seemed to be getting on well. We then discussed calmly the earlier times. I found much of my bitterness and denunciation toward him had moderated. I had by that time seen more of life, had learned to be more tolerant, understood him better. He told me that he had never ceased to be thankful that my own steadfastness had prevented him from ruining my life, that whether I chose to believe him or not, bad as he had never meant to wrong me, that he had always esteemed me above any woman he had known, and that no one in the world, knowing of his baseness, had shown him the tenderness and tolerance and helpfulness that I had shown. He talked over my own life and subsequent experiences with me, and gave me sound advice. He understood me better than I had understood myself. I am bound to say that his retrospections and prophecies were alike sympathetic and penetrating. During that first year's practice, a few weeks after this regrettable experience which had cast such a shadow over me, I saw deep into the tragedy of the life of a young girl who came to me for succor. She was only 19. She refused to give me her name or address, but haltingly told me her story and expressed her fears. It was some weeks before I could either dispel or confirm her fears, during which time my hold on her was precarious. But she came again and again, both of us hoping against hope as long as we could. On the day when I had to acknowledge to myself and her that what she feared was true, I seemed to grow years older. Though I had now been graduated in medicine a year, my worldly wisdom was very limited, and there was a desperate girl looking to me for help, a pretty, round-faced, red-cheeked girl, unsophisticated, undeveloped. She resolutely refused to tell me the name of the young man concerned, saying if he were willing she would not marry him. She did not mind what she suffered if only her parents did not find out. Her mother would die if she learned the truth. When she found I could not help her in the way she had hoped, she was in dire distress. I tried to persuade her to send her mother to me, and together we would plan something, but she would not consent. If I could help her to go away and keep the secret from everyone there, she would go and have her child honorably. If not, she would go to someone who would help her in the other way. I felt I must save her from that crime at all costs, and my earnest convictions must have impressed her too, for she then begged me to think out some way by which it could be arranged. Knowing the resident woman physician in a home in a distant city, where they took girls who had gone astray for the first time, and found homes for their babies, I took steps to get her admitted there. While our plans were pending, the girl came to me almost daily. She had nowhere else to go. During these interviews I was struck by the fact that she seemed all intent on concealing the consequences of her wrongdoing, but showed little remorse for the wrong itself. I could not understand this, but as I came later to see more of such cases, I learned that by the time the poor creatures are certain of their condition, the acuteness of remorse has spent itself. They are confronted by a desperate condition calling for action, and their need of escaping detection then overrides contrition. Not appreciating this then, I was puzzled and hurt at the girl's apparent callousness. As an accomplice in the scheme for getting her away, I was throwing myself so completely into the situation that I shared her shame. I verily believed I felt her sin and remorse more than she did at that time, though there's no telling what she had felt earlier. The knowledge which I had so recently gained had made me aware of the dangerous fascination between the sexes, or I might have been less sympathetic with her. As it was, I came to be almost glad of an experience that enabled me to help the poor girl more understandingly than I otherwise could have helped her. At length we learned the cost and requirements at the home. She could manage the cost, but how were we to get her away, and keep her away all the months necessary, so that her family and friends should be blinded to the facts? Her already changing figure made it imperative that she go at once. Persuading a friend in the country to take her a few weeks to board, it was still necessary to devise some excuse for her going that would appeal to her family. As her mother knew that I had been treating her for an anemic condition, it would be, I thought, a simple matter to persuade her that her daughter needed to get away for a change of air. So I told her to bring her mother to the office. The woman came, solicitous about her daughter. She rehearsed her daughter's symptoms, was afraid she was going into a decline or had a tumor growing or some other serious condition. The mother was very deaf. I thought her blind also, for she evidently suspected nothing. Reassuring her as well as I could, I persuaded her to let Hetty go to my friends for 2 weeks, well knowing that after once getting her away, we must invent some other excuse for a longer stay. Right there in the mother's presence, owing to her deafness, we perfected the plans. I shudder when I think of that hour. When necessary to talk at length about details to avoid suspicion, I would go to a distant part of the room, a little out of range of the mother's vision, and, appearing to be busy there, would, in a low voice, give my directions. Our scheme was for her to stay with my friend for 2 months, if possible, writing back home frequent encouraging letters as to her marked improvement in health, thus gaining consent to remain away. Later, she was to state that my friend, Miss Hurd, a semi-invalid, had grown attached to her and had invited her to go on to New England for a little visit. If this worked, and she obtained permission to go so far from home, we were to have Miss Hurd become so ill while away as to require Hetty's services as a nurse, thus accounting for her long stay in Providence. It proved even a harder undertaking than I had bargained for. It was my first experience in downright sustained deception. But there was much at stake, and I was bound to carry the thing through. Hetty had been at Miss Hurd's only 3 weeks when they felt they could keep her no longer. The neighbors were getting curious, and the family was uneasy about the whole situation. So it was decided to have Hetty go on to Providence early. As a matter of fact, Miss Hurd came on to you to visit me. So they came that far together, Hetty going on to New England. Meeting her at the train, I could only offer a few hurried words of direction and encouragement, and the train bore her away in the darkness. Homesick and frightened, she could not get off that train and seek her home, but must journey on, alone, at night, to that strange city, suffering, dread, and wretchedness ahead of her. About 2 weeks later, her mother appeared at my office, this time in great distress. Miss Hurd opened the door for her, the very young woman with whom her daughter was supposed to be in Providence, but of course she had no suspicion as to who she was. The woman demanded that I write and tell Miss Hurd that her daughter must come home at once. People were thinking it queer that Hetty was staying away so long. Someone had even intimated that she was married and was going to have a baby. They were saying all sorts of things. There that deluded mother sat and said to me, "You and I know that it isn't so. We know the poor girl has been sick, and that she is taking care of this invalid friend of yours. But they have made these insinuations, and her father is furious. He says she must come home at once and put a stop to such reports. He says that under the circumstances her duty is to herself and not to Miss Hurd." I used what persuasion and arguments I could, and assured her I would communicate immediately with Miss Hurd and Hetty, and tell them how matters stood here, though I hated to distress the poor child with such reports being circulated about her. She agreed it was a great shame, and, too, just as she was so happy and feeling so like her old self. As soon as she had gone, in the same room where she had been sitting, Miss Hurd sat and, heading the letter from Providence, wrote to the girl's mother, begging her to let Hetty stay another month at least, pleading her need and her physician's opinion that a change of companions just then would be very prejudicial to her. A letter which the family could show to doubting friends, thus allaying suspicion. This letter, enclosed in one to Hetty, was sent back with the Providence postmark, and the family quieted down. End of Chapter 11, Part 3. Chapter 11, Part 4. of a life unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 4, Through the Gate of Dreams. This was near a month before the baby came, an anxious month for me. What must it have been for Hetty? The baby died in 2 weeks. I felt relieved. It simplified things. But Hetty's grief was real and deep. "Oh, doctor, my baby is dead," she wrote. She was not a Hetty Sorrel, after all, as I had sometimes thought her, but a sorrowing mother, her shame and fear of detection, everything forgotten in her anguish over the death of her illegitimate baby. The night she came home, meeting her train, I went with her to her door. I longed to go in and help her face her family, but that could not be. She had brought back to me all the letters I had written her, with a lock of her baby's hair, a tiny silken curl which the doctor had cut from the dead baby's head. The pathos of it! The little curl was folded in a powder paper and put in a tiny box marked mourning pins. "I don't dare to take it home with me, but you will keep it for me," she said. We had been preparing her family for her altered appearance. She was supposed to be worn out from caring for the invalid, and the last 2 weeks to have had a severe attack of dysentery. By her manner of dress, she was to arrange that her figure should appear much as when she went away. But oh, her face! They must have been blind indeed if they could not see that it was not, and never would be again, the round girlish face they had known. It was the face of a saddened woman. Her grief for her baby was pitiful, and she was denied even the comfort of that little lock of hair. Months later, she told me her people never learned the truth, but I sometimes felt that they must have surmised more than they let her know. And yet, perhaps not. By a ruse I got from her subsequently the name of her child's father, making her think I knew it when only suspecting it. A strange thing this, the woman's loyalty in shielding the man. My little Hetty Sorrel began to show the more heroic traits of Hester Prynne. I kept in touch with her for several years. When Dr. Wyeth learned of all this, she was frightened at the risks I had taken, and begged me never to undertake a case like that again, unless some other member of the family be taken into confidence. But the poor girl had said that it would kill her mother, and that her father would kill her lover, and that, if they knew the truth, she might as well kill herself. So I had yielded to her entreaties for secrecy. Had she died in confinement, I knew my letters to her, and hers to me, would vindicate me, proving that there had been no crime, merely the attempt to help her to keep her secret. Only a short time after this, another girl came to me in the same trouble. Here the circumstances were different. She had no relatives in this country. She was English, 23 years old. Her lover was Irish and a Roman Catholic. She frankly told me his name and where he worked, and said he drank some, but she was willing to marry him if he would have her, but she doubted if he would marry her. I told her to send him to me. When he paid no attention to this request, I wrote, asking him to call. This also he ignored. Then I called at his boarding place and left a note saying I should be under the necessity of calling upon him at his place of business, unless he came at once to see me. This brought him to the office. He was a factory hand. He had a dogged air. While sounding him to see if he would marry the girl, I had spoken of seeing the priest, which evidently impressed him, for he said, "You can make me marry her, but I won't live with her." Then I took another tack. Of course I could make him marry her, but I wouldn't do that if he was not man enough to marry her willingly. Such marriages could only bring misery, and anyhow, I understood he was a drinking man, and Molly was too good a girl to be tied to a man with such habits. He sneered when I spoke of her as being a good girl. That roused my wrath. I told him he was a coward to get a girl in trouble and refuse to stand by her, then sneer at her in the bargain. That the least he could do was to help her financially, so she could go away and have her child where her acquaintances would be none the wiser, and she could take up her old life again, untrammeled by the stain and disgrace. I made him see that she had got to face all the pain and danger and disgrace, and that he certainly ought to make it easier for her by paying her board in a home and the expenses of her confinement. He rose to the occasion and went out of the office with more self-respect, and commanding more respect from me than when he had come in. And in a few days, when he had sent me money for several months' board, I arranged for Molly's admittance to the Providence home. It was a much easier affair to manage than the other. But as Molly's money began to give out, Mike's manliness oozed out too. As he ignored her appeals, I wrote for him to call on me again. The days went by, and he made no sign. Meantime, a letter from the doctor told me that Molly's son was born and already adopted, and that Molly had a place as a wet nurse for a premature baby which was being raised in an incubator. Molly's bills were still unsettled. If Mike was to help any more, I must compass it then. She would need all she could earn for future necessities. Calling at his boarding place, I found he had just gone back to work. Hurrying toward the factory, I saw him ahead of me, sauntering along, all unconscious of who or what was overtaking him. Coming up behind him, I spoke his name. Turning, surprised and sheepish, he faltered, "I was going to come to the office tonight." Looking in his eyes, I announced, "Mr. Dagon, your son was born day before yesterday." Conflicting emotions showed in his wretched face. Astonishment, pride, joy were quickly followed by shame and humiliation, as he realized he had no right to be proud of being a father. The words "your son" had roused the man and the father in him, but the painful feelings had quickly supervened. My anger melted as I saw his pitiable state, but knowing him for a shifty fellow, I realized I must get him to commit himself in regard to the money. He promised to bring it that evening, then asked in a shamefaced way more about Molly and the boy. I told him of the baby being adopted by a childless couple almost before it was born. The practice in that institution was to encourage the prospective mothers to keep their babies, face conditions, and live so correctly afterward that people would overlook the wrongdoing. But the girls were offered the alternative of giving up the child. The decision, however, had to be made before the child was born. Molly had decided to give up her baby. When it came, she wanted it back, but it was too late. It had been pledged to these people, who had immediately taken it away. They had taken Molly's name, left her a name and address that would always reach them, and had agreed to let her hear from the child once a year on his birthday. But she was not to see him, and he was never to learn that she was his mother. As I explained all this to Mike, he listened in silence till I said she was to be a wet nurse for a feeble baby. Then he fired up, looking black and angry. I should think she'd be ashamed, he said, to nurse a strange baby and let her own be brought up on a bottle. Whose fault is it that she has to do this? I retorted. She wanted to keep her child. She would have borne the disgrace, would have come back openly with it in her arms, had you stood ready to support her and it. But you would have none of it. You wouldn't even send her enough money to pay for her board and medical care. She couldn't face the world, weak and sick, in disgrace, in debt and out of work with a helpless baby. She had to decide, as she did, that her child might have a good home and she be free to support herself. And now, after it is too late, after you have neglected her, you dare to blame her for what she has done? Don't you suppose she has suffered and will suffer more than you can ever know? Hasn't she everything to bear and alone, while you, who have gone scot-free, have the face to blame her for what you have forced her to do? He was man enough to be ashamed, and lamely said so. And then, of course, I pitied him. He came in the evening with the money, asked for more particulars, and showed the best there was in him. In time, Molly returned to her old work in U. She had developed remarkably. Association with persons of refinement had helped her. She wanted to better herself, was full of plans for going to night school and for seeking worthier associates. She was hungry for news of her baby, and its adopted mother was soon better than her word, writing to her and continuing to write every few months, letters full of his baby ways, which Molly would bring to me with all a mother's pride in her boy, but with a cruel hunger that most mothers never know. In a year's time, Molly came to me, saying that a young carpenter wanted to marry her, a good steady fellow that she liked, but that she would not marry him and not tell him about the baby. And if she told him, she feared he would cease to care for her. We agreed that there was but the one right thing to do, and though feeling sure he would turn against her, she heroically promised to do it. A few days later, she came to me with a radiant face. She had told him her story. He had been good to her, had even said they would take the baby to rear if she could get it. But alas, she was pledged not to seek to do this. They soon married and had babies of their own. The queer thing about the little John Alden, as Molly's baby was called, is this. He had the same effect that adopted waifs have often had in childless homes. Within a year or two, the foster parents had a child of their own, which naturally called out the mother's strongest love. Still, she wrote Molly that the little John was as dear as ever. But after a second child came, and then reverses, Molly and I detected a change in the letters. I fancied the foster parents would not be sorry to relinquish the care of the little fellow, but whether or not the question was ever really broached, I cannot remember, if indeed I ever knew. These were only two of several similar cases which fell into my hands during my years in U. Dr. Wyeth told me I had had more of them than she had had in all her years of practice. Nothing that has come into my professional life has yielded me such unalloyed satisfaction as the help I was able to give these girls. Sometimes I have had to go to parents and break the news. In one case, actually had to plead with the girl's mother for mercy and kind treatment of the misguided girl. Much of my work as a physician has been inefficient and faulty. This I know better than anyone else, but this work is the best I have ever done. And it is work that I was perhaps better prepared to do in the right spirit because of that regrettable personal experience during my first few months of practice. After a year's time, I was cozily established in an office of my own across the hall from Dr. Wyeth. What a good time I had getting my furniture. Not a cent was spent without careful planning. My rooms were modestly but attractively furnished, and I was happy in the change. I had a small waiting room, a large private office, and a little room where I kept my gas stove and household appliances, an improvised kitchenette. I could choose my own office hours now, so had better ones, and my practice steadily increased. Then I reduced expenses further by getting my own meals and caring for my rooms. What cozy suppers we had when Father came in town, or when friends came to see me. But I lived frugally, and accounted for every quart of milk or pound of beef or box of cocoa, every postage stamp and car fare. I think, on the whole, there was little that I bought which I could have done without. If I purchased a book or spent more than was absolutely necessary in some such way, I skimped in table supplies to even up matters. Eating alone, as I did most of the time, very little sufficed me. But once in a while I would get downright hungry, then would buy a beefsteak, and was sometimes so ravenous I could hardly wait to get it cooked. It was worth the abstinence to have the appetite I occasionally had. Dr. Wyeth's kindness and helpfulness did not abate when I moved to my new office. She always left her keys with me, so I had the use of her books and telephone, and her operating chair for a bed for my occasional guests, a similar chair of my own now serving as bed for me. One day, while sitting in my new office, a queer-looking old farmer came in. He blinked and stared around as I stepped out and asked, "Where's the doctor?" "I'm the doctor." "Oh, a woman doctor." He continued to stare, then, as he recovered himself, said musingly, "I never saw one before." "Well, what do you think of it?" I felt like asking, but probably inquired in my politest professional manner what I could do for him. He told me about his wife. I made an appointment for an examination, and shortly after she came. The little woman, between 50 and 60, was suffering from a long-standing cancer. I hated to tell her the truth. She caught eagerly at the slightest hope. There was but little to expect at that advanced stage from an operation, and I told her so, but she wanted the benefit of that little. So Dr. Wyeth and I operated, and for a time she was more comfortable. But later her symptoms became distressing, yet how she clung to life, even to the last. One day, toward the end, her husband came for me to go out to their home and see her. One of the queerest drives I ever took. The man appeared elated, though from his report of her symptoms her death seemed imminent. I had told him that there was probably little that I could do if I went to see her, and he had seemed divided between pleasure at my going and miserliness at having to pay for the visit. While I was getting instruments and dressings ready, he looked about the office in undisguised interest and curiosity, commenting naively on what must have been the cost of various things, asking if I had a big practice, what I did when I had to go out at night, if I didn't sometimes wish I had a man to help me, and if I wasn't lonesome in the evening. When we stepped into his buggy, he started up his fine horses with a flourish, proud to show them off. I must have spoken approvingly of them, for he said, "You like to ride fast, don't you? So do I. She don't. She says it hurts her." Passing some children along the country road, when I waved a greeting to them, he observed, "You like children. So do I. She don't. Never could bear to have them around." I found the poor woman near the end, and told him it could be a question of only a few days at the most. His comments on the way had prepared me for his callousness at this news, but not for what followed. Instead of driving me right back as I wished, he insisted on showing me all about the house and barns, and even out to the hill meadow where he had a fine view of the city. He acted like a boy. As we stood on the hilltop, he expatiated on the extent and value of his farm, on his stock and barns, on the improvements he meant to make, all of which was tiresome to me, but he finally arrested my attention by the remark, "See what a fine place this would be for a doctor to live. She could come out here after office hours, and could drive into the city in no time with horses like mine." More of such talk followed. I hardly knew whether to be angry or amused. The conceited, unfeeling old wretch was apparently making a tentative proposal to me there in his home, his wife within a few days of her death. I learned some weeks afterward that he had for some time previous been in the habit of stopping at a neighbor's and talking excitedly about the little doctor, wondering what her practice amounted to and whether she would want to give it up if she married or keep on with it. "What's the damage?" he asked as we were driving home, and when I named the charge for the visit, he sighed as, slowly drawing out his wallet, he said regretfully, "That's just what I got for the last calf I sold." I don't recall much about him after that, except that he dropped into the office a few times for prescriptions for himself, and once brought me some fruit and some Christmas greens. But if he pushed his hints further, I have forgotten about it. It was during my years in U that Sister's marriage took place, that Grandma died, and that Kate's first baby was born, events of great moment to me. I recall the feeling of sadness and irrevocability that night as the train bore Sister away on her honeymoon. It was harder, though, to see her leave a year later, after a summer spent at home, for she was then about to become a mother and was going so far away. But well and happy, she was full of plans for getting settled in her new home, and her chief regret was Grandma's approaching death with the certainty that she could never see her baby. When Grandma died, we were all anxious to know just the nature of the heart trouble from which she had suffered so long. Our family physician had refused to do the autopsy, and incredible as it seems to me now, so important did it seem then, I said, "I will do it since Dr. Hall will not." I asked Dr. Campbell to be present. His right hand was disabled, or he would have spared me the ordeal. There, in that little bedroom, the doctor and my father looking on my 23rd birthday, I made the examination which revealed to us the cause of those agonizing attacks from which Grandma so long had suffered. But it was little more than a careful study of the case ought to have shown during life. In these later years I have thought with horror of the girl that stood there that afternoon and cut through the breast that had nourished her mother, through the dear breast that had pillowed so often her own childish head, down, down into the poor, outworn heart. It was a horrible thing to do. Now, try as I will, I can hardly see how the thing could have presented itself to me so as to make it seem imperative to take that unnatural step. Father, who was as tenderly attached to Grandma as an own son could be, had to leave the room before the work was done. A merciful something kept me from feeling about it then as I do now. Yet I knew then, and know now, that hard as it was easier to do the work myself, for it was done reverently and from a rigid sense of duty, than it would have been to stand by and see even the most considerate of physicians lay the investigating hands of science upon the body of my grandmother. End of Chapter 11, Part 4. Chapter 11, Part 5 of A Life Unveiled by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 5, Through the Gate of Dreams. As Sister's husband was just starting in the practice of medicine in a little New England village, and as he had had no experience with such cases outside of his college work, both he and Sister wished me to be with them at the time of her confinement. I also wished to be there, and was planning my work accordingly, when, to my consternation, I received a telegram saying, "Read Isaiah 9:6 and come immediately, both doing well." Rushing across the hall into the rooms of my neighbors, the Randolphs, I cried, "Give me a Bible, quick! I'm afraid my sister's got her baby." And so it was. Unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. What disappointment and anxiety I felt as I journeyed there. It seemed unbelievable that she could go through all that, and I not with her. I felt resentment toward the little being that had come so inopportunely. There she was in her new home, not yet settled, among strangers, all unprepared for what had been happening in the last 24 hours. When I saw her, pale and weak, but smiling through her tears as she guarded the little bundle by her side, I felt an added resentment toward that bundle. I did not even feel drawn to it when I saw the tiny red face, but when he lifted up his voice and wept, the cry, so weak and helpless, went to my heart. From that instant, I loved him. During labor, when they had told my sister that the child would be there before morning, she had exclaimed, "It isn't so. It can't be so. Jeannie can't get here. I won't have my baby till Jeannie gets here." They laughed at us both for our disappointment over the precipitate outcome. I stayed with them 2 weeks, a strenuous, anxious time, and the very day I left was taken with what later proved to be gastric fever. Stopping over in Concord a day and a night to see Laidlaw, and have dinner with him and 2 other classmates living near, I was so ill that evening that I had to leave the dining room, and that night Laidlaw and his landlady were up with me most of the night. Journeying next day as far as Worcester, I was detained there for 2 weeks at Dr. Carson's, where she and Fenton, of the hospital days, took excellent care of me. It was the first time since childhood that I had been down sick, but soon recuperating, I went back to my work in U. From that time onward, my interests widened. 2 centers now, home and Sister's home. Everything that happened in that New England home was of great moment to me. The baby's growth and development were topics of never-failing interest. When they came home the next year, how infinitely richer life was with that baby in our midst. How much more wonderful than ordinary babies. His winsome smile, his soft pansy eyes, and that first tooth. I suspect that for the next 3 years at least, I taxed to the limit the tolerance of my friends with numerous little stories about my sister's phenomenal child. The most intimate, and certainly the most far-reaching influence which came to me during my life in U came through the Randolphs, a physician and his wife who had their home, and the doctor his office, on the same floor of the building where I had mine. Perhaps a little slow in making friends, they made up for that in steadfastness and helpfulness as time passed. The doctor was then probably 40 years of age, a tall, large-framed man, with a superb head, a fine brow, a firm mouth and chin, a face always pale, but eloquent with the determination to rise above suffering. Neurasthenic, crippled since youth from an injury to one knee, he was subject to frequent breakdowns, was seldom free from pain, and his work, confined to an office practice, was done under great disadvantage. I think he has the kindest eyes I have ever seen, eyes that look deep into the soul, seeing all its frailties and struggles, its triumphs and defeats. To the needs of all who came, his comprehension and ready help were assured. Of Mrs. Randolph's friendliness one felt less certain. She had even a repellent manner with strangers. She must weigh them in the balance before acceptance. No taking on trust with her. A trim little body, keen of perception and sharp of tongue, she gave one, on meeting her, a sense of openly taking one's measure. Sometimes you could fairly see her making up her mind, and her "humph" was eloquent of her unflattering conclusion. Although really kind-hearted, her range of sympathies when I first met her seemed narrow, her judgments harsh and often faulty. It seemed easy for her to condemn and sentence others before she had half the evidence. As time passed, it was a study to see her growing and expanding under the doctor's more tolerant influence and example, and with her increasing knowledge of life and human sorrows. Sometimes it would just be a mild, "Oh, Ethel, Ethel," as she would rail at something or somebody. Sometimes he would laugh indulgently at her caustic and often accurate sizing up of persons who could not, as she would boast, pull the wool over her eyes, as they could over Deary's. Again, he would drop a word or two that would enlighten her, some extenuating explanation, some recital of good in the one she was condemning. If she pried about any of his patients, his lips would be sealed. But though replying to her abrupt, unwarrantable questions so as not to betray professional secrets, he would, in so doing, help her to view more charitably what she was so readily inclined to condemn. There were times, though, when she would close her lips with a snap, unconvinced though silent. Again, she would say she did not believe he knew what he was talking about, or if he knew, he himself did not believe what he was saying. But more often she would stop her tirade and make a wild dash at him, patting his benevolent face as she exclaimed, "You old dearie, you think the whole world is as good as you are." And sometimes she would include, "You and Dr. Arnold. She's most as good as you, but not quite." And he would smile at her as one would at a spoiled child. Her devotion to him was beautiful. She tried to keep him from going beyond his strength, for Patience, recognizing his tolerant, helpful nature, made many demands upon him. His wife called it imposing upon him, and if she had dared, would often have berated soundly the whining woman who came to him for help and stayed so long after office hours. I have seen her follow such persons with her scornful glance as they came out of the office, when I knew she was making a tremendous effort to keep her tongue between her teeth. All this, and much more, I could see or divine in my 4 years' association with these friends. I saw, too, that as the years passed and sorrows came, she softened and broadened, never, however, losing her spiciness, and never judging either me or Dearie as critically as we deserved, however severe she might be with the rest of humanity. She has continued one of my staunchest friends through all the years, and somehow I am always the better for the thought of her unbounded belief in me. Months before our intimacy grew, she knew of many of my makeshifts and economies, for she kept a sharp lookout upon everything going on in that vicinity, not only in her doctor's practice and in mine, but also in that of the other physicians in the huge office building. I am sure she could have told any one of us what patients were in the habit of coming to our offices, how long they usually stayed, and many other facts gleaned in her numerous little journeys through the corridors. I spent many evenings in their rooms, and borrowed books from the doctor's large library, looked after them when they were ill, and they looked after me that I should not get ill, she in practical ways, and he in help and counsel of an immaterial but quite as essential a nature. As we became better acquainted, she would scold me because I did not have a decent bed, would upbraid me for not going more regularly to my boarding place, or not getting myself more substantial meals. Sometimes when I would come in, worn from a hard case, and too tired to think of supper, she would come and march me into their rooms, and in her brusque but kind way insist on my taking a cup of tea or some hot food. "I'll get the beefsteak into your stomach first, and then Dearie can talk to you about your case, but not a word till I have my way." Thus she would domineer over me, chide me for neglecting myself, and scold Doctor for not scolding me. There was no nonsense about her. She had no patience with half measures, or with procrastination when promptness was indicated. It was on a blustering evening in March, during my 2nd year of practice, that something came to me through Dr. Randolph that was the beginning of one of the dearest and deepest joys of my life. And yet another decade was to pass before I was to experience the great friendship toward which a chance act of the doctor's on that wild March night so inevitably contributed. I had been attending a case of puerperal fever, a patient of Dr. Wyeth's, the doctor having been suddenly called out of town shortly after the confinement. For 2 weeks or more it was an anxious time for me. The patient was in a serious condition. She belonged to an influential family. Friends and relatives were solicitous, some officious. On my first visit, I had found the condition disturbing, and it grew rapidly more so. Pressure was brought to bear on the husband to dismiss that girl doctor and employ someone more experienced. My professional skin was painfully thin in those days. It seemed such a crime to be young. I felt such comments keenly, and though I could not have blamed the husband had he yielded to the requests of the friends, he did not. The case pulled through and was a real triumph for me, and later some who had sneered at the girl doctor came to her for treatment. But it was a strenuous time, and I was worn and anxious, and in the evening, on returning to the office, it was a great consolation to talk over the case with Dr. Randolph and listen to his helpful suggestions or his emphasis of the encouraging symptoms. On that eventful night in March, Though my patient had then passed the danger point, I was in that overwrought state where I could bear to talk or think only of her. Recognizing this, Dr. Randolph discussed the case with me briefly, congratulating me on the patient's assured safety, and then said firmly, "Now we will dismiss this from our minds. You are going to rest while I read something to you that will make you forget Mrs. Layton and her pulse and temperature. So lie down and be quiet." I obeyed. Seating himself in a big chair beside me, he opened a little olive green volume and read to me an essay called Strawberries. Jaded, anxious, and overwrought as I was, the crispness and freshness of that essay came to me as the most welcome and delicious restorative I have ever known. I forgot my cares, forgot the blustering March outside. I was transported to summer and sunshine, bobolink music, and the joy of life in heaping measure. My very soul was steeped in summer. I sniffed the clover-scented air of those high upland meadows where wild strawberries grew. I stooped low, parting the grass and daisies, gathering the fragrant berries while the breath of June meadows came up in my face, and the light and warmth of June skies enveloped me. The essay finished, Dr. Randolph wrote on the flyleaf of the book my name and the date and gave it to me. It was Locusts and Wild Honey, the first book of John Burroughs that I ever owned or knew. Were there nothing else to be grateful to the doctor for, the bestowal of that book, and of all that it later brought into my life, would make me forever deeply his debtor. For 2 or more years, it was the only book of this author that I owned. But as soon as I could indulge myself in book buying, his were the first that I secured. I remember so well the 3/4 guilty feeling I had in ordering them. It was such unmitigated self-indulgence. They were so distinctly a purely personal pleasure, and I had so long schooled myself to regard self-indulgence as reprehensible. Here was a sober little Stoic taking almost her first dip into Epicureanism. She had many qualms of conscience, but many thrills of pride as well, each time that another olive-green volume was added to the row. The strawberries had done it. Doubtless God might have created a more seductive and more delicious berry, but doubtless God never did. It was many years after I had grown to know and love the author through his books before I met him face to face. Through his writings I had learned to love all outdoors, to feel a kinship with nature which had deeply enriched my life. And at length there came a day when I journeyed to his home, sat by his hearth, and felt a deepening of the sense of comradeship that I had felt in reading his books. He became my friend. Many years later, I even gathered strawberries with him and Dr. Randolph from the upland meadows of which he had written in that essay, which was the means of bringing this rare friendship into my life. Dr. Randolph had a nickname for me, which had grown out of our reading James's Psychology together. There had been a good deal said in the early chapters about psychosis, and one day, in my attempts to be funny, I had said something about psychosis being undignified, that James should have said psychosister. Hence he had dubbed me his psychosister. There had been a time, when my intimacy with the Randolphs began, that I had felt uneasy at the growing friendship. There was charm in the companionship with him, and sympathy and congeniality between us. And when his hand rested on my shoulder in a kindly way, I was moved by it. Also, by the gentleness and consideration he invariably showed me. But I soon began torturing myself with doubts and fears. The fact was, I was no longer innocent. One man, who had had no right to, had grown to care for me more than he should, and I began to wonder if this friendship, too, might not turn out in that way. I shrank from such an ending to so beautiful a friendship, then blushed with shame at my unfounded fear. I was experiencing for the first time what, I think, is one of the saddest things about transgressions, the feeling of suspicion toward others that grows in us as soon as we have done wrong ourselves, or have even nibbled at the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. But I soon put aside this fear as unworthy of my friend, and enjoyed the intimacy of which I have written, a friendship with which I am still blessed, and which has been one of the most enlarging and ennobling of my life. Interests outside of medicine claimed some of my time, of which activities in the Working Women's League, emergency lectures to a girls' friendly society, and to nurses in one of the city hospitals, membership in a German class, in a Browning club, even at a Plato club, were among the chief. The Browning Club especially proved intensely interesting. 3 or 4 married couples, 3 spinsters, including myself, and 1 bashful bachelor. None of us, except Dr. Randolph, knew anything about Browning when we began. The club was not started in the reverential spirit that I fancy most Browning clubs are. At first we ridiculed ourselves and Browning not a little, but if we came to scoff, we remained to pray. Or if we first endured our poet, then pitied ourselves, we ended by embracing Browning. But the last stage was slow in coming. We struggled and puzzled and got entangled. We were helped out by Dr. Randolph and amused by Mrs. Randolph, who would not stand, only up to a certain point, what she could not understand. She would blurt out, "Oh, mercy, let's stop this moonshine and read something we can understand." And we soon learned that hers was the sensible view. There was so much that was lucid in Browning that we came in time to pity the too easily discouraged readers who stopped short at the stumbling blocks. The Plato Club, conducted by the Universalist minister, was an incongruous affair. The clergyman, a young lawyer, a factory girl who wrote poetry, a Vassar graduate, teachers in the seminary, 2 seamstresses, a choice assortment of old maids, and the girl doctor. They met at my office. I got very little from Plato as we read it, but the incongruous assembly was a perpetual delight. In a few months it petered out, but the young lawyer and I formed a club of 2 and read Emerson together Sunday evenings until he became engaged, and thus cemented a friendship which has grown and strengthened with the years. Another of the Browning Club friendships has also proved of lasting delight. Marian Rockwood, a bachelor maid who had a studio 2 floors above me, was a splendid, energetic creature with a glorious soprano voice. Both too occupied to see much of each other, we called a greeting in the morning and at night as we went through the halls. I loved to hear her trilling away up there in her skytop as she went about busy with household duties as I with mine. In the years that followed, reverses and sorrows have come to her, but she has sung on when her heart was heavy, sung to supply losses that would have crushed one less stout of heart. Now a great happiness has come into her life, but whatever of joy or sorrow comes, she will always be the dauntless, inimitable creature I knew in the old Browning Club days. The first taste of real wild life, the first taste of any woods life since the camp meeting days, came to me one summer while in U, when, joining a jolly crowd of young people with 3 elders, we camped on Lake Piseco in the Adirondacks for 2 happy weeks. After leaving the outposts of civilization, driving over a rough corduroy road for many miles, we camped on that wild mountain lake in a log camp, rode, sailed, fished, swam, tramped, climbed mountains, and one memorable night, having followed all day the Tea Lake Trail, a blazed trail through the deep forest, slept on a bed of boughs in an open camp. Another night we paddled out with a jacklight and saw a deer feeding among the lily pads, a never-to-be-forgotten sight. How flat and cramped and artificial seemed the city life to which we returned after those carefree days in the woods. But I was soon again absorbed in the routine of practice and in the human problems confronting me. One of the saddest things in connection with my practice was the loss of a little patient with capillary bronchitis, a lovely child of 3. I had done all I could to save her, and had had good counsel, and had fought desperately. The defeat came to me as a terrible blow. I reproached myself for not having relinquished the case, feeling sure it was my incompetency that was at fault, that some other physician might have saved her. The continued confidence which the family showed in me was consoling, but I think many such experiences would have tempted me to abandon medicine entirely. After the 3rd year of practice, my outlook as a physician, though by no means brilliant, was encouraging. My practice was steadily growing, my interests widening, friends and acquaintances increasing. Economy was still necessary, but I had passed through the trying time when expenses far exceeded income, though that when the income crept up till it equaled expenses, and on to that when it exceeded them. Now each month, when Father looked over my books, he nodded satisfactorily. To him, my success was assured. At this juncture came an urgent call to leave all that I had gained and engage in an entirely new field of medical work, the care of the insane in a distant part of the state, a branch of medicine toward which I had a strong leaning in college. I found myself in an unenviable state of indecision, but the seductive letters of the genial superintendent at the Institute at M decided me to go to Albany and take the civil service examination, and that being satisfactorily passed, to go on to M on a visit of investigation. The visit was most enjoyable. The new life and work drew me powerfully. The assured salary was a great temptation, promising freedom from financial strain. The friendly physicians I met there all conspired to make me consent to return there for a trial month as soon as I could arrange matters in U. The weeks that followed were busy and exciting. I cleared up my work as well as I could for the month's absence, but not willing to burn my bridges, retained my office. It was gratifying to see that patients and friends were unreconciled, even rebellious at the possibility of my leaving. My evenings at this time were spent mostly with the Randolphs. I knew I should never meet friends like them again. As the days passed, we drew nearer in sympathy. We had grown so in the habit of one another that the thought of separation was painful. Sometimes we sat long together, saying little, not daring to trust ourselves to speak. Then perhaps she would make a dash at me, hug and kiss me vigorously, and rush from the room, only to rush back again, angry at herself for this betrayal of emotion. Popping her head in the door, she would call to the doctor, "Come, dearie, you'd better come too, before you get to sniveling," thus saving the situation. When we said good-bye, the doctor told me haltingly that he could never hope to express what a help I had been to both of them, and to him in particular. I think you know it and have known it, and I don't know just how I am going to get on without my little psycho-sister. Although my leaving was ostensibly for a trial month, I felt it was probably the termination of my life in you. Toward the last, one of the surgeons gave me a farewell dinner, and there were luncheons and teas and cozy little suppers among my intimates, and at length came the night for leaving. I took my last supper in the home of Dr. Wyeth, where I had always been so warmly welcomed, and she and a jolly crowd of the Adirondack campers went to the train to see me off. With Dr. Wyeth I parted with the keenest regret. Her help and loyalty had been a steady light along my path. I knew I was leaving her the lonelier for my going, but she would say no word to keep me from what looked like increasing good fortune for me. Alone in the train, I gave myself up to a good cry. I could get no sleeper till half the journey was made. As I sat, forlorn and disconsolate, the sole occupant of the car, the trainman came in and sat down at the farther end to eat his midnight lunch. He must have pitied my loneliness, for presently he came toward me, carrying his piece of pie on the cover of his dinner pail, and half shyly, half gruffly, placed it on my lap. The act touched me, and the pie seemed to take the lump from my aching throat. And when I carried back the cover, I felt so much lighter-hearted that I sat and chatted with him till we came to the junction where I took the sleeper for M. Early in the morning, on reaching the city, I was welcomed to the large institution where my work has since been for so many years. Here my life has gone on, a busy, eventful, and, I trust, a useful one, among persons grievously afflicted, hampered as they are by vagaries and abnormalities, yet capable of tender affection, of keen appreciation for services rendered, and of a degree of companionship it would be hard for an outsider to comprehend. It has been a life rich in compensations, whatever of deprivation and of limitation it has held. Above all, a life rich in friendships. Friendships staunch and leal and priceless. And it has been crowned in the later years with a signal friendship which has yielded a measureless satisfaction, a friendship and comradeship with one whom the world calls great, yet who made a place in his heart and life for the child of the Drumlins, as he was wont to name her. The termination of this record at the beginning of a new epoch in the writer's life, an epoch when all the lines of character were converging to maturity, gives the reader of necessity a sense of incompleteness. The whole record, as I try to see it from the reader's point of view, seems to be like one stone stair, ascending, winding, leading up to naught. Because perforce the superstructure is missing. Yet one who follows the writer's efforts to gain the image of her own soul may perhaps learn herein the better to know his own and also the souls of others. Learn, too, that each of us proceeds on the lines of his own development, and that all that comes into the mature life is but an extension, an unfolding of all that went before. Our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Would that we had builded better. If it were possible to treat the subsequent epochs as candidly as the earlier ones are here treated, they would not be found lacking in moving events, in dramatic moments, even in tragedies. Some in the lives of those closely knit to one's own, some of the soul only, some in the outer life. But all this cannot be viewed objectively. It is too close. It is a life of yesterday and today, while the other, detached and seen through the spell of the past, is as a tale that is told. The end. End of Chapter 11, Part 5. End of A Life Unveiled by a Child of the Drumlins by Anonymous.